Hajime feels certain about one major truth in his life as he watches the school assembly. He reflects on how life is completely unpredictable. An elegant girl passes by as cherry blossoms fall. The story is set in Aomi Town, a small countryside place with a population of only 5,000 people. In this town, the arrival of spring is officially announced by deer resting near the riverbank. 15-year-old Hajime Kugeyama is thrilled that his personal angel has finally returned. He celebrates that Akira Momose is back, explaining that they went to the same elementary school together and were classmates. He admits they have never actually spoken while his classmate asks him why he is grinning like that. Hajime climbs onto his desk to declare that he will fully enjoy his youth while his friend remains uninterested and asks why he is standing on the desk. He recalls their one-sided childhood interactions where she completely ignored him until she moved away in the 4th grade. He wonders if meeting again is destiny, though he feels she is completely out of his league. Accepting his unreturned feelings, Hajime suggests to his classmate that they go get some lunch. Suddenly, Akira approaches him and asks if she can ask him a question. To his surprise, she pins him against a tree and asks what his favorite food is. Hajime is shocked that she is talking to him and wonders if his good deed of picking up trash earlier that day brought him good karma. Wanting to sound cool, Hajime nervously responds that his favorite food might be bagna cotta. A heavy silence falls over them, leaving Hajime to worry if he gave the wrong answer. Akira silently leans in extremely close, staring directly into his face. She draws even closer, leaving them face to face in near contact. As she pins him completely to the ground, Hajime quickly corrects himself and confesses that he actually likes omelet rice and big fried shrimp. Akira remains silent, staring down at Hajime as he cowers nervously against the tree trunk. She smiles gently and tells him that is one of the things she likes about him, noting that he has not changed at all since they were younger. Akira then pulls back and begins to stand up, leaving Hajime completely bewildered on the ground. She casually walks away without another word. Hajime stays frozen in place, completely stunned and blushing heavily as he watches her leave. As Akira walks away, 3 of her friends rush out from their hiding spot to meet her, eagerly asking how her interaction went. Akira looks back at her friends with a completely blank, stoic expression. She maintains her perfectly unreadable deadpan stare. Suddenly, her cool facade breaks. She blushes furiously, clutches her chest as her heart pounds wildly, and breathes heavily, stammering that she actually managed to ask him what his favorite food is. Her friends immediately celebrate the huge success, hugging her tightly and praising her for a great job while she continues to tremble with embarrassment. One friend asks if she managed to follow the script. Akira admits she was so nervous she almost messed up, but her friend reassures her that making progress is what matters and she will be fine if she keeps closing the distance like this. Akira nods earnestly while holding up her decorated notebook planner. The narration formally introduces her as Akira Momose. She mentally notes that she needs to practice making omelet rice to make Hajime notice her. The narration reveals that she meticulously crafted a plan but is hopelessly clumsy. A tall chain-link fence stands outside against the cloudy sky. Later, Hajime's classmate finds him hiding behind a fence near a flower bed. He asks if Hajime has been hiding from the cafeteria and if he got anything to eat. The classmate notices Hajime staring off into space with a severely shocked expression. He asks what is wrong, wondering if his weird attitude means something bad happened. Hajime looks completely terrified and sweaty, concluding in his own head that Akira must actually hate him. The narration points out that he is completely and hopelessly oblivious. He collapses onto the ground in absolute despair as his friend watches in confusion, totally unaware of Akira's actual feelings. That night at home, Akira stands in her room wearing pajamas and looking determined as she prepares to continue her efforts little by little. She reviews her incredibly detailed multi-year relationship plan notebook full of romantic goals leading up to a final confession. The narration notes that Hajime is being enveloped by someone who truly cares for him. Akira maintains her intense, focused stare. The narration introduces the crested ibis, noting that it is a Japanese natural monument. A female student observes the bird out the window and notes that seeing the ibis resting its wings at the school makes it feel like spring. 15-year-old Hajime sits despondently at his desk and thinks about how he was rejected by his first love the previous day. Akira approaches Hajime's desk and asks him to come to the equipment room during the break because she has something to talk about. Hajime frantically wonders what is happening since he has not done any good deeds to build up karma that day, but he eagerly agrees to go. Standing near the window, Akira reviews today's plan in her notebook, which outlines her goal to make his heart race with physical contact by covering his eyes, asking him to guess who it is, and then whispering to ask about his favorite animal. Hajime slides open the door to the equipment room, hoping internally that he is not about to be scolded. As Hajime calls out Akira's name, she silently reaches out to grab him from behind. A spray can clatters to the floor as the equipment room doors suddenly slam shut. Hajime freezes in panic as a hand quickly clamps over his mouth. Akira sits behind Hajime with her arms wrapped tightly around him, keeping his mouth covered while he frantically wonders what is going on. Akira realizes that she completely messed up her plan as she sits rigidly holding Hajime hostage. Thinking back to her original plan to playfully cover his eyes, Akira decides she needs to try again despite her intense nervousness. She roughly grabs his face to cover his eyes and intensely demands to know who he is instead of playfully asking him to guess who she is. Terrified, Hajime immediately yells out Akira's name in response. In a total panic, Akira covers his mouth again and remembers her next step, loudly and awkwardly announcing that she is a cat and asking if he likes animals. Hajime breaks free and yells that she is not Akira but a cat, while Akira covers her face in embarrassment over messing up yet again. Hajime notices her red face and leans in closer, asking if she is feeling unwell. Akira stares back at him with wide eyes as he holds onto her arms. Hajime gasps and jumps back in shock, throwing his hands up in a panic. He profusely apologizes to Akira. Akira stares blankly forward and quietly states that her actions were not on purpose. Hajime bows repeatedly in apology as Akira silently walks out of the equipment room. Left completely alone, Hajime nervously wonders what he is doing, entirely convinced that his behavior just creeped her out. Outside the room, Akira clutches her face, completely overwhelmed and blushing intensely. Her heart pounds wildly as she tightly grips the collar of her uniform, still completely flushed from the interaction. Later, Hajime crouches on the ground next to his friend and rationalizes that if she looked him in the eyes while talking, she probably does not hate him. His friend mutters that Hajime is being annoying, while the narration points out that Hajime remains completely oblivious. Akira maintains her intense stoic expression. The title page for the third chapter introduces the theme of jumping the gun. The narration explains that an Asian black bear emerging from hibernation has left its claw marks on a tree trunk right above a warning sign. Next to the warning sign, an elderly man slumbers peacefully on the ground, giving the impression that spring has finally arrived. Hajime sprints frantically down the rural road. Hajime drops to the ground and grabs the unmoving elderly man. He desperately yells into his phone to his mother that Miyazawa's grandfather has died. The grandfather suddenly wakes up and yells that he is not dead, quickly recognizing Hajime. He complains that this is the fourth time this year Hajime has found him dead. Hajime explains he thought for sure the old man was dead this time, but the grandfather angrily insists he is not dead now and will not be dead next time either. Hajime arrives at the entrance of Niigata Prefectural High School. Inside the school, Hajime clutches his head in distress, admitting that he has a bad habit of acting before he thinks and realizing he just did it again. His friend sits at his desk casually drinking from a carton and notes that Hajime has been like this forever. The friend reveals that Hajime's nickname in middle school was Hasty Hajime. Shocked, Hajime yells that this is the first time he has heard of the nickname and complains that his friend should have told him, while his friend just shrugs it off. Hajime feels stabbed by his classmates' blunt words. The friend suggests that Momose might actually hate his reckless behavior, pointing out that Hajime acted without thinking just to show off his good side and approached her without considering how she would react. The classmate points out that this reckless habit is exactly why Hajime will never be able to go out with Momose, asking him if he is truly okay with that outcome. Hajime is left completely speechless on the ground. Back in the classroom, Hajime firmly declares that such a possibility could never exist. His classmate admits that this is not the reaction he expected from him. Hajime passionately explains that Momose is more of a concept than a human being, recalling how she acted like a silent goddess who quietly watched him as they walked home together in elementary school. His friend dryly observes that Hajime was simply babbling to himself while she completely ignored him. Refusing to lose hope, Hajime confidently smiles and declares that they will absolutely end up together. While walking home later, Hajime is startled to spot Momose standing by the side of the road holding a wedding magazine with a cover about overseas marriage ceremonies. Surprised, Hajime calls out her name and wonders why she is holding a marriage magazine as she begins to walk away. Momose turns back and silently points to a specific section of the magazine, prompting him to read the letters that spell out her first name, Akira. Hajime panics as Momose steps in extremely close, with an intense look on her face causing him to stammer nervously while wondering why she seems so angry. In reality, Momose is internally panicking with a racing heart, realizing that her plan to get him to call her by her first name, Akira, has completely failed. Her secondary goal of smiling to make his heart skip a beat is also marked as a complete failure, leaving her frozen and wide-eyed with sweat. Greatly panicked, Momose starts repeatedly tapping the magazine, which Hajime completely misinterprets as an invitation to chat. Believing she does not hate him, Hajime eagerly shifts the topic to a random trivia fact about how wedding dresses were originally black. A quiet breeze blows past them as they stand together on the empty countryside road next to the riverbed. An awkward silence immediately falls over the two of them as Hajime realizes his trivia fact did not get a response. Hajime worries that he chose a terrible topic as Momose stands completely frozen, unaware that his sudden talk has actually caused her brain to shut down from sheer panic. He notes that this quiet reaction feels incredibly familiar. He remembers how it was the exact same way during elementary school, where he desperately wanted to talk to her but was met with nothing but silence as she walked beside him. Back then, Hajime had tried absolutely everything just to get her to speak to him. He had spent those childhood days simply staring at her with starry-eyed admiration, hoping for any kind of connection. Hajime quickly shakes his head to snap out of his memories, telling himself not to get lost in the past. He determines to keep the conversation going at all costs, wondering if he should tell her how happy he is to meet her again. Just as Hajime warmly reflects on how much he wants to talk to her, his classmates' warning about Momose hating him slashes through his thoughts, sending him right back into a state of absolute panic. Hajime, feeling incredibly flustered, manages to speak up and tells Akira that he is glad they are going to the same high school again. He quickly tries to explain himself, stammering that they were in different classes in elementary school and only saw each other on the walk home, before apologetically worrying that his comment might have sounded creepy. Akira softly mutters in response. Akira breaks her silence, nervously stating that they actually went to entirely different elementary schools. Hajime freezes in place, completely bewildered by her correction. Confused, Hajime points out that they walked home the exact same way, and Akira quietly confirms that they only do the path home. Hajime has a sudden shocking realization as he thinks back, remembering that he indeed never actually saw her inside his school building and only encountered her on the streets. Hajime drops to his knees in panic, desperately calling out that she must be joking, since he spent all 4 years trying to talk to her under the assumption that they went to the same school. Akira watches him in shock. Akira mutters his words back to herself, utterly stunned as she realizes Hajime was attempting to talk to her all those years because he thought they were schoolmates. Their tense conversation is suddenly interrupted by a rustling sound in the bushes, revealing a baby wild boar stepping onto the path. Seeing the young animal, Hajime brightly remarks that it must be spring since there are baby wild boars around, while Akira clasps her hands together in delight at the cute sight. Hajime's expression suddenly turns to pure horror as he remembers that baby wild boars are usually accompanied by highly aggressive, dangerous mothers. He immediately grabs Akira's hand and screams at her to run for her life. He quickly lets go of her hand, frantically apologizing for acting impulsively and realizing that he has once again jumped the gun. Akira silently looks down, looking deeply thoughtful as she listens to his panicked apology. In a flashback to their elementary school days, young Hajime suddenly approaches young Akira and loudly demands to know what her favorite food is. The two children stand in absolute silence on the bridge, staring blankly at each other. When she remains silent, young Hajime loudly introduces himself as Hajime Kugeyama from the 1st grade and declares his favorite foods are fried shrimp and omelet rice before dashing away. Back in her childhood days, young Akira sits quietly at her desk in her classroom, keeping entirely to herself. Akira recalls how she struggled to interact with others and how classmates whispered about her being scary because she never spoke all while Hajime continued his cheerful attempts to talk to her on their walks. Young Hajime eagerly waves his hand asking her what her favorite animal is as his daily question. Young Akira walks ahead with a deeply flushed face and teary eyes, her heart pounding in absolute panic from his constant attention, while Hajime grins cheerfully behind her. Akira suddenly turns and takes off running at full speed. She sprints down the road as fast as she can, leaving a startled Hajime behind to watch her run away in surprise. As she runs, Akira assumes she was being creepy while Hajime runs after her, loudly apologizing for his own behavior. Akira looks back over her shoulder with a solemn expression as she runs while Hajime follows from a distance, clutching his head in panic. Despite running away, a gentle smile forms on Akira's face, her cheeks heavily blushed. Hajime shouts for Akira to wait, shocked by how fast she is. The narrator notes that while the two are completely out of sync, their story continues, revealing a junior high diploma in her room. The story moves forward steadily as Akira continues to consult her detailed checklists and posters outlining her plans to get closer to Hajime, date him, and eventually marry him. The story transitions to the school's upcoming physical fitness test, where Akira is determined to give it her absolute all. Fuki plants begin to grow wildly among the weeds around the school grounds. As spring arrives in the countryside, a school staff member happily harvests the fuki plants in the courtyard in anticipation of a great feast. The day of the physical fitness test finally arrives, leaving Hajime standing nervously among the students gathered in the gymnasium. The test consists of 8 different events divided between the boys and girls, with Akira standing focused with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Spotting Akira with her new hairstyle, Hajime is completely struck with shock. Hajime sighs deeply, trying to gather his thoughts. During the ball throw event, Hajime tells his classmate that seeing Akira's ponytail shocked him so much he fainted for a whole minute, while his classmate impatiently tells him to hurry up and throw. Hajime admits that while he usually dislikes physical fitness tests, he is glad their class is so lively. His classmate comments on how Hajime is always happy, just as a cheer echoes from the side for Akira to do her best. Akira prepares for her throw with an incredibly intense glare as her classmate cheers her on to reach 50 meters and reminds her of her goal to rank first in every event. Hajime is completely shocked to hear about her goal, wondering if she is not only at the top of their class in academics, but also in sports. When Akira throws the ball, it only travels 30 centimeters, leaving Hajime completely stunned as the recorder notes down the dismal score. She continues to struggle heavily in all the other events, only managing 9 laps in the pacer test, 21 centimeters in the long jump, and 6 jumps in the weaving test. Akira crouches down in exhaustion, leaving Hajime to watch her with growing concern. Akira bites her lip in frustration, muttering about how disappointing it is since she was aiming to be number 1 this year. Her friends comfort her, telling her that this athletic clumsiness is typical for her despite her excellent academic skills, while Hajime watches from a distance. When her friend jokingly comments on how impressive it is that she is consistently the worst at physical tests, Hajime internally complains that the comment is incredibly mean. Refusing to give up, Akira rolls up her sleeves to push herself harder, which catches Hajime's attention as his classmate bumps into him. Hajime is left completely awestruck when Akira throws the ball an astonishing 60 meters at over 100 kilometers per hour, thinking how cool she is. She follows this up with an incredible 6.55-meter long jump, leaving everyone shocked by her professional-level performance as Hajime reflects on how amazing determined girls can be. Inspired by her, Hajime dashes forward and sets a new school record of 6 seconds in his own run, prompting onlookers to wonder what is up with him as he tries to look cool. While taking a water break, Hajime eagerly comments on how amazing Momose is, but his classmate retorts that Hajime is one to talk dryly, comparing him to Tarzan. His classmate asks why Hajime is not in a sports club since he is so athletic, which immediately causes Hajime to shiver in fear. Hajime frantically explains that he hates pain, recalling how he fainted after getting hit by a dodgeball in the 2nd grade, which his classmate dismisses as an incredibly shallow reason. Hajime watches Akira from across the gym as her friends call out to her, explaining that he finds her truly amazing for facing her weaknesses head-on. He admires her determination, feeling amazed that someone like her actually exists in the world. The physical fitness test concludes as the afternoon sky begins to clear. A teacher approaches Hajime to apologize and informs him that they need to measure his seated forward bend again. Holding school sports equipment on his shoulder, Hajime looks back in surprise. The teacher explains that the measurement box was accidentally left blank on the sheet, even though the equipment has already been put away, but Akira suddenly steps in and calls the situation perfect. The gymnasium is quiet and empty as the afternoon shadows stretch across the floor. Hajime sits awkwardly before the seated forward bend box, sweating and wondering what is about to happen, while Akira sits across from him holding her clipboard. Hajime stammers out that he is in her hands, his heart pounding wildly with anxiety as he struggles to believe that he is actually being measured by Akira. Akira swallows hard and quietly announces that she will be the one pushing his back down to help with his stretch, leaving Hajime completely wide-eyed. Hajime notices her intense focus and trembles with nervousness, completely unaware that she is holding her relationship plan behind her back with instructions to touch him and make his heart race like a back hug. Blushing deeply, but trying to remain composed, Hajime quietly tells her to go ahead and proceed. Hajime panics internally after realizing he accidentally let his thoughts slip out loud, though he notes with relief that Akira does not seem to react or break her composure at all. Akira reaches forward and gently places her fingers on his back. She kneels behind him on the gym floor and begins to lightly push his back down so he can reach forward. Akira feels a rush of excitement and marks her plan to touch him as a complete success, while Hajime sweats in confusion over what she is doing. Hajime looks back in confusion and asks if she is actually pushing him down, realizing her touch is so incredibly light that he cannot feel any force. Turning around to address her, Hajime suddenly finds his face incredibly close to hers, causing him to yell in surprise while she stares back wide-eyed. In her sudden panic, Akira quickly grabs his face and forces his upper body down onto the measurement box. Completely misunderstanding her reaction, a terrified Hajime screams in his head that he must have pissed her off, and frantically apologizes, promising to try harder to stretch on his own. Akira accidentally turns and pushes his head down too hard, causing a loud crack to echo through the gym as Hajime screams in absolute agony. Akira looks down in absolute shock and horror at what she has just done, her face flushed red with panic. She squeezes her eyes shut in sheer panic and embarrassment over her clumsy mistake. Hajime collapses flat and motionless onto the gym floor, leaving Akira to watch him in absolute terror. Back in the classroom, Hajime sits with a neck brace and a bandage on his cheek, explaining to his classmate that it hurts, but he has grown weirdly accustomed to these situations, while his friend dryly agrees. The story transitions to the next chapter, where Akira decides to do her best to bake some cookies today in order to get closer to Hajime. A fresh salmon splashes up from the river waters. The students attend a hands-on countryside class regarding the artificial insemination of salmon, leaving many of them sweating in shock. In home economics class, the teacher Ms. Maruyama happily announces that today's lesson for the girls will be making cookies, telling them to split into groups and get started. Wearing her custom cat apron, Akira stands with her arms crossed, exuding an incredibly intense and serious aura that fills the kitchen area with tension. Her friends Mei and Kinchin watch her in bewilderment, whispering to each other about how fired up and motivated Akira is for a simple cookie baking lesson. Akira stands at her cooking station, surrounded by precise tools, determined to follow every single step of the cookie-making process with absolute perfection. Her friends remain astounded by her thorough prep work, noting that she is not leaving a single thing to chance as she carefully measures out ingredients in a beaker. Akira works through her incredibly meticulous process, precisely measuring ingredients on a scale, whisking her batter, and even using a digital thermometer to ensure the mixture is at exactly 99.9 degrees Celsius, while her friends clutch their heads in exhaustion. She continues her baking at an unbelievably fast and graceful pace, leaving her classmates completely awestruck by her meticulous movements. Her friends collapse in absolute awe, praising Akira as an incredible perfectionist, and noting that people who pay such close attention to detail are always the ones who top their grade. Her friends offer to help her out to let her relax a bit, since they will be eating the cookies together anyway, while Akira stands with chocolate smudged on her cheek, softly suggesting that she will melt the chocolate. Akira quietly admits that she actually wants to give these cookies to someone in particular. Blushing deeply with chocolate still smudged on her cheek, she confesses that she wants to give the cookies to someone she likes. A long silence fills the cooking room as Akira stands blushing on one side while her friends stand frozen on the other, stunned by her sudden confession. Her friends immediately squeal with joy and gush over how incredibly cute her reason is, while a deeply embarrassed Akira explains that is exactly why she is so determined not to mess up. Her friend gently reassures her, promising that since she is making them with such careful love, the cookies are definitely going to be delicious. Later, Hajime takes a bite of the cookie and is left sweating in absolute disgust, as he internally realizes they taste terrible, while Akira watches him with a devastated, horror-struck expression. Hajime quickly turns his back to her while clutching his stomach in silent agony, leaving a completely shattered Akira standing alone behind him. Akira's friends peer from behind the school building, observing her stunned reaction. Her friends fret behind her, with Kinchin pointing out that Hajime's reaction of calling the cookies terrible is completely expected under the circumstances. An hour earlier, in the home economics kitchen, a container of mustard powder had been sitting on the counter right next to the sugar. Realizing the mistake, her friends panic as they discover that Akira did not just mix up sugar and salt, but had actually confused her sugar with mustard powder. Kinchin wonders how it is even possible to mistake sugar for mustard powder, lamenting that Akira always slips up at the most critical moment, and that they were too late to stop her. Hajime sweatily explains that he is incredibly sorry, but simply cannot lie about the bad taste, which strikes Akira like a physical blow. Hajime begins to choke and cough violently, admitting that the cookie has a unique flavor, but that it is now stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. Panicking Akira suddenly grabs Hajime from behind, pressing her handkerchief tightly over his mouth and nose. Her friends watch the chaos, realizing that Akira's attempts to hand him a handkerchief merely ended up looking like a chokehold, which has only caused Hajime to panic and cough even more. Panting heavily, Hajime crawls on the ground, begging desperately for water, prompting a panicked Akira to look around for a source. In her state of total panic, Akira grabs a hose and sprays water directly into Hajime's face, completely drenching him. Drenched and shivering, Hajime wonders what is happening, while a horrified Akira gasps at her own blunder, and her friends realize how bad the situation has gotten. Recognizing that Akira cannot be stopped once she starts to panic, her friends sprint forward to help resolve the chaos. Dripping wet with water, Hajime mutters that he is simply glad he managed to finish eating first, while Akira watches him from behind in silent concern. Hajime looks up at her and asks if she has any more of the cookies left. Akira stares in surprise as Hajime holds out his decorated handkerchief, leaving her friends to pause as they run up. Hajime smiles and scratches his head, explaining his request. He explains that despite the taste, he is simply happy that she went through the trouble of making them just for him, which leaves Akira wide-eyed with emotion. Hajime's earlier blunt apology about not being able to lie flashes through their minds once more. Hajime turns back to invite her to join them, but immediately blushes and waves his hands in embarrassment, nervously laughing and asking if his invitation sounded a bit creepy. His classmate suddenly walks up to Hajime, inviting him to head home together to play a new game. As Hajime walks away, he clutches his head in despair, convinced that he has messed up again and made himself look weird. His classmate asks what he is talking about, while Akira stands alone in the doorway, clutching her handkerchief. Akira stands frozen with a heavily blushed face, tightly holding the handkerchief to her chest as her heart races. She looks down at the hand-decorated handkerchief, still unable to calm her fluttering heart. Overwhelmed with joy, Akira buries her deeply flushed face directly into the handkerchief. Later, Akira sits and walks home while lost deep in her pensive thoughts before a friend calls out her name to get her attention. She looks up to see her friends Mei and Kinchin standing on the rooftop, smiling warmly and giving her a supportive thumbs up. Stunned, Akira asks how long they have been watching her, while the narrator notes that her two friends have now also come to realize that Hajime is actually a decent guy. The story transitions to the next chapter, which introduces a class with a ridiculously high difficulty level during exam season. An Asian black bear growls, fiercely showing its sharp fangs. The narrator explains that the mighty bear had descended into the village and was handled by Old Man Katagi, prompting the school to hold a lecture on dealing with wild animals, which the students consider a typical countryside event. The school enters exam season, and the teacher stands at the front of the classroom, to hand back the test papers, calling on Momose first. Akira receives her English test with a perfect score, much to the surprise of her teacher, who admits he intentionally included advanced questions. But she was still the only student in the grade to get 100 points. She also achieves perfect scores of 100 points in modern Japanese math and chemistry, despite the class averages being exceptionally low. On her Japanese history exam, she earns an astonishing 120 points, impressing her teacher, who confesses he accidentally included questions meant for third-year students. Akira looks pleased with herself while Hajime watches her in absolute awe, but his classmate is left yelling in total shock at her unbelievable academic achievements. Hajime happily remarks on how amazing Akira is while his classmate stares blankly at Hajime's own test papers, which are filled with zeros, except for a single exam where he managed to score just 1 point. His classmate suggests that if he hates studying so much he should just focus on sports, but Hajime sweatily yells back that sports hurt, so he hates those too. Hajime crumbles his exam paper, reasoning that studying doesn't hurt even when you fail, so everything is fine. His classmate sighs and questions what kind of logic that is as the teacher angrily calls out Hajime's name. The teacher yells at Hajime that he will face remedial lessons if he fails again next time, ordering him to follow the example of Momose. Hajime can only offer a quiet agreement. Looking out at the school building, Hajime wishes there was someone who could help teach him the material. Suddenly, Akira appears in the classroom holding a massive stack of study books tied with a band, promising to help him pass on his first try while wearing a study headband. Hajime slides open the classroom door, finding Akira waiting inside for their study session. Hajime is completely shocked to find himself wearing a headband as well, sitting in front of towering stacks of books and boxes of study materials compiled specifically for him by Akira. Akira softly explains that she wanted to help him study since he is facing remedial classes, causing a flustered Hajime to wave his hands and insist that he couldn't possibly trouble her like that. She holds her study planner, which internally outlines her secret plan to seize opportunities to hold hands, while asking if they can have a private lesson with just the two of them. Overjoyed by the offer, Hajime tightly fastens his study headband and eagerly accepts, expressing how incredibly grateful he is for her help. As Akira begins writing on the chalkboard, Hajime gets incredibly fired up for a lesson from a brilliant student, expecting her to be a very strict teacher. Pointing to a spiky round creature she has drawn on the blackboard, Akira instructs him to identify what it is in English. Hajime is left completely speechless, silently realizing that her drawing skills are incredibly poor. Sweating over his paper, Hajime frantically tries to guess what the strange illustration could be, wondering if it is an octopus, a fish, or something else entirely. Hajime hesitantly points and guesses that the drawing is a dog, which catches Akira off guard. Suddenly, celebratory party poppers explode over Hajime's head, leaving both of them covered in confetti. Akira quietly congratulates him for getting the answer correct, while Hajime sits in absolute shock as he is suddenly adorned with a celebratory sash and handed a bouquet of flowers. Akira bluntly tells him his answer is wrong, though she adds that she will be super lenient at first since he was close, before moving on to the next question. Hajime is left thoroughly confused about how a wrong answer was marked correct. Hajime continues to make incorrect guesses, calling out various animals like a cat, a bear, and a boar, each time being met with a deadpan rejection from Akira, while various celebratory party props comically trigger around him anyway. Despite getting every single answer wrong, Hajime is showered with applause by a clapping Akira, leaving him to briefly wonder if he possesses some hidden talent, though the narrator bluntly clarifies that he does not. Even though all of his answers so far have been completely incorrect, Hajime feels his self-confidence soaring as Akira introduces the next drawing, prompting him to guess that it is a panda. Akira is momentarily stunned before flatly declaring that his answer of a panda is correct. An incredibly flustered Hajime is left questioning if he actually managed to get a question right. Celebrating his first correct answer, an ecstatic Hajime high-fives her while cheering, leaving Akira completely frozen in surprise. The two of them remain with their palms pressed flat against each other. Akira blushes furiously as she realizes their hands are still touching, which perfectly aligns with her notebook's goal of seizing opportunities to hold hands. She stares at him with wide, sparkling eyes, completely overwhelmed by the sudden physical contact. Completely panicking from her intense embarrassment, Akira suddenly slams her textbook directly into Hajime's face. Hajime is sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the classroom floor, while Akira stands behind her desk, covering her face in absolute shame. Shaking with tears in her eyes and a pounding heart, Akira clutches her hands in utter panic, while the narrator notes that she always manages to mess up at the most decisive moment. Night falls over the school building under a clear starry sky. Hajime slowly wakes up on the floor among scattered test papers and textbooks, realizing that he had completely passed out in the empty classroom. The next day, Hajime explains to his classmate that he somehow feels smarter despite failing his test, but his classmate deadpans that Hajime should stop looking at him because the textbook writing printed all over his face makes it look like he is cheating. The story transitions to the next chapter, introducing a seaside scenario during the school term. A traditional lion dance mask with a fierce expression is showcased. The narrator explains a countryside tradition where the lion dance mask bites down on children's heads to help them grow up smarter, leaving a young Hajime screaming in terror. Outside the female changing room, Mei panics and cries to Kinchin about having forgotten her clothes for gym class today. Akira calmly opens her locker to reveal stacks of neatly folded gym outfits, explaining that she has prepared 5 sets beforehand and offering to let Mei borrow one, which leaves her friend completely dumbfounded. Akira's classmates are left screaming in disbelief when she continues to offer massive supplies of spare school items, including 20 erasers and entire cartons of notebooks, asking her if she is some sort of supplier. Mei exclaims that Akira is way too prepared while Kinchin quietly snacks next to her. Akira admits that she feels a constant need to prepare for everything beforehand, explaining that she cannot seem to calm down otherwise. Hajime's classmate comments that this constant anxiety explains why she always writes those incredibly detailed plans, which Mei considers completely typical of her. Hajime expresses deep admiration for her level of planning, but his classmate dryly points out that Hajime only feels that way because he is the complete opposite and never plans anything. After realizing he forgot to bring his own textbook, Hajime is surprised to find a crumpled note inside his desk from Momose, instructing him to meet her after school at Benton Rock. After school, Hajime arrives to find Akira waiting for him on the rocky shore by Benton Rock, holding a piece of paper next to several bags and boxes. Hajime carefully climbs up the seaside rocks toward her, looking up in confusion. Hajime approaches her at the local tourist spot on Watchtower Island, wondering why she decided to call him out to such an isolated seaside location. He runs up the path in a panic, worrying that he might have done something to make her angry, while completely ignoring a nearby wooden sign declaring the location a love spot where all romance comes true. Unbeknownst to him, Akira has meticulously prepared all kinds of setups and items numbered 1 through 7 to use for their conversation. Akira reviews her highly detailed relationship plan, which lists Hajime's favorite foods and animals with instructions to show him different props to keep their conversation moving forward. Suddenly, a wild monkey from the mountains lunges forward, snatches her plan directly out of her hands, and screeches as it runs off into the rocks. The monkey screeches as it escapes with the paper, leaving Hajime and Akira standing in stunned, absolute silence on the shore. Akira is left frozen in shock, staring at her empty hands as her entire plan is instantly marked as a complete failure. Hajime immediately panics and rushes over to her, frantically waving his hands and asking if she is okay or if she got hurt during the monkey's sudden attack. He continues to yell in a panic about the wild monkey coming down from the mountains, asking if she was terrified by the encounter. Left completely without her meticulously prepared script, Akira stands wide-eyed and totally frozen, unable to utter a single word. Hajime desperately begs her to tell him if she is hurt anywhere, asking if she needs a handkerchief, before immediately backtracking and sweating over the fact that he rarely carries one. Seeing her remain completely silent, Hajime grows increasingly worried, calling out her name and wondering if she has gone quiet due to the sheer shock of the event. Sometime later, a quiet Akira crouches down on the shore with her knees pulled tightly to her chest, while Hajime sits beside her, silently poking at the wet sand with a stick. Observing her silence, Hajime realizes that if she cannot speak, they can communicate by writing in the sand instead. He offers her the stick, eagerly wondering if she is trying to tell him something. Akira takes the stick and nervously crouches down, starting to write on the sandy shore while Hajime eagerly watches and wonders what she is going to write. She writes in the sand that she thinks he is annoying. The words hit Hajime hard, causing him to break down in complete despair over being annoying. Akira watches him in sheer horror, leaving the narrator to explain that she actually wanted to tell him that she does not think he is annoying, but somehow left out a crucial word. Akira panics and stammers as she tries to correct her writing, but a sudden ocean wave washes over the sand and completely erases her words. Deeply humiliated, Akira suddenly turns and runs away, ignoring Hajime's calls to wait as he asks if she really thinks that way. She accidentally trips on a rock as she flees. As a massive wave crashes over the rocks, Hajime lunges forward and grabs her, shouting a warning for her to watch out. Akira is left wide-eyed in absolute shock as he pulls her close to protect her from the water. The wave splashes heavily over them, leaving a drenched Hajime sitting in the shallow water, coughing about how salty the sea is before checking to see if Akira is okay. Hajime turns around and is left utterly dumbfounded by what he sees on the rocks. He panics upon realizing that Akira has vanished, while a local man walks past and informs him that the girl has already left. Hajime laments that he wanted to at least know why she feels that way. Leaves blow away in the wind as Hajime is left alone on the shore. The quiet countryside path by the fields remains empty. Nearby, Akira stands dripping wet, wringing the ocean water out of her school uniform skirt. Dripping wet with seawater and shivering, Akira walks barefoot along the dirt path, carrying her school bag. As she removes her soaked socks, Akira looks down, sadly recalling Hajime's concerned face from their chaotic interaction. Clutching her wet handkerchief to her chest, she blushes and smiles softly to herself. Back on the beach, a depressed Hajime tells the old man that he must have done something to make her hate him, since she wrote that he was annoying, while the old man simply holds up a sea cucumber and asks if he wants to eat it. The story transitions to the next chapter, focusing on the school sports festival, where Akira is determined to secure an overwhelming victory. The school's annual sports festival begins with banners reminding the students that pushing past their limits will bring a worthwhile reward. Standing on the field with his classmates, Hajime reflects on how much he has struggled leading up to this day. Hajime feels dread about the upcoming events, while his classmate casually stretches and prepares for the competition. Terribly afraid of pain, Hajime collapses on the dirt and loudly questions who created sports days, complaining that brutal games like pole toppling are basically like mutual destruction. His classmate simply tells him to be quiet and get moving. Hajime declares to himself that he will absolutely not let himself get hurt, only to immediately stub his toe and trip over a ball on the ground. Bandaged from head to toe and sitting despondently on the bench with a wrapped ankle, Hajime gets asked by his classmate how he already managed to get into such a state. Shivering in pain, Hajime mutters that the sports festival is a literal nightmare, while his classmate instructs him to just sit quietly on the bench and watch for now. The announcer proclaims that the festival will kick off with the big ball relay event for the first years, while Akira quietly spots Hajime sitting injured on the sidelines. Looking at the giant ball, Hajime is filled with dread as he vividly imagines himself getting rolled over and crushed to death during the relay. As the runners line up, Hajime clutches his head and expresses immense relief that his injuries mean he does not have to participate in the dangerous relay. Akira stands at the starting line looking exceptionally focused, wearing her headband as she prepares to give the race her absolute all. When Kinchin questions if wearing the headband is truly necessary, Mei insists that they must win because there is a grade for cheering, while Hajime's classmate notes to him that Akira seems incredibly fired up. Akira's intense enthusiasm quickly spreads through her classmates, rallying everyone to stop slacking off just as the big ball relay officially kicks off. The team works together, raising their hands to push the giant ball forward, while their classmates shout encouragement from the sidelines. Akira prepares herself with a determined glare as the giant ball is rolled toward her for her turn. She leaps forward with her arms fully extended to push the ball, but Hajime watches in surprise from the sidelines as her timing seems off. Akira completely misses the ball due to her terrible timing, leaving her standing there looking utterly dumbfounded, while Hajime shouts in disbelief at her mistake. Despite her mistake, their team secures the victory, and Mei happily hugs a blushing Akira to celebrate, while Hajime sits on the bench wondering how nobody else noticed her giant blunder. The announcer calls out that the next event will be the basket toss, prompting Hajime to sweatily recall that Akira is actually hopelessly bad at sports. During the basket toss, the yellow team dominates the field, piling up an overwhelming number of balls in their basket. Hajime watches Akira from the bench and shivers with worry, realizing how painful it will be if anyone gets hit by her throw as she winds up in a strange, intense pose. Akira throws the ball with maximum power and focus. Despite her powerful pose, the ball rolls pathetically along the ground, completely missing the basket, leaving Hajime to look on in deadpan shock. Akira refuses to give up, repeatedly winding up with intense focus, only to miss every single shot, eventually leaving her crouching on the ground in complete exhaustion. In her clumsiness, her final throw bounces straight back and hits her directly on the head, causing her to clutch her head in pain. Despite her poor athletic performance, her team still secures first place in the event, prompting her friends to hug her in celebration, while Hajime sits in silent disbelief. With the yellow team leading the festival, the announcer calls for the second-year match next, while Hajime watches the hyped-up crowd from the safety of his bench. Her team celebrates their ongoing success with high fives and hugs, leaving Akira looking flustered in the center of the crowd. Hajime sits quietly on the bench, lost in his thoughts as autumn leaves blow past. The two of them remain lost in their own thoughts from across the field. Hajime notices a stray ball from the basket toss rolling near his feet, and he reaches down to pick it up. Holding the ball, Hajime looks out toward the empty basket stands, thinking that if he could just make a successful throw, he would feel satisfied simply sitting and watching for the rest of the day. He stands up and prepares to throw, telling himself that he definitely does not feel lonely sitting on the sidelines by himself. Hajime throws the ball across the wide field, and it lands with a perfect thud inside the distant basket. Feeling satisfied with his successful throw, Hajime pumps his fist and decides to stay back on the bench, while Akira stands quietly in a line of students walking past in the background. Akira, having witnessed his perfect throw from a distance, is left wide-eyed and deeply impressed. Mei calls out to Akira to go grab a drink together, but Akira remains silent, looking back toward Hajime on the bench. His classmate taps Hajime on the shoulder, informing him that the teacher has something to tell him. His classmate relays the teacher's message, instructing Hajime to join the next event if he is able to walk, but gently cautions him not to push himself too hard since he almost sprained his ankle earlier. Patting Hajime's shoulder, his classmate adds that if he cannot play, then he should just sit on the bench and watch for the day, pointing out that this is exactly what he wanted anyway. Hajime mutters a soft disagreement, looking down thoughtfully as his classmate walks away. Suddenly, filled with an unexpected resolve, Hajime pulls his headband tight and firmly declares that he will participate in the next event, surprising his classmate. The narrator reflects that a person who can push themselves past their limits can sometimes look incredibly attractive. The story transitions to the boys' tug-of-war event as the competition officially kicks off, with Akira watching Hajime with deep concern from the sidelines. Instantly regretting his decision, a terrified Hajime shivers and wonders how things ended up like this, while his classmate dryly questions why he is suddenly playing the victim when he was so confident just moments ago. His classmates begin lining up along the massive rope, commenting that it is rare to see him participate in the festival and encouraging him to give it a try as the tug-of-war is about to start. Hajime pulls the rope with everything he is, determined to show them the true strength of mountain people, while his classmates pull alongside him. The referee calls for the match to begin, but their opponents turn out to be a powerhouse lineup of muscular athletes from various sports clubs pulling with overwhelming force. The match ends in an instant, with the red team securing a swift victory, leaving Hajime and his teammates collapsed face down in a heap on the dirt. His classmate groans that they were dragged like fish hauled out of the water. Still dazed on the ground, Hajime suddenly senses an intense gaze on him, leaving him to wonder what this strange feeling is. Akira stands at a distance with her hands tightly clasped, staring directly at Hajime with an incredibly intense, unreadable glare. Hajime freezes in absolute terror as he spots Akira standing with the cheering team, staring at him with a look that he completely misinterprets as deep anger. Akira suddenly turns away, her hair whipping in the wind as she breaks her intense gaze. Kinchin and Mei chat nearby, with Mei explaining that Akira was simply too embarrassed to cheer out loud and was quietly praying for Hajime instead. Hajime is left sweating in disbelief, frantically questioning in his own head how on earth that terrifying glare was supposed to be a cheering face. Hajime is left completely starry-eyed and dazed, processing the realization that Akira was actually looking at him. He turns his face toward the sports field, his cheeks flushed bright red, as a warm feeling of motivation washes over him. The announcer calls for the next event, the cavalry battle, while Hajime's classmate casually suggests they get some ice cream after school. Suddenly, filled with intense motivation, Hajime screams that he will win this time and fiercely calls out to his classmate Rendeji, who is startled by his sudden burst of energy. As the referee tells the teams to get into position, Hajime is met with the terrifying sight of his muscular opponents locked into their formidable cavalry formations. The red team instantly wins the cavalry battle, sending Hajime comically flying through the air as they celebrate their victory. Utterly defeated, Hajime's team collapses on the ground, groaning about their weakness. Hajime lies motionless on the dirt, prompting his classmate to wonder if he is still alive, or if he has simply reached his limit. Watching from the sidelines, Mei wonders if the boys are going to be okay, while Akira stands next to her looking deeply worried. The announcer announces the final event of the day, pole toppling, explaining that the winning team will earn triple points, giving the yellow team a chance at a massive comeback. This causes Hajime to react with a sudden twitch. As the pole-toppling event officially begins, Hajime charges forward at full speed, determined that the only way to succeed is to rush ahead. His classmate runs after him, screaming in disbelief and asking what on earth is driving him to try so hard. Hajime ignores the question, desperately telling himself to focus. Hajime faces a terrifying wall of muscular opponents defending their pole amid the deafening cheers of the crowd, with his classmate patting his shoulder and asking if he really thinks he can break through. Watching the absolute chaos of bodies flying and colliding around the pole, a shivering Hajime wonders if he has stepped into hell, questioning why he is even putting himself through this. Deciding that charging forward means certain death, Hajime quickly turns on his heel and runs away to save himself. As he runs, Hajime suddenly freezes, his eyes widening in absolute shock at something ahead. He looks up to see Akira standing alone on the sidelines, her hands tightly clasped, as she stares at him with deeply emotional and hopeful eyes. Struck by her gaze, a rush of determination fills Hajime. He firmly plants his foot, spins around, and charges back toward the chaotic pile at the pole with everything he has. He leaps high into the air over the massive crowd of defenders, reaching his hand out toward the top of the pole. As he flies through the air, Hajime realizes his true motivation. He knows that he simply wants to see it. He pushes himself past his limits solely because he wants to see her smile. Just as he reaches the pole, a muscular opponent catches him mid-air, roughly grabbing his shirt collar and stopping him in his tracks. Hajime is comically knocked away and sent crashing down, his shoe flying off as he mentally notes how incredibly stupid his reckless move was. The scene shifts to the school infirmary. Inside the office, his classmate holds a phone to his ear, politely apologizing to the person on the other end of the line. Hajime sits dazed in the infirmary bed with bandages on his face and tissues stuffed in his nose, as his classmate explains over the phone that Hajime will not be able to continue participating in the sports festival today. His classmate tells Hajime that he is lucky his head is tough, and instructs him to rest in the bed for now, while Hajime quietly sighs and admits he really did not know his own limit. Outside the infirmary door, Akira stands quietly in her sports uniform, looking deeply nervous and clutching her hands in worry. Akira's face is heavily flushed, her eyes wide with emotional distress over his injuries. From outside the open infirmary window, the announcer's voice echoes that the cheering contest is officially underway and calls for everyone's energy. Lying on his back in the quiet room, Hajime calls out softly for the teacher. Suddenly, sitting up with a hopeful smile, Hajime asks if this injury means he can finally skip physical education classes from now on, but his classmate flatly shuts him down and reminds him about his upcoming fitness exams and football tournament. Hajime begs to at least be allowed to sit back and watch, but his classmate remains firm, reminding him that he was the one who recklessly charged ahead. As Hajime despairs over how he can ever look Akira in the eye again after making such a fool of himself, his classmate suddenly pulls back the curtain to announce that she has come to visit him. Outside on the sports field, the festival banners flutter along the fence. Mei suddenly halts in surprise, looking around and asking where Akira went. Kinchin tells her that Akira has already run off to visit Hajime, leaving her friends to wonder in surprise how she plans to speak to him when she is completely unable to talk without her meticulously prepared script. Mei gasps in absolute horror as a sudden realization hits her. Akira looks down at Hajime, her cheeks heavily blushed and sweat dripping down her face. An awkward silence fills the room as Hajime sits on his bed looking up at Akira as she stands rigidly in front of him. Hajime sits upright on his bed looking completely stunned and flustered as the curtain is pulled back. Akira silently steps closer to his bed, her face shadowed by her bangs, leaving a sweating Hajime to panic and wonder why she has suddenly come to see him. Akira looks up at him, her face completely flushed and wet with sweat as she struggles to find her voice. She stares directly into his eyes, her lips trembling in silent hesitation. Realizing she is trying to speak, Hajime panics, internally waving his hands as he frantically debates whether he should make the first move and start talking. Akira squeezes her eyes shut and clasps her hands tightly to her chest, whispering a soft sound as she prepares herself. Hajime tenses up, holding his breath as he waits for whatever she is about to say. Akira looks down with a deeply saddened, tearful expression, her cheeks burning red. With tears spilling down her cheeks, Akira softly stammers out an inquiry asking if his injury hurt. Hajime's eyes widen in absolute surprise as he processes her words. Hajime realizes with a racing heart that Akira is actually deeply worried about his well-being. Wanting to reassure her, Hajime looks down at his bandages and decides he needs to show her he is completely fine. Hajime suddenly calls her name, telling her to look closely at him. To her absolute shock, Hajime comically performs a one-armed handstand on a stool, loudly insisting that he is completely all right. Shaking with strain, Hajime declares that he is incredibly strong and tells her she has absolutely no reason to worry about him, while Akira watches in deadpan bewilderment, wondering how on earth an injured person is capable of doing such a thing. Akira suddenly breaks into a beautiful, genuine smile, laughing softly in immense relief, which leaves Hajime completely dazed and starry-eyed in awe at the sight. He stares at her with a heavily blushed face, deeply moved that his silly stunt actually managed to bring a smile to her face. Their quiet moment is suddenly interrupted as the door bursts open, and his classmate frantically yells that 3 students on the cheering team have just broken their bones, leaving Akira sweating in total shock. The classmate quickly departs to handle the emergency, prompting Akira to excuse herself and bid Hajime farewell as she prepares to return to the festival. Hajime waves her off happily and thanks her for coming to visit, before leaning on his crutch with a contented, exhausted smile as the door closes. The moment Akira leaves and the door closes, Hajime collapses onto the bed in absolute agony, screaming and clutching his body as the pain catches up to him. His classmate rushes back inside frantically, asking what is wrong. Crying in intense pain, Hajime wails that his bones are hurting and questions what on earth he is doing. His classmate tells him to lie down and rest immediately. Resting in bed with throbbing pain, Hajime wonders why he is pushing himself so hard. He questions if his reckless behavior is because he actually likes Akira, but immediately tries to dismiss the thought, thinking it sounds incredibly stupid and foolish. He reasons that they come from 2 completely different worlds, and simply being able to speak with her like this is already amazing enough. He decides he must stop these ridiculous thoughts, concluding that she is completely out of his league even if he does like her. Lying on his back in the quiet infirmary, Hajime is left to wonder how he can possibly stop these growing feelings. He continues to stare blankly at the ceiling, looking deeply conflicted. The story transitions to the next chapter, detailing the ongoing and awkward interactions between the two as they try to navigate their distance. The mythical Tsuchinoko creature rumored to exist in Japan is shown with its flat body. The narrator explains a typical countryside event where a massive Tsuchinoko hunting contest is organized with a grand prize of 1 million yen, bringing summer-like excitement to the rural village. Standing on the school stairs, a blushing Hajime softly admits to his classmate that he thinks he has truly fallen in love with Akira. His classmate remains entirely deadpan, bluntly warning Hajime that if he confesses his feelings right now, he is guaranteed to get rejected. The two sit on the steps during lunchtime, eating their bentos together. Hajime stammers that he did not even plan to confess yet, but tearfully asks why his classmate is so sure he would be rejected, especially since Akira went all the way to the infirmary to visit him. His classmate retorts that Hajime's thoughts are written completely all over his face, Sitting back against a tree, his classmate adopts a dramatic expert pose and instructs Hajime to listen closely, explaining that he first needs to view a girl's emotions as a living creature. He passionately lectures Hajime that her visit to the infirmary might have just been an impulsive moment, and her overall affection is still too low, meaning any confession right now is doomed. He dramatically declares that Hajime must work hard to persistently raise both his self-worth and her affection points to the maximum over the course of a year, which Hajime listens to in sweat-dropped shock. Coolly walking away, his classmate adds that once affection points reach their peak, a confession is just a matter of time, bragging that this precise method has allowed him to date a bunch of girls. Deeply impressed, Hajime eagerly takes notes in his book, thanking him for the expert advice from an experienced guy, while internally reacting in shock at his friend's dating history. Hajime is amazed by how reliable Rendeji is, completely oblivious to the fact that his classmate's entire dating experience is actually based entirely on dating simulation games. Believing Rendeji's advice, Hajime reflects on how their relationship started from a misunderstanding and decides that he does not want his current feelings for Akira to go to waste. He decides that there is absolutely no need to hurry, resolved to take his time and approach her at his own pace. Outside, the sun begins to set over the school buildings. The scene shifts as Akira stands incredibly close to Hajime inside the school's locker room, looking directly into his eyes. Finding themselves cornered together inside the narrow space of a locker, Hajime panics and blushes furiously, completely bewildered by what is happening. Hajime frantically recalls how they ended up in this situation, starting from finding a note from Akira to meet her in the lab to her suddenly dragging him into the locker to hide as other students walked past outside. Being pressed so closely against Akira inside the cramped locker, Hajime struggles to remain calm as his heart races. He silently despairs over his predicament, realizing that taking it slow is impossible in such a situation, and worrying that his awkwardness will only make her dislike him more. In reality, Akira is trembling with absolute panic, mentally reviewing her daily plan to meet him alone after class, and a handmade cupcake with him to make him feel touched. Although her original plan is marked as a failure, Akira tries to reassure herself that hiding inside the locker is fine for now, though she remains deeply anxious. Overwhelmed by the embarrassment, Akira panics and suddenly shoves her handmade cupcake directly into Hajime's mouth to keep him quiet, leaving a shocked Hajime to wonder if she is trying to silence him permanently. As Akira frantically tries to slide open the locker door to escape, Hajime stands frozen with the cupcake still in his mouth, wondering how he should handle the bizarre situation. Hajime panics, gesturing for her to stop because the loud rattling of the door will surely alert the other students outside. He reaches out and grabs her hand to stop her from making noise, which leaves Akira wide-eyed with shock as she feels his hand touching hers. She stares blankly ahead, completely frozen by the sudden physical contact. Her brain immediately enters a state of extreme panic, completely overwhelmed by the handhold as she struggles to process her racing thoughts. Their panic is suddenly interrupted by the sound of the laboratory door creaking open, leaving them both frozen in fear. The teacher opens the door and lets out a terrified scream, alerting everyone to an emergency outside. The students and teacher crowd around the window, yelling in excitement about a baby bear running into the schoolyard, while Akira and Hajime remain hidden inside the locker, warily peeking out at the distraction. Taking advantage of the bear distraction, Akira quickly slips out of the room and runs down the hallway, with Hajime quietly following close behind, while still clutching his cupcake. Running down the empty hallway, a panting Hajime calls out to Akira to see if she is okay, thinking to himself how lucky they were to escape the locker room. He looks ahead, only to see Akira sprinting away at an incredibly high speed, leaving him completely behind. Hajime eventually stops near a classroom door, clutching his chest as he struggles to catch his breath. His classmate suddenly walks up and asks Hajime why he is standing there alone, wondering if Akira had not just called him out for a private talk. Hajime is left too dazed and exhausted to answer. Outside the window, a teacher comically chases a small baby bear with a butterfly net. Inside, Hajime clutches his head in absolute bewilderment, yelling to his classmate that he has completely lost track of what Akira is thinking anymore. Night falls over a large traditional house in the countryside. While Hajime struggles to make sense of things, Akira sits in her room at night, carefully reviewing her multi-step relationship plan for him. Akira holds a pen and draws a heart around the goal of holding hands, eagerly planning to make his heart flutter and get him to notice her. She stares at her notebook page with a heavily flushed face, her heart pounding with intense nervousness as she prepares for her next move. After drying her hair and getting into her pajamas, Akira lies on her bed with her notebook, happily reviewing her final goal of dating him and eventually getting married. She falls asleep with a peaceful smile, holding her plan tightly to her chest, completely convinced that her relationship goals are progressing smoothly. Under the night sky, Hajime leans over a bridge, railing with his classmate, asking if there is any other way to make up with Akira. His classmate simply suggests loading a previous save file. The story transitions to the next chapter, detailing the unexpected challenges Akira faces while trying to ride a bicycle. A rough, deep green piece of translucent jade gemstone is showcased. The narrator explains that children in this rural region are educated with a special focus on gems, showing a young boy who easily corrects a tourist by pointing out that the stone in his hand is merely flint rather than jade. While eating a fruit sandwich, Mei expresses absolute disbelief upon hearing that there is actually someone living in the countryside who does not know how to ride a bicycle. During lunch, Kinchin and Mei chat about the rumor while Akira quietly eats her bento, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment as she keeps her eyes focused on her food. Akira nervously stammers that she used to live in Tokyo, where riding a bicycle was not really necessary, while her friends internally dismiss it as a sad excuse as she continues to tremble with embarrassment. Mei remarks that Akira's sense of balance does not seem very great either, before suddenly spotting Hajime in the hallway and calling out to him. Hajime wobbles down the hallway carrying a dangerously tall stack of class materials in a single trip to avoid being late, while his classmate warns him that carrying them like that is dangerous. Watching him from the classroom window, Mei and Kinchin grin as they come up with a brilliant idea. The scene transitions to the rural road outside, where crows call out over the mountains as Hajime and Akira meet. Akira stands nervously on the narrow dirt path between the rice fields, clutching her bicycle, while Hajime watches her from a short distance. Under the open sky, Akira nervously greets him and asks for his assistance, to which a startled Hajime readily agrees. Hajime is left completely flustered and shocked by her sudden request, unaware that Mei and Kinchin are comically peeking from behind a nearby bush to watch them. Looking at her downcast, sweating expression, Hajime sweatily wonders why she would ask someone like him for help when she looks so uncomfortable, realizing she is on the verge of panicking. He suddenly realizes that this is the perfect opportunity to raise his affinity points with her. Filled with sudden determination, he pumps his fist and loudly promises to do his absolute best to teach her how to ride the bicycle. Meanwhile, Akira puts on her bicycle helmet with an intensely serious glare, mentally reviewing her emergency plan to take advantage of any confusion and hug him. Hajime holds the back of her bicycle to support her, instructing her to get used to the bike first and keep her feet firmly on the pedals. Akira immediately loses her balance and comically flips forward over the handlebars, sending her helmet flying into the air as Hajime watches in absolute deadpan shock. The two crash heavily into the grass beside the road, with Akira landing directly on top of Hajime's chest. Blushing and completely panicked, Hajime gasps and asks how she even managed to fall in such a bizarre way while frantically checking if she is okay. Akira is left looking completely wide-eyed and surprised by his panicked concern. Hajime blames himself for her fall, apologizing for not explaining things well enough. He quickly pulls out a pair of training wheels, eagerly suggesting that they attach them to her bicycle to make things safer. With the training wheels securely attached, Hajime confidently cheers her on, declaring that she will definitely not fall now. Akira rides ahead with an intensely focused, serious glare. Despite the training wheels, Akira immediately flips forward over the handlebars, yet again her helmet and shoe flying into the air as Hajime watches in utter deadpan shock. They crash into the grass once more, with Akira comically landing on top of him with her legs draped over his shoulders. Hajime wails in absolute agony and confusion, frantically questioning how such a fall is even physically possible. Akira is left staring at him wide-eyed in silence, her expression completely blank with surprise. Determined to help her succeed, Hajime quickly stands up and runs to pick up the fallen bicycle, encouragingly calling out that they should try one more time as a silent Akira watches him leave. Undeterred, Hajime changes his strategy and decides to hold the bicycle from the front, promising her that they will give it their all, and there is absolutely no chance she can fall this time. Despite his new position, Akira loses her balance and comically flips forward over the handlebars, once more colliding directly with Hajime and knocking him flat onto his back. The path falls completely silent as Akira lies face down on the dirt, while Hajime ends up headfirst in the muddy rice paddy with only his legs sticking straight up out of the crops. Coated in thick mud and completely stunned, Hajime sits in the fields and mentally cries out that she has managed to fall yet again, while Akira sits nearby looking completely dazed and covered in dirt. Hajime watches her looking downcast, realizing that, although Akira is giving it her absolute all, it might finally be time for them to give up, as Akira remains shrouded in a deep, gloomy silence. Determined not to let her remain sad, Hajime climbs onto the bicycle seat himself and warmly invites her to sit behind him so they can just ride together and feel the breeze first. To his surprise, Akira hops onto the back rack immediately. Hajime gathers his composure and tells her they will take it nice and slow, starting to pedal carefully along the dirt path. Wobbly but determined, Hajime focuses on pedaling slowly while Akira clings behind him, her face flushed red with intense nervousness. As she rides behind him, Akira looks down with wide, emotional eyes, realizing this situation perfectly matches her emergency plan to take advantage of the ride and hug him. Akira gently leans her flushed face forward, resting her head softly against his back with a peaceful, happy smile. Without warning, the bicycle loses balance, once more launching both of them comically into the air in a spectacular crash. They crash directly into the muddy fields with a massive splash, prompting a nearby local to yell in panic and ask if they are okay, as the narrator explains that they finally gave up and went home after that. Night falls over the quiet rural mountainside. Akira arrives at her family's traditional bathhouse, Momose bath, which is currently closed for the night. Akira enjoys a quiet soak in the hot bathwater, her cheeks flushed as she relaxes in the warm steam. She lets out a soft sigh of relief, smiling warmly as she thinks back to Hajime's persistent efforts to help her. Lost in her thoughts, Akira submerges her face beneath the water and comically blows bubbles while her mother yells through the door to ask how long she plans to stay inside the bath. Meanwhile, Hajime slides open his front door looking completely battered and covered in black mud from head to toe. As he mutters that he has returned, his mother screams in absolute shock, frantically asking what happened and demanding to know if he fought a bear. The story transitions to the next chapter, detailing Akira's next set of secret plans for her walk home with Hajime. The proud Shiba Inu, a traditional Japanese dog breed, is introduced. The narrator explains a typical countryside event where a raccoon steals and eats a sad Shiba Inu's food, noting that this sort of peacefulness is characteristic of life in the countryside. In the classroom, Mei and Kinchin ask Akira how she managed to get to school since the morning train was out of service after reportedly hitting a deer. Akira quietly explains that she had to take 5 different buses to reach the school, which her friends consider a major adventure just for a single morning. Akira notes that she has never been absent or late once since elementary school, which Mei praises as incredibly responsible. Hajime stands at the classroom door, deeply impressed by her dedication. Shaking and panting after barely arriving at his desk with only 1 minute remaining, Hajime remarks on how incredibly responsible Akira is, prompting his classmate to tell him that he should follow her example. His classmate asks if he is free after school to visit the new library, but Hajime explains that he has to catch a train right after class to visit his uncle. The afternoon sky clears as crows fly over the local countryside train station. Hajime sits quietly inside the moving train car, listening to the rhythmic clattering of the tracks. Akira sits inside the very same train car, her expression calm as the next station is announced over the speaker. Hajime suddenly notices that Akira is sitting directly in front of him, leaving him flustered, as he realizes they caught the exact same train home, though she remains completely unaware of his presence. He finds the atmosphere slightly awkward since the local countryside train consists of only a single car, forcing them into a very close space. He watches her quietly reading her book, deeply impressed that she undertakes such a long train commute every single day and admiring how responsible she is. Hajime's stomach suddenly rumbles loudly, causing him to clutch his belly in embarrassment, while silently praying that Akira does not notice him planning to buy some snacks as soon as they reach the station. The scene shifts to the bustling market inside the train station where Akira walks past various seafood stalls. Hajime is left completely bewildered as he follows her out of the station, watching her carry 2 large grocery bags, one of which comically contains a massive raw fish head. He watches her walk down the road, clutching her heavy grocery bags, sweatily questioning if those are really the snacks she bought and wondering why she is carrying raw fish, while the narrator notes that it is common in the countryside for parents to ask their kids to buy fresh seafood on their way home. Following from behind, Hajime is relieved to see Akira eating a normal, warm croquette, realizing she bought regular snacks, as well, though he remains completely baffled by the giant fish head in her bag. Akira pauses to wipe her mouth as she walks, her attention caught by a large, sturdy branch lying on the side of the dirt path. To Hajime's absolute disbelief, Akira happily picks up the heavy branch and starts brandishing it like a sword, revealing she is the type of person who loves to play hero with a cool stick. Hajime watches her with a rapidly pounding heart, realizing she has a much more mischievous and playful side than her quiet exterior suggests. Akira closes her eyes and holds the branch with intense focus, preparing for another swing. She glares forward sharply, treating the heavy branch like a true sword. Suddenly, Akira swings the heavy branch in incredibly fast, wild circles, her chibi expressions looking intensely focused as she sweeps the air around her. Hajime is left completely awestruck, holding out his hands in amazement as her wild swings make her look like a true skilled swordsman. Having finished her play, Akira gently places the branch back onto the grass, sighing with a deeply content and satisfied smile before quietly walking away, leaving Hajime to watch her from the bushes. He remains comically dazed by her impressive display of mock swordsmanship. Akira continues her peaceful walk down the path, leaving her heavy branch behind in the grass. The memory of her intense and joyful stick swinging continues to replay comically in Hajime's mind, making him realize how much she must have genuinely liked doing it. Her fun comes to an abrupt end as her final throw sends the branch flying over a wooden fence, causing her to watch in wide-eyed shock as it plummets into the river below. Akira leans over the wooden fence, looking deeply depressed that her favorite stick has fallen into the river, while Hajime watches from behind a tree. Suddenly, a cat meows on the path nearby. Akira's sadness immediately vanishes as she finds herself surrounded by dozens of friendly stray cats. Hajime and his classmate watch happily from behind a tree, glad that the cats managed to cheer her up. Hajime's relief quickly turns to horror as he realizes the massive swarm of mountain cats has comically descended upon Akira because they are attracted to the raw fish head in her bag. Seeing her in trouble, Hajime frantically runs down the dirt path, screaming her name as he rushes to save her from the swarming cats. Hajime arrives at the wooden fence by the riverside, only to find the path completely empty and quiet. Sweating in absolute panic, Hajime's imagination runs wild with terrible scenarios, frantically wondering if she slipped and tumbled into the river, got carried off by the swarming cats, or was taken by a wild bear. He sprints along the winding countryside road, screaming her name in terror and frantically looking over the edge to see if she has fallen down the embankment. Hajime sprints down the steep slope, looking for her, panting as he realizes he cannot find any trace of her on the path. Suddenly, Akira rustles out of the thick foliage right next to him, covered in stray leaves and holding her bags, leaving a startled Hajime to gasp her name. They continue walking together as the narrator notes that taking shortcuts directly through the mountains is a completely common way to walk home in the countryside. Akira leans in slightly to look at him, her face heavily blushed and covered in leaves, which leaves Hajime completely dazed and wide-eyed in awe. Suddenly entering a state of total panic, Akira pulls a giant sharp crab claw out of her bag and comically brandishes it directly at Hajime's face, sending him into a fit of pure terror. As Hajime frantically tries to step away from the sharp claw, he loses his footing near the edge of the path and begins to tumble backward. Akira stands alone on the path, clutching the crab claw, staring down in blank shock as Hajime disappears over the edge. Standing frozen in surprise with the crab claw in her hand, Akira sweatily wonders if his sudden appearance was just a mirage. Left lying flat on his back in the bushes below, Hajime's heart races as he dizzily realizes he has discovered an entirely new chaotic side to Akira. The story flashes back to the morning of the high school entrance ceremony where Kinchin and Meimei stand outside Aomi Station. Pointing to a bench near the school steps, Mei asks Kinchin if she sees the girl sitting over there. Kinchin explains that the girl is Momose, who went to their elementary school and is supposed to give a speech at today's entrance ceremony. She explains that although Momose moved to Tokyo, she recently transferred back while Mei remains confused. Mei reacts with dramatic disgust at the mention of Tokyo, calling it a concrete jungle full of people who only view the countryside as content, while Akira quietly hops off her bench in the background. To their surprise, Akira pulls out a cloth and meticulously scrubs the wooden bench, leaving it sparkling clean while Mei and Kinchin watch in awe. She continues her meticulous streak, wiping her bag, adjusting her uniform, neatly placing a stray paper on the table, and bowing politely to greet a passing elderly woman. With a sparkling aura, Akira politely gestures to the freshly cleaned bench and invites the elderly woman to feel free to sit down, much to the absolute adoration of Mei and Kinchin. As Akira walks away with perfect grace, Mei and Kinchin collapse onto the steps in absolute awe of her. Watching her walk away with birds comically flying behind her, Kinchin declares that she is flawless, but Mei is determined to find a flaw, suggesting they follow her until they discover her weakness. Mei and Kinchin follow Akira around only to find her consistently performing perfect deeds, such as picking up trash, fundraising for a cat shelter, and helping others. Pointing angrily at Akira in the distance, Mei complains that she cannot stand perfect girls who make everyone else look bad, while Kinchin dryly remarks that Mei is simply a bad person. As Kinchin points out how gracefully Akira is reading over her speech notes, Akira suddenly lunges forward and violently slams her hand against a concrete wall, causing her two friends to scream in absolute terror. While her friends tremble in fear over her sudden outburst, Akira silently lifts her hand and stares at her red, stinging palm. She lunges forward and slams her hand against the wall once more, leaving her panicked friends to desperately wonder what she is doing. Shuddering in a corner, Mei and Kinchin wonder if she is trying to intimidate them with the power of Tokyo, completely unaware that Akira is merely sitting on the ground practicing the wall slam routine she planned for Hajime. Her friends mutter that she is terrifying, but their thoughts are interrupted as a strong spring breeze suddenly sweeps past, blowing Akira's speech notes out of her grasp. The wind carries her speech paper high into the air, blowing it right over the wooden fence. Without hesitation, Akira leaps over the fence and dives headfirst into the muddy rice paddy to save the paper, splashing thick mud everywhere, while her friends watch in absolute shock. Mei and Kinchin sprint down the path in a panic, loudly asking what she is doing and realizing that the paper she dived for was indeed the script for her entrance ceremony speech. Akira tries to climb back out of the muddy paddy but loses her footing, stumbling and falling back into the mud with a soft cry. Holding onto Akira to keep her from falling again, Kinchin points and screams to Mei that the script is flying away and tells her to go fetch it. Utilizing her basketball club skills, Mei leaps high into the air and catches the flying paper, earning praise from her friends. As they gather on the path, Mei looks over the paper and questions why Akira would jump directly into the mud for a simple school speech, muttering that it cannot possibly be that important. Looking closely at the paper, Mei realizes that it is actually Akira's highly detailed relationship script for Hajime. As Mei starts reading the romantic plan out loud, an intensely blushing Akira panics and quickly yanks the paper out of her hand. Left sitting on the ground covered in thick mud, a deeply flustered Akira clutches her paper and softly stammers that there is indeed someone she wants to marry. Stunned by her confession, Mei and Kinchin stare blankly before Mei suddenly panics and asks about the actual entrance speech script. Akira is instantly enveloped in a gloomy sense of doom. Akira flails her arms in absolute embarrassment while Mei and Kinchin struggle to hold back their amusement. Her friends burst into hysterical laughter, leaving a pouting Akira to embarrassedly ask if they think she is stupid for making such a ridiculous blunder. Mei and Kinchin continue to laugh hysterically, crying that their stomachs hurt from laughing so much. The flashback continues as the girls arrive at Amine High School for the entrance ceremony. Akira successfully takes the stage to deliver her speech just in time, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Her friends stand in the crowd watching her, with Kinchin wearing a custom t-shirt to show her support. After the ceremony, a teacher angrily confronts Mei and Kinchin for not wearing their school uniforms. They casually apologize, admitting they simply forgot to wear them. The following day, Mei and Kinchin receive cute gift bags containing their clean uniforms alongside handwritten thank you notes from Akira. Upon opening the bags, the two girls are left completely stunned and surprised by what else is inside. Deeply embarrassed, Akira explains that she made them hand-sewn plushies of their favorite idol cat mascot, leaving Mei and Kinchin to stare in absolute awe and wonder how she even knew what characters they liked. Akira bows, deeply thanking them profusely for lending her their spare uniforms the day before, while her friends demand to know how she managed to figure out their favorite mascot. Blushing deeply, Akira stammeringly explains that she noticed the keychains attached to their bags when they first helped her, figuring they must like the character. She bows again to apologize for looking at their belongings without permission, leaving Mei and Kinchin deeply touched by her extreme sincerity. Completely won over by her kindness, her friends tightly hug a flustered Akira, happily thanking her and asking if they can keep the plushies. The flashback ends, and the scene returns to the present on the countryside path, where Akira stands holding her shopping bags opposite Hajime. Up on the school balcony, Kinchin runs up to apologize to Mei for the wait after a long band practice, asking her what she is looking at so intently. Looking out the window, Mei smiles softly and admits that, while Akira might have many strange quirks, she is confident that her love for Hajime will eventually succeed. Kinchin hugs her from behind with a happy smile, confidently agreeing that she is sure it will. Meanwhile, memories of Akira's clumsy athletic blunders and accidental falls flash before them. The narrator notes that Mei and Kinchin will continue to lovingly watch over Akira's growth, though they occasionally have their doubts as they watch the chaotic scene unfold. The story transitions to the next chapter as the local high school gets a library mission, highlighting the moment when their eyes met and time froze. The local countryside area boasts a plentiful supply of fresh northern shrimp, celebrated as one of the Japanese sea's greatest gifts. Eating fresh seafood is such an integral part of life in this countryside town that even elementary school children can easily identify the exact species of a shrimp simply by its texture and sweetness. Back in Rendeji's room, the classmate looks at Hajime with absolute disbelief, asking him in shock how he still does not have Akira's contact information. Rendeji sits back in his gaming chair while holding a controller, lecturing a dejected Hajime about his lack of progress. Hajime sweatily admits that he simply forgot to ask for it, nervously asking if that is really so bad. Rendeji deadpans that in a dating simulation game his progress would be completely soft-locked by now. Hajime frantically stammers that he desperately wants to get her contact info, prompting Rendeji to let out a deep sigh before offering to give him a critical piece of advice. Rendeji explains that he overheard Kinchin asking Akira earlier that day to wait for her at the library after school because her club practice was going to run late the next day. Hajime's eyes widen in realization as he begins to grasp what his classmate is suggesting. The following day, after school, Hajime arrives at the Aami local library, clutching his library card and determined to find the right timing to ask Akira for her contact info. Sitting down at a long wooden table with a stack of books, Hajime quickly realizes that attempting to talk to someone in such an intensely silent library is going to be an incredibly difficult task. Sweating in panic, Hajime realizes that since he never visits the library, he had no idea how quiet it actually was. He begins to worry that he is acting like a complete creep by following her inside. Feeling utterly defeated, Hajime decides to just give up and go home, but his thoughts are cut short as a hand suddenly presses down firmly on a book on his table. He looks up in surprise to find Akira standing right across the table from him, holding a book and looking directly down at him. Hajime quickly hides his blushing face behind his book, feeling immensely relieved, as he realizes she is so focused on her own reading that she has not even noticed his presence. In reality, a deeply flushed Akira is internally panicking, her heart pounding so wildly that she is comically holding her book completely upside down. Akira is completely overwhelmed by his sudden presence, screaming in her head about why he is here. Meanwhile, Hajime also squeezes his eyes shut behind his book, feeling far too nervous to make a move. Deciding he needs to collect his thoughts, Hajime stands up and walks into the bookshelf aisles. He resolves to find a believable excuse to ask for her contact details as he gently begins to slide a book out of the shelf. As he pulls the book out, Hajime freezes in absolute horror as he is met with the sight of Akira's single wide-eyed glare staring directly back at him through the gap in the bookshelf. Hajime is left completely paralyzed with terror, his face pale with shock at the sudden and scary encounter. Terrified by her intense gaze, Hajime immediately shoves the book back into its slot to cover up the gap in the shelf. Hajime clutches his book and shakes in panic, wondering if his mind is playing tricks on him or if he really just saw Akira on the other side of the shelf. Akira stands on the other side, shivering with her hands pressed to her face in extreme nervousness. Hajime rubs his eyes and tries to convince himself that it was merely an illusion, completely unaware that Akira has just bolted down the aisle in a panic. Spotting her leave her seat, Hajime realizes this is his perfect opportunity to approach and talk to her, while Akira walks away in a complete panic, unable to calm her racing heart. Hajime runs after her frantically, trying to think of a good excuse to ask for her contact details, and deciding he will tell her that he wants to discuss school-related matters. His chase is suddenly cut short, as he runs directly into a local librarian who warmly recognizes him as Ryuta's friend, forcing Hajime to halt and politely greet her, while Akira walks further away in the background. Sometime later, Hajime walks out of the library looking completely dejected as a pigeon flutters past him. As he walks past the park benches, Hajime is startled to find Akira sitting on a bench surrounded by a flock of pigeons quietly holding her papers. Realizing this is his final chance, Hajime gathers his courage and rushes over to her. He stammers, nervously pointing out that since they are in the same class, they should consider exchanging their details, which catches Akira completely off guard as her face flushes and the pigeons scatter. Hajime stammers as his face flushes bright red, internally correcting himself, as he realizes he is not phrasing his request the way he wanted to. Looking down, Hajime manages to blurt out that he wants to get to know her better, but just as he asks her if they can exchange their details, a loud local bell chime suddenly echoes across the plaza. The incredibly loud chime completely drowns out his words, leaving Hajime standing there in sweat-dropped shock. Hajime is left sweating and yelling in frustration about why the local 5 p.m. chime has to be so incredibly loud, while Akira stands behind him looking entirely flustered. The loud bell eventually fades, leaving only the sound of a pigeon fluttering away as Hajime scratches his head. Akira looks down, her cheeks burning red with deep emotion as she processes what she managed to hear. She looks up to meet his gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope. Akira softly agrees to his request, leaving a puzzled Hajime to suddenly gasp in realization. Blushing furiously, the two stand next to the park bench and quietly scan each other's QR codes to exchange their contact details. Waving goodbye with a happy smile, Hajime politely bows and tells her that he will see her around school. As he walks away, Hajime suddenly freezes in place, staring down at his phone in absolute shock as the reality of what he just achieved finally sinks in. Holding his phone tightly, Hajime beams with absolute joy and self-satisfaction, internally celebrating the monumental achievement of finally obtaining her contact details. Hajime suddenly panics as he realizes that the most important detail about his interest in her completely failed to get through, leaving him to walk away with a dejected slouch while wondering if she would have reacted differently if she actually knew the truth. The scene shifts as clouds drift across the afternoon sky. Kinchin sprints up to Akira and apologizes for being late after finding out the library was closed, quickly noticing Akira's stunned state and asking if something had happened, which triggers a flashback of Hajime's nervous request to exchange details. Akira stands frozen with a heavily blushed face, holding her phone in her hands as her friend calls out her name in confusion. She stares blankly ahead, completely lost in her overwhelming emotions. The story transitions to the next chapter, introducing a new development during the school term as positive energy begins to run wild. The gray heron, a bird traditionally said to bring good fortune, is introduced. The narrator explains a typical countryside occurrence where children run away screaming in terror after mistaking the large bird in a rice field for a monster at night. Sitting at her desk, Akira glances nervously around while reviewing her latest plan to poke Hajime on the cheek to increase their amicability, while Kinchin and Mei whisper nearby, offering to help review her script after their club activities are over. Akira sits quietly at her desk after class, looking down in deep thought when Hajime suddenly enters the classroom and calls out her name. Hajime stammers with a heavily blushed face, repeating his sincere desire to get to know her better and asking if they can exchange their contact details. Akira is caught completely off guard, her face flushing bright red with intense embarrassment. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted as a short-haired girl slides the classroom door open and bluntly asks Akira if she likes Kugeyama, leaving a shocked Akira standing at her desk in complete silence. The new girl stands confidently in the doorway, clarifying that she is referring to the guy who got injured during the sports festival, causing Akira to flinch in total surprise. Giggling from the doorway, the girl comments that Akira probably does not remember her, while Akira can only stammer in complete confusion. The girl introduces herself with a bright smile as Yorara Kanura, explaining that they actually went to the same elementary school together, much to Akira's complete surprise. Yorara happily notes that they are in the same high school now, explaining that, because her body was quite frail back then, she frequently skipped elementary school, and they never got the chance to interact much. Akira looks down in silent anxiety, her mind flashing back to her childhood days, when she was a complete loner who struggled to make any friends. Reflecting on her past, Akira downcastly admits that she was a complete loner in elementary school, but Yorara quickly shifts the topic, pointing out that Akira must be writing her detailed study plans because she actually likes Hajime. Caught completely red-handed, a blushing Akira panics and flails her arms wildly, trying to hide her script while stammering that it is not what she thinks. Yorara smiles playfully and asks her why she is being so roundabout with her feelings. Suddenly, filled with passion, Yorara clenches her fists and loudly declares that she is going to give her a hand. Before Akira can stop her, Yorara slides open the classroom door and slams it shut as she rushes out enthusiastically, yelling that she will go find Hajime for her. Akira is left in complete shock and panic. Yorara sprints down the school hallway at full speed, ignoring Akira's desperate shouts to wait, as she cheerfully declares that she is certain Hajime will accept her because of how cute she looks. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, several students are playing basketball, completely unaware that a couple of their classmates have accidentally gotten locked inside the sports equipment storage room due to a broken door lock. As they struggle with the door, the locked-in students suddenly hear loud, heavy thumping sounds approaching from the hallway, wondering if the mountains are rumbling. Determined to find Hajime, Yorara comically crashes straight through the wooden storage room doors, while carrying a terrified Akira on her back, declaring that they can take a shortcut through the gymnasium. The students locked inside are left crying tears of joy as the doors are smashed open, celebrating their sudden rescue, while Yorara continues to barge through the room. Yorara leaps out of the gymnasium window with Akira on her back, enthusiastically shouting how happy she is that they were reunited and promising to do everything she can to help. Akira can only wheeze in absolute exhaustion and terror as they rush past. Yorara drags Akira along the ground by her arms, running past a startled teacher and loudly demanding to know where Hajime from class 1-3 is. Yorara suddenly halts as she spots something ahead of her. The sudden stop sends Akira sliding along the dirt path, where she collapses on her knees, gasping for breath. Watching from a distance, Meimei and Kinchin let out sighs of relief that Yorara has finally stopped running. Yorara turns to Akira with a bright, enthusiastic smile, bluntly asking her why she doesn't just confess her love to him. Yorara continues to push, suggesting that she can confess on Akira's behalf if she is too shy, as Meimei quietly sneaks up behind and grabs her jacket. Still resting on her knees, Akira quietly declines the offer. With a deeply flushed face and a look of intense determination, Akira declares that she wants to be the one who tells Hajime that she loves him. Yorara is left completely dazed and speechless by her sincere words, while Meimei suddenly dashes off at full speed in the background. Meimei suddenly delivers a swift hand chop to the back of Yorara's neck, leaving Akira to watch in complete shock. Meimei quickly drags the comically dazed Yorara away, calling for her to leave as they exit the scene, leaving a thoroughly puzzled Akira standing alone on the path. Turning around, Akira is surprised to find Hajime standing by the school entrance holding a broom and a garbage bag, as he calls out her name in surprise. Akira is instantly flustered, her heart racing as she clutches her uniform jacket, while a sweating Hajime awkwardly asks if she is also taking out the trash and offers to let her use his broom. An awkward, heavy silence falls between them as they stand several feet apart on the school grounds. Akira looks down in deep hesitation, her cheeks burning red as the gentle breeze sweeps past. Waving his hand nervously and scratching his head, a deeply blushing Hajime stammers that he knows they only recently exchanged contact details, but asks if it would be okay if he messages her about tomorrow's classes. Seeing her silent, Hajime frantically waves his hands and laughs nervously, quickly adding that it is entirely fine if she does not want to and apologizing for being a bother. Akira quietly agrees before turning and walking away. Hajime is left completely wide-eyed in stunned awe at her sudden agreement. Akira looks back over her shoulder, her face heavily flushed, as she softly promises that she will be waiting for his message while her friends peek from behind a nearby corner to watch. The flashback ends as Urara bawls, hysterically wailing that she was completely in the wrong. Mei holds the crying Urara by the collar, scolding her for almost destroying the delicate romance between Hajime and Akira, while Urara wails that she only wanted to support them because she was so happy to see Akira again. Kinchin watches them from a distance with a look of pure disgust. That night at home, Hajime happily stares at his phone screen containing a brief exchange of text messages with Akira. Overwhelmed with excitement, he frantically does push-ups on his bedroom floor, prompting his mother to yell that he is shaking the entire house. The story highlights the intense, silent determination in Akira's eyes. The story transitions to the next chapter, detailing how Akira's dazzling love begins to take another major step forward during the school's summer term. The Japanese deer, traditionally regarded as a sacred familiar of the gods, is showcased. The narrator explains that the wild deer in this northern countryside are far larger and more aggressive than those in Nara, showing a terrified driver who frantically steers away upon spotting a massive deer, warning that the wild beast could easily flip their lightweight car. A poster on the school bulletin board announces the upcoming annual Aomi Town Summer Festival, catching the attention of the students as they discuss their plans. Standing in the school hallway, Kinchin points out the poster to Akira, who happily reassures her friends that she can still attend the summer festival since she is only scheduled to travel to Tokyo later in the season. Kinchin remarks that it is nice Akira gets to travel to Tokyo, but Akira clarifies that she is only going because her cousin is getting married. Mei reminds Akira to bring back souvenirs, while Kinchin jokingly asks her to check if Tokyo has colorful shining buildings and flying cars, prompting a serious Akira to diligently take notes and agree. Outside the staff lounge, a teacher asks Hajime if he is free during the upcoming summer holidays to take charge of some tasks. Another teacher suddenly sneezes loudly right as the first teacher explains that Akira is taking a trip to Tokyo and asks Hajime to fill in for her. Due to the loud sneeze, Hajime completely mishears the explanation and stands in stunned shock, mistakenly believing that Akira is permanently moving to Tokyo. Hajime frantically shakes his head to convince himself that he must have misheard the news right as his phone buzzes with a notification. Hajime stares at his phone in absolute terror as he reads a direct message from Akira asking him to meet her at the consultation office after class to talk, completely ignoring the confused teacher. Outside the career consultation office, Hajime is filled with dread, absolutely convinced that Akira is going to officially tell him she is moving away. Inside the room, Akira sits across from him, surrounded by Tokyo guidebooks and career magazines, seriously stating that she wants to discuss their future together. Fixating only on the word Tokyo printed on all her books, Hajime holds back tears and nervously agrees to talk, thoroughly cementing his misunderstanding that she is moving away. Akira internally reviews her secret script to bond over their future aspirations to get closer to him, carefully starting the conversation by bringing up Tokyo. Hajime immediately sinks into a gloomy depression, assuming she wants to move to Tokyo in order to accomplish her future dreams. Akira proudly presents a stack of documents on popular jobs and Tokyo universities, leading a sweating Hajime to believe she is already planning her entire life away from him. Akira flips through the documents and mentions that she was considering becoming a teacher, while Hajime continues to internally agonize over how far away she is moving. As Akira lists off her other career candidates, Hajime silently sheds a tear acknowledging that she is intelligent and talented enough to succeed in any position she chooses. He wildly imagines her succeeding as a famous doctor in a hit medical drama, a pilot traveling across the world, or a top beautician constantly booked by celebrities. Covering his face in absolute gloom, Hajime concludes that anything is possible for someone as capable as her, though he admits the thought is making him deeply depressed. Akira nervously fidgets with a magazine about adult life, while Hajime mentally struggles wanting to be upfront and support her dreams but feeling unable to overcome his own sadness. In reality, a heavily blushing Akira is nervously fidgeting with a marriage magazine completely focused on her secret desire to simply become Hajime's wife in the future. Hajime suddenly cries out her name in distress, while Akira sits with her eyes closed, blushing heavily and softly giggling to herself as she completely loses herself in her romantic fantasies. Gripped by emotion, Hajime forcefully declares that even if she moves all the way to Tokyo, she has his full support, leaving Akira completely bewildered by his sudden outburst. Hajime passionately shouts that with how much thought she has put into her future, he is sure she will be fine over there, promising to take his own future seriously as well. Standing up in complete shock, Akira clarifies that she is only taking a short trip to Tokyo, bringing Hajime to a confused halt. A heavy silence falls over the empty consultation room as a stunned Hajime blankly asks what she just said, while Akira sits back down with a highly flustered expression. The scene shifts to the dark, quiet night sky over the countryside. While taking a shower at home, Hajime yells at himself in absolute frustration, scolding himself for being an impatient idiot and messing up their conversation yet again. Stepping out of the bathroom with a towel around his neck, Hajime mutters that he is incredibly stupid, though he admits he is deeply thankful that she is not actually moving away. Despite his relief, Hajime reflects on the misunderstanding, realizing that the false alarm forced him to vividly picture what his future would look like if Akira were no longer by his side after graduation. He imagines the empty classroom desk next to him, realizing how painfully quiet it would be without her peaceful presence there reading her books. Staring blankly ahead, Hajime solemnly acknowledges the deep sense of dread he felt at the thought of losing her. The story flashes back to Hajime's childhood, showing him standing completely alone on a rainy bridge, as he remembers that he has already experienced this kind of painful separation once before. He recalls the memory of a young girl with short hair quietly walking away from him in the rain, leaving him behind. Sitting alone at his desk in his elementary school classroom, a young Hajime regrets not talking to her more and wishes he had gotten to know her better before she suddenly left. Returning to the present, Hajime looks down thoughtfully, firmly deciding that he does not want to repeat the same regrets with Akira while they still a classroom together. Back in his bedroom, Hajime's phone lies quietly on his bed right next to a colorful flyer for the upcoming Aomi Town Summer Festival. Kneeling on his bed in the quiet room, Hajime firmly tells himself that he has had enough of his own hesitation. With a highly determined expression, he silently vows that he never wants to go through the pain of losing someone important without trying again. His mother suddenly calls out from downstairs, telling him to come pick up his dry laundry, prompting Hajime to quickly agree as he picks up his phone from the bed. He leaves his room empty, his thoughts trailing off as he resolves to take clear action this time around. The illuminated phone screen reveals that Hajime has finally taken the initiative, sending a direct text message to Akira to bravely ask if she would like to attend the summer festival with him. The story transitions to the next chapter at a summer festival, as Akira's plan to get together with Hajime continues to spin its wheels. Hajime arrives at the Aomi Town Summer Festival, looking around at the lively crowd of people enjoying the event. Hajime clutches his bag strap in extreme nervousness, remembering how Akira accepted his invitation to the festival and even set the time to meet him. Feeling hungry from all the excitement, Hajime decides to get some food first, but quickly panics when he notices others wearing traditional yukatas, realizing he should have dressed differently for their date. Hajime spots Akira from behind and is surprised to see her standing in the middle of the path, wearing a festival happy coat and a headband while carrying a heavy sack. Hajime is left completely dumbfounded as his classmates run up and cheerily announce that the festival is about to start. When a confused Hajime asks why everyone is dressed in festival gear, his classmates ask him why he is wearing regular clothes right as a local coordinator steps up to thank Amine High for volunteering to help. The organizer announces that everyone is free to leave after dancing for an hour, and that drinks are on the house, prompting a cheer from the students while a sweating Hajime stands in disbelief. As Hajime watches Akira focus on performing the traditional Bon dance, he suddenly realizes with absolute horror that her acceptance of his invitation was actually for the group volunteer dance rather than a private date. Hajime realizes that he completely forgot their class was participating in the festival's dance, which draws students and local citizens from various clubs to join in. Rendeji dryly teases him for forgetting about the mandatory group dance while trying to go on a date, prompting a frustrated Hajime to tell him not to rub salt in his wound. Rendeji points out that the dance will be over after a few songs, and suggests asking her out on a date afterward, instantly reigniting Hajime's determination. Resolved to salvage his plans, Hajime begins to run through the dancing crowd toward the front of the line, intending to quietly ask Akira out once she is within reach. Hajime is startled to overhear Kinchin and Meimei wondering where Akira went, realizing she was leading the front of their line just moments ago. Hajime panics upon confirming that Akira has suddenly vanished, frantically looking around the crowd and wondering where she could have disappeared to. Hajime is left completely speechless when he spots Akira walking and dancing with extreme focus alongside a group of kindergarten children. Hajime watches in disbelief as he realizes that Akira has somehow drifted far away from her high school group and is now fully integrated into the kindergarten dancing line. Hajime squeezes through the crowd to catch up with Akira, calling out to her that she is in the wrong line while she remains entirely focused on her dancing. As Akira continues to dance with intense focus, she gradually drifts past the Aomi Hula Dance Club and the volleyball club lines. Hajime watches in disbelief as Akira continues her slow-tempo dancing, falling completely behind her group and drifting even further outside the marching lines. Hajime notices that Akira is so fully focused on her slow-tempo movements that she has failed to realize she is completely out of line and lagging behind. Hajime is horrified as the giant stomping members of the Nishi High Sumo Club march directly toward the oblivious Akira from behind. Hajime sprints forward in a panic, yelling that she is going to get crushed right as the sumo club members stampede over her position. Hajime plunges directly into the stampeding sumo group, frantically reaching out and screaming to find out if she is still alive. As the dance event concludes with loud applause, a thoroughly beaten and tattered Hajime lies face down on the ground while the sumo players cheerfully walk away. Hajime gasps for air and frantically looks around for Akira, only to see her safely standing with her friends nearby, having successfully dodged the sumo line to head toward the food stalls. Rendeji approaches carrying cotton candy and snacks, dryly asking Hajime how he managed to end up so incredibly tattered from a simple traditional dance. While his classmates happily celebrate finally being able to enjoy the festival, Hajime forces himself to rise, firmly telling himself not to give up yet. Hajime buys 2 frankfurters on sticks en route and runs back to find Akira determined to take another chance and ask her out. Hajime runs into their homeroom teacher, who casually informs him that Akira has already headed home with her friends. Hajime collapses onto his hands and knees on the ground, crying in sheer defeat as he realizes that she has already left the festival. The festival lanterns illuminate the shrine grounds as night fully falls over the town. Rendeji sits on the steps with Hajime to eat the fried tofu together, telling him not to let the setback get to him. Hajime lets out a self-deprecating laugh, lamenting how he always gets his hopes up and ends up acting lame whenever he tries to make a move. Rendeji suggests it is time to go home, but suddenly stops and nervously asks to eat more fried tofu as someone suddenly grips Hajime's sleeve from behind. Hajime turns around to find Akira, Kinchin, and Meimei standing there in beautiful yukatas, with Meimei cheerily announcing that they made it back. Hajime is left completely speechless and wide-eyed in stunned awe at the sight of them. Akira stands before him with a beautifully styled hair ornament, blushing softly as she gazes directly into his eyes. Hajime's text message arrives on Akira's phone asking if she would like to go to the summer festival with him. Akira sits silently on her bed in her pajamas, staring down at the message on her screen in complete astonishment. Her cheeks flush bright red as she continues to stare at her phone, completely overwhelmed by the unexpected invitation. Akira leaps off her bed in excitement before leaning flat against the wall of her bedroom to process her racing thoughts. She looks over her secret script notes which list going to a festival together in a yukata right before officially confessing her feelings. Akira trembles with absolute joy realizing that Hajime was the one who took the initiative and invited her first. The story returns to the present at the festival grounds where the two stand face to face in front of the food stalls. Akira shyly asks him if he was indeed the one who invited her to the festival. Behind her, Mei and Kinchin celebrate making it back in time while Kinchin holds back a flustered Rendeji who is too nervous to look any of the girls in the eyes. The story transitions to the next chapter as their official summer festival date finally begins. As their summer festival date officially begins, Hajime stands next to a beautiful Akira in her yukata holding 2 green drinks. Hajime is struck with sudden realization and absolute joy, confirming that she truly understood his invitation was for an actual date. Hajime expresses his happiness before pointing toward a poster mentioning that the beach they previously visited is nearby. Hajime briefly turns around to check on something behind him as they continue walking. Hajime jolts in surprise when he turns back and finds Akira holding a frightening demon mask over her face at a festival stall. Behind the mask, Akira's heart pounds wildly as she tries to hide her intense nervousness from him. Hajime awkwardly wonders if Akira is simply a fan of horror memorabilia, leaving a deeply embarrassed Akira to hide her face in shame. Hajime spots a food stall selling black yakisoba, excitedly declaring that it is his absolute favorite food from his hometown. Hajime hesitates to order the squid ink black yakisoba, worrying that it will dye his mouth pitch black and ruin their date. However, Akira stands in front of the stall, staring intensely at the black yakisoba, catching Hajime completely off guard. They stand side by side in silence, before Akira turns her sparkling gaze toward him. Hajime and Akira a warm laugh together as they decide to go ahead and try the food. They purchase a fresh container of the local squid ink black yakisoba too. They sit down on a stone ledge together in the warm evening, and Akira takes her first bite of the black noodles. Akira smiles happily as she savors the flavor, leaving a noticeable smudge of black ink on her lips. Hajime takes a bite as well, and they both end up with comical black ink smudges smeared across their lips. Hajime smiles warmly as he looks over at her, finding the moment deeply endearing. Thinking to himself how cute she looks with the ink on her lips, Hajime stands up and tells her she must be thirsty. Hajime runs off to find a vending machine, telling her to stay put while he buys them some drinks. As Hajime searches for a vending machine, he notices a large group of dancers chanting and stomping as they march down the street. Akira watches in absolute panic as the massive chanting crowd of festival dancers suddenly stampedes directly through the area where she is sitting. Hajime gets swept away by the sudden town-wide crowd stampede, realizing with horror that Akira is being separated from him in the chaos. Akira runs and calls out for him but trips and falls to her knees as the roaring crowd continues to surge past. Once the crowd passes, Akira is left sitting completely dazed and alone on the pavement as other festival goers walk past. Akira gasps in realization as she spots Hajime's phone lying on the ground, realizing they have been completely separated. She tries to send him a message on her phone, but quickly panics upon realizing that the sheer volume of festival goers has completely knocked out the local mobile signal. Akira retreats to a quiet corner and reaches into her bag, pulling out her handwritten festival script. She stares at her handwritten goals, which included holding hands today to ensure that they would not get separated. Staring at the paper, Akira is suddenly pulled back into her childhood memories of her school days. In the flashback, a classmate finds a young Akira sitting completely alone with a drawing pad and asks if she got separated from her group again. When a teacher tries to encourage other children to let her join their drawing group, they refuse and complain that she is scary because she never speaks or reveals what she is thinking. She remembers the isolated days of her childhood, constantly sitting alone at her desk in the gymnasium and walking home by herself without a single friend. Her lonely routine is suddenly broken when a young Hajime runs up to her with a bright smile, cheerfully asking about her favorite subject to pick up their conversation where they last left off. Later in class, the teacher instructs all the students to write out their plans and goals for their future lives. The teacher asks the 10-year-old students to write down exactly what they plan to accomplish over the next 10 years of their lives. Akira looks down at her blank life plan worksheet preparing to write down her goals for the upcoming decade. She reflects on her budding bond with Hajime as he waves goodbye to her with a warm smile. Her completed worksheet reveals her ultimate life goal of studying hard to become a veterinarian and eventually marrying Hajime by the age of 20. She clenches her pen with watering eyes, solemnly reflecting on how life rarely unfolds the way one designs it. Her classmates and teacher react in surprise as her peaceful life is suddenly interrupted by unexpected news. Due to her family's sudden relocation, a tearful Akira is given a farewell card and a bouquet of flowers by her classmates as she prepares to move to Tokyo. The flashback fades as the present-day Akira stands alone under the festival lights, deeply saddened that her carefully laid plans to stay close to Hajime have once again fallen apart. She stands quietly by a wooden pavilion watching other couples and groups of friends happily stroll past her. Akira lifts her head, her expression softening with a sudden spark of resolve. She notices a nearby promotional sign for Benton Rock pointing toward the Lighthouse of Romance, located just 300 meters away. She looks toward the path leading to the lighthouse, her mind set on where she needs to go next. With a look of quiet determination, Akira begins walking down the scenic seaside path toward the distant lighthouse on Benton Rock. The illuminated lighthouse stands brightly atop the steep cliffs of Benton Rock, connected to the mainland by a long, quiet bridge stretching across the sea. Hajime finally escapes from the massive festival crowd, collapsing on his hands and knees as he pants in exhaustion and admits he completely underestimated the scale of their local summer festival. Standing alone by the empty beach steps, Hajime gazes at the sea and sadly admits to himself that he really thought he had a chance. He looks out at the quiet seaside, remembering his foolish hope that she might have come to this very beach to wait for him. A brief childhood memory flashes through his mind of a lonely girl sitting by herself in the rain. Clenching his fist, Hajime sighs that Akira has probably already gone home, realizing their long-awaited festival date has completely fallen through after all his effort to invite her. Hajime lets out a bitter, self-deprecating smile as he walks away, quietly whispering to himself that nothing ever goes according to plan and wondering what he is even doing. Suddenly, a breathless Akira runs up to him, gasping with relief that she finally found him, leaving a completely stunned Hajime to ask in shock what she is doing there. With a warm and happy smile, Akira softly confesses that she simply had a feeling he would be waiting for her at this spot. Just as Hajime stares at her in stunned silence, a massive firework suddenly explodes in the night sky above, officially marking the start of their date. The story transitions to the next chapter as the summer fireworks continue to bloom alongside their growing love. The next chapter begins with their festival date continuing in full swing as they enjoy the vibrant summer atmosphere together. Akira flinches in sudden terror as another round of loud, crackling fireworks explodes nearby, revealing her extreme sensitivity to loud noises. Frightened by the noise, Akira loses her footing and stumbles backward, prompting a panicked Hajime to reach out and yell a warning. Hajime successfully catches her in his arms, leaving both of them standing close together in stunned silence. They quickly step apart in absolute embarrassment, frantically stammering apologies to each other as their hearts pound wildly in their chests. The two stand side by side in awkward silence as the spectacular fireworks continue to boom and crackle directly above them. While the fireworks echo around them, Hajime silently reflects on how he had always wanted to watch the display with Akira, though he admits this is not exactly how he imagined it would go. Hajime glances over at Akira and notices her tired expression, silently wondering what could have happened to leave her looking so completely exhausted. Akira quietly crouches down on the edge of the path, catching Hajime's attention. She plops down on the stone wall to rest, while Hajime stands quietly behind her. Hajime looks at her with a gentle blush before they both look up at the fireworks exploding over the water. Hajime turns his gaze from the sky to look at her profile, completely transfixed by how beautiful she looks. The two sit side by side on the stone ledge, quietly watching the spectacular fireworks display light up the bay. Hajime reflects to himself that at this very moment he is certain they are both looking at and thinking about the exact same thing. Hajime crouches down next to her, silently wishing that this peaceful moment could last forever. Another loud firework startles Akira, causing her heart to race as she internally begs for this happiness not to fade away. Holding her blushing cheeks, Akira silently hopes that this incredible happiness will continue. Hajime's thoughts are interrupted as Akira suddenly gasps, accidentally dropping her handkerchief over the edge of the stone wall. The handkerchief gets caught in a gust of wind and plummets directly into the sea, leaving a horrified Akira to cry out in shock. Hajime immediately darts down the steps to retrieve it, shouting for her to wait there while he runs to save her handkerchief. With a quick splash, Hajime reaches into the water and successfully grabs the wet handkerchief, much to Akira's utter amazement. Holding the wet cloth, Hajime laughs warmly, realizing he might have been overthinking and getting worked up entirely on his own. Akira gazes down at him with sparkling emotional eyes, silently deciding that even if things are complicated, she wants to cherish this happiness for as long as possible. As she reaches down to take the handkerchief from his outstretched hands, she tells herself that it is perfectly fine to take their relationship slowly. Hajime smiles brightly, despite being soaking wet, reassuring her that he is completely fine as long as she is happy. Akira presses the handkerchief to her blushing face, quietly whispering to herself under the booming fireworks that she truly loves him. Another sudden firework blast startles Akira, causing her to lose her balance and slip completely off the stone wall toward the water below. Hajime lunges forward with a look of pure panic, reaching out to catch her as they both plummet into the sea. As they fall through the air together, Akira clutches onto him tightly as their faces come incredibly close. Their lips accidentally lock in midair just before they crash into the water, sending her belongings flying. They hit the surface of the water with their lips still pressed together in an accidental kiss. A massive splash erupts as they plunge deep into the ocean. They sink beneath the surface in each other's arms as the chapter draws to a close. A voice calls out her name outside her bedroom door. The story transitions to the next chapter as Akira sits in pajamas on her bed, clutching her plan sheet while her cousin remarks on her catching a cold. Her relative expresses concern that she came home soaking wet and silent, offering to listen if something happened, while a blushing Akira looks down at her checklist, where she has just marked off kissing him. Akira remembers sprinting through the dark forest path all the way back to her family's bathhouse, collapsing onto the wooden floor in complete exhaustion and embarrassment. She is left panting heavily on the floor, her face burning red as the memory of their accidental kiss continues to overwhelm her. She vividly recalls the exact moment their lips met as they fell toward the sea. The sheer shock of the accidental kiss leaves her frozen in pure disbelief. Returning to the present, she uses her pen to draw a heart on her notebook, marking the goal of kissing him as accomplished. As she sits on her bed writing, she is suddenly seized by a wave of embarrassment, causing her to jolt upright and drop her pen in a panic. Akira pulls her high collar up to cover her mouth, clenching the fabric tightly as she struggles to calm her racing heart. The next day at school, the teacher instructs Class 1-3 to open their textbooks to page 52. Hajime sits at his desk looking completely pale and distracted, unable to focus on the lesson at all. Internally panicking, Hajime agonizingly tells himself that he did something terribly wrong to Akira. He keeps replaying the memory of them falling into the sea and accidentally locking lips. They crash heavily into the water and sink beneath the bubbles. Hajime surfaces from the ocean, gasping for air and screaming in pure panic. He frantically splashes the water and screams out apologies, wondering in sheer shock if they really just kissed. Hajime swims around and calls out her name, only to spot footprints on the shore leading away and realize she has already vanished. When cleanup time arrives in the afternoon, Hajime walks through the schoolyard feeling incredibly anxious. While on cleaning duty carrying trash bags, Hajime firmly decides that he needs to find Akira and apologize. He tosses the trash bags while sighing that he has been unable to talk to her all day, nervously wondering if she even considered that accidental contact a real kiss. He suddenly spots Akira walking across the courtyard, instantly panicking as he wonders if he is the only one obsessed with their accidental kiss. Akira turns around with a heavily blushed, shocked expression right as Hajime calls out her name. Hajime frantically waves his hands and stammers that he wants to apologize for what happened. Hajime nervously tries to bring up the incident at the ocean, causing a heavily blushing Akira to begin shivering in pure embarrassment. Before he can finish his sentence, a thoroughly flustered Akira spins around and dashes away, leaving a startled Hajime behind. Hajime shouts for her to wait, but his voice is cut short as a sudden heavy rainstorm begins pouring down, forcing the students to scatter for cover. Hajime and Akira end up seeking shelter together inside a small, quiet storage shed, standing in silence as the rain pours outside. An awkward, heavy silence falls between them as they stand side by side, far too nervous to look each other in the eye. Gulping nervously, Hajime finally gathers his courage and attempts to break the silence while Akira remains quiet and looks down. Akira looks down in absolute silence, her face completely flushed. Hajime stammers, nervously struggling to find the right words to continue his apology. Akira quietly speaks up, first apologizing for what happened at the festival after Hajime went completely out of his way to invite her. She glances at him briefly before looking down once more, her cheeks burning red. Akira softly asks if he was okay and if he suffered any injuries after they both fell into the water. She waits for his response, her head lowered as she struggles with her intense embarrassment. Hajime quickly repeats his apologies, expressing how truly sorry he is for how the festival turned out. Akira gently interrupts him, softly admitting that the festival was actually fun for her. Hajime looks at her in surprise as she explains that eating her favorite yakisoba together made her incredibly happy and that she found the fireworks beautiful. Akira adds that simply going to the festival together with him was enough to make her happy. She looks him in the eyes and reassures him that she is not angry with him at all. Hajime is left completely speechless, staring at her in stunned relief. As Hajime sighs in relief, Akira looks down nervously and begins to bring up what happened when they fell. Akira hides her blushing face and reaches out, gently clutching the sleeve of his school blazer. She grips his sleeve tightly, struggling to voice her thoughts about their accidental kiss. Blushing furiously with teary eyes, Akira softly asks him if they can keep what happened a secret between the two of them. Hajime is struck with intense shock and embarrassment at her request. Hajime's face flushes bright red as he quickly stammers his agreement. Right as they reach an agreement, the heavy storm clears and the warm sun begins to break through the clouds. They are left standing in a comfortable, quiet silence as the rain completely stops. Hajime nervously points out that the rain has finally stopped and suggests they get back to cleaning, while Akira accidentally drops a cardboard box onto the floor. They both stare down in complete shock as they realize the box of first aid bandages she dropped has the word "kiss" printed on it in bold letters. Urara suddenly appears holding a trash bag and asks what they are doing right as Akira trips and lands flat on her face while Hajime falls headfirst into a recycling bin. The scene transitions to the Momose bathhouse as night falls over the town. In her room, Akira uses a marker to add a new goal to her relationship script, writing down that she wants to make lots of secrets together with him. Akira happily looks over her completed list of goals, feeling satisfied that it is done. She smiles warmly as she blushes behind the paper, thinking of her future with Hajime. She is startled as a voice calls out that dinner is ready, causing her to quickly slam her notebook shut. Her notebook reveals she has crossed out her previous kiss goal, replacing it with a new, highly determined resolution to kiss him properly herself next time. The story transitions to the next chapter as Akira stands with a stack of law books and a gavel, introducing a new incident. The narrator introduces kashi hikari, celebrated as one of Japan's most coveted and popular varieties of rice. In this farming countryside, children grow up learning so much about rice cultivation that even elementary schoolers can give expert advice on managing field water temperatures. Arriving at school the next morning, Hajime sighs in relief as he puts his shoes in his locker, glad that they managed to settle the festival incident the day before. Hajime happily mutters that he is just glad no one witnessed their fall, chuckling to himself about their secret when a voice suddenly calls out to him. Hajime spins around in utter shock to find Urara standing directly behind him with an intense expression. Urara leans back against the lockers and reveals she was near the beach when it happened, before bluntly asking a horrified Hajime if the two of them are dating. Hajime frantically screams that he has no idea what she is talking about as he runs away in sheer panic, wondering who she is and what she wants. Before he can escape, Kinchin slides open a door in front of him with a terrifyingly dark glare, demanding to know if he seriously forced Akira to kiss him. As Hajime stands frozen in the doorway, Mei pops up to teasingly ask if he got Akira's consent, mentioning she heard rumors from Urara, while a terrifying Kinchin demands that he wait a minute. Hajime jolts in absolute panic as Mei continues to aggressively press him for answers right as he hears Akira's footsteps approaching down the hallway. Acting on pure instinct, Hajime grabs a startled Akira and drags her away down the hall to escape his questioning classmates. Hajime pulls Akira into the empty school reference room to seek privacy. Calling an emergency meeting inside the reference room, a sweating Hajime clasps his hands and explains that Urara witnessed them at the beach and is under a massive misunderstanding. Hajime misinterprets Akira's completely frozen, dazed expression as silent fury, frantically telling himself that he cannot cause her any more trouble. Hajime stands up resolutely and vows to explain the entire situation to everyone, confident that they will understand once they hear the truth. He earnestly declares that he will make it clear the kiss was a total accident with absolutely no ulterior motive behind it. As Hajime rushes out of the room to gather their classmates, Akira is left behind looking deeply disappointed by his emphasis on having no motive. Akira lets out a heavy pout, clearly unhappy with his insistence on treating the kiss as a mere accident. Hajime hangs a sign on the door of classroom 1-3, reserving the room for an hour to conduct his explanation. After forcibly tying his classmates to their chairs with ropes to keep them from running, Hajime stands at the front of the room and thanks them for gathering on such short notice. Standing at the podium with Akira behind him, Hajime announces that the purpose of the meeting is to dispel their misconceptions about the beach incident. Hajime resolves to explain everything quickly and asks if anyone has any objections, prompting someone to raise a hand. To Hajime's absolute shock, Akira is the one who raises her hand, silently pouting over his claim that there was no motive. Hajime panics and asks why she has an objection when they already went over everything, while Mei also looks on in confusion. Mei and Kinchin smugly exchange thumbs up and knowing glances, completely understanding Akira's true feelings. Kinchin breaks free of her ropes and slams her desk loudly, accusing Hajime of making excuses and pointing out that they still kissed at the end of the day. Hajime frantically screams that it was entirely an accident, while Akira looks away and pouts that it was indeed a mere accident. Mei leans in mischievously and demands to know if Hajime actually disliked kissing her, leaving a highly flustered Hajime to stammer that he simply feels sorry for her. Kinchin steps up onto a desk and loudly declares that a kiss is still a kiss and cannot be called anything else, while a blushing Akira asks what she is getting at. Mei close up, excitedly asking if his first kiss really tasted like lemons, leaving Akira completely shocked. Rendeji tells Hajime to be honest about why he is keeping quiet, while Mei interrogates him, and Kinchin stuffs a sandwich into Urara's mouth to keep her quiet after she accuses him of having the kiss in mind when inviting Akira to the festival. As Hajime desperately pleads for them to listen to him and says that going to the festival is not important right now, Mei asks why they went together in the first place, causing Akira's heart to beat rapidly as she listens intently. Mei and Kinchin demand that Hajime name 10 good things about Akira wearing a yukata and admit she looked adorable, causing a silent, trembling Akira to quiver in intense embarrassment, while Hajime begs for help. They continue their relentless interrogation, demanding to know if he held her hand and why he kissed her first, while a sweating Hajime begs them to stop, and Akira silently nods in agreement. Urara, still tied to her chair, eats her sandwich and asks what he thinks a first kiss tastes like, prompting Rendeji to clinically explain that the flavor of a kiss depends entirely on what both people ate that day. Hajime hangs his head in utter exasperation as the classroom meeting continues to spiral out of control. Looking completely tattered, Hajime slams his hands on the desk and loudly reiterates that it was just an accident with absolutely no ulterior motives. Having finally explained the truth, Hajime's classmates lose interest and call him lame, with Urara apologizing for the misunderstanding, while a frustrated Hajime yells that this is what he was trying to say from the beginning. Hajime apologizes to Akira for how weird things got, but is completely transfixed as Akira gently assures him it is fine, appearing to glisten in his eyes. As the girls untie themselves and prepare to return to class, Hajime sighs in relief that the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Urara suddenly looks back and innocently asks if their liking each other was also just a misunderstanding. Urara bursts into tears, crying that she made a mess of things again, while Hajime and Kinchin are left completely speechless. Hajime and Akira stand side by side in absolute sweat, dropped shock, completely unable to answer her question. They awkwardly suggest returning to class and walk down the hallway acting extremely fidgety, much to Mei-mei's amusement. The story transitions to the next chapter as Akira prepares for a trip, sitting at a cafe in Tokyo to enjoy a plate of pancakes. The narrator introduces the next major high school event, the annual school marathon, where students run through the forests along Mother Nature. The narrator warns that due to the pit vipers commonly found in the mountains, the school marathon quickly transforms into a literal run for your life, forcing the students to run as fast as they can. Rendeji hands Hajime a box of fancy Tokyo desserts, explaining that they are souvenirs sent by Akira. Hajime gapes at the fancy dessert in sparkling awe, completely clueless on how to eat it, until Rendeji dryly tells him to use a spoon. As Akira explains that her mother chose the souvenirs, their teacher exclaims in surprise over a box of sweet bean jelly from Lion, while Hajime happily digs into his treat with a spoon. Hajime loudly praises the delicious dessert, while a shivering Akira watches him from the background. Akira trembles with nervousness as she clutches a specially wrapped gift bag, checking her secret script to be brave and hand it directly to him. Her heart pounds rapidly as she tightly squeezes the souvenir, mentally pumping herself up with encouragement to succeed. Just as she prepares to approach him, Hajime politely announces that class is about to start, completely deflating her courage. Hajime turns around in confusion during class, sensing that someone is standing right behind him near the window. Akira hides behind the window curtain with her heart beating rapidly, while a puzzled Hajime wonders if someone was just behind his seat. Peeking out from behind the curtain, Akira panics in absolute defeat as she realizes class has officially started and her mission has failed. When break time finally arrives, Akira quickly runs down the hallway to find another opportunity. Determined to execute her backup plan to hand him the souvenir in the hallway, Akira waits near the door until Hajime slides it open to get a drink. With her imaginary mascot friends cheering her on, Akira sprints toward him at full speed, catching a startled Hajime completely by surprise. Her approach is suddenly interrupted as another classmate runs up to ask Hajime to take over cleaning duty, forcing a panicked Akira to quickly flatten herself against the wall. Akira sinks into a state of total gloom as Urara walks up and asks why she is glued to the wall, resulting in another failed mission. The story transitions to the gymnasium, where several students are busy sweeping and carrying equipment. Following her next backup plan to sneakily hand him the souvenir along with a towel, Akira spots a sweaty Hajime exiting the gym and dashes down the stairs to greet him. As she approaches him, the vivid memory of their accidental kiss suddenly flashes in her mind, causing her to instantly freeze. Hajime turns around in confusion as a towel is left lying on the empty gymnasium floor. Hajime picks up the dropped towel and asks whose it is, while an extremely embarrassed Akira hides behind a rack of sports balls, shivering in failure. Night begins to fall over the school building as the day finally draws to a close. After school, Mei-mei eats snacks with Akira and reassures her that being proactive is still progress, even if she could not find the right timing to hand him the souvenir. As they sit by the school shoe lockers, Mei-mei eagerly asks her what exactly she is so desperate to give him. Akira blushingly explains that she bought something she felt would suit him, prompting Mei-mei to playfully tease her about choosing such a bold accessory. Akira looks down in disappointment, assuming that Hajime has already gone home and she will not be able to give it to him today. Suddenly, Hajime appears in the hallway carrying her towel and excitedly calls out her name. Hajime gasps in relief that they have not left yet and explains he was looking for her, prompting Mei-mei to quickly excuse herself to the restroom and dart away. Akira immediately spins around and hides her face in extreme embarrassment, leaving a completely puzzled Hajime to stare in shock. Hajime panics and holds out her towel, stammering that he found it dropped on the gym floor. Hajime explains that he was going to leave it on her desk, causing Akira to slowly turn back and shyly speak up. With a heavily blushed face, Akira bravely extends her hands and offers him her wrapped gift bag. Hajime's heart races in absolute shock at her sudden gift, while Mei-mei watches gleefully from behind a nearby corner. Hajime reaches into the bag and pulls out a metallic dragon sword keychain. Hajime's eyes widen in immense shock as he recognizes the dragon sword, while a sweating Mei-mei chuckles to herself about how gamer-oriented the gift is. An awkward silence falls between them as they both stand there flushing and stuttering. Suddenly, Hajime lets out an incredibly excited shout, declaring that the dragon sword is absolutely the coolest thing ever. With stars in his eyes, Hajime exclaims that he has always wanted to buy one of these souvenir shop dragon swords. Mei smiles warmly as she watches how thrilled he is, while Hajime eagerly calls out to Akira to look closer at the sword. Hajime kneels on the floor to show her the red eye detail on the dragon, completely ecstatic, while a blushing Akira happily mentions there were blue and white versions available too. Mei remarks that they are not in grade school anymore, while a trembling Kinchin mutters that Hajime is simply a hopeless simpleton. Despite the teasing, a cheerful Hajime smiles widely next to a heavily blushing Akira as the voice notes that they make a cute couple. Hajime happily declares that Akira has refined taste and vows to treasure the dragon sword for the rest of his life without ever losing it. The story transitions to the winter season as Akira sits warmly inside her home drawing figures on a foggy glass window. Heavy snow falls outside over the bare winter trees as plans for an upcoming wedding sit ready on her desk. Various crafting materials, wedding congratulations cards, and her detailed relationship checklists lie arranged across her workspace. In the kitchen, Akira carefully chops ingredients while preparing a home-cooked meal. With only 6 days left until her cousin's wedding, Akira wears an apron and practices her goal of expressing her long-time gratitude and love. Blushing heavily, she stammers out the first words of her planned confession, practicing her speech in the empty room. Her eyes well with emotional tears as she finishes reciting the practice confession to herself. Overwhelmed by intense embarrassment, Akira crouches down flat on the kitchen floor with steam comically rising from her blushing head. She quickly stands back up to try again, but immediately ends up hiding her face in her hands from the sheer embarrassment of practicing. She is suddenly snapped out of her embarrassment as the pot on the stove begins boiling over, sending her into a frantic scramble. She turns around in surprise as her relative slides the door open, loudly announcing she is home and apologizing for being late due to the heavy snow. Glancing at the script taped to the wall, Akira clenches her fists in silent determination, resolved to make her upcoming wedding tasks a success. Akira's cousin enters with grocery bags and apologizes for leaving dinner to her today, but suddenly gasps in horror as she realizes she forgot to buy eggs and butter. Unaware of her cousin's distress, Akira steps out of the dark hallway, clutching her kitchen knife, and nervously stammers that she has something important to tell her. Just as Akira begins to speak, her cousin suddenly slams the front door shut and runs back out to buy the missing ingredients, completely interrupting her confession. Akira stands in stunned silence before suddenly realizing with absolute horror that she is holding a massive, menacing chef's knife. She panics in absolute terror, frantically shaking her head as she realizes how incredibly threatening she must have looked to her cousin. Akira cautiously checks the front door before running back inside to slide under her kotatsu in absolute face-planting defeat. She sits quietly under the kotatsu, picking up a pen to revise her plans yet again. Her revised script outlines a new strategy to avoid misunderstandings, detailing a step-by-step plan to deliver a composed confession and even perform a dramatic wall slam. She looks over her notes with a stern expression and practices slamming her hand against the wall to deliver her loving confession. Akira vigorously practices her wall slam routine directly against the front door, only to freeze in sheer horror when her cousin suddenly tries to open the locked handle from the other side. Her cousin pleads to be let inside as her hands are full, prompting a highly nervous Akira to creep over and unlock the door. Akira slides the door open and immediately slams her hand against the wall next to her cousin, confidently welcoming her home and declaring she has something to say. Her cousin warmly presses her hands against Akira's cheeks and cheerfully greets her back. Laughing warmly, her cousin explains she was so excited to see her that she came running back home as fast as she could. As her cousin asks if she wanted to say something, a completely silent and flustered Akira can only look away. Akira quietly mutters that it is nothing, entirely abandoning her confession yet again. Her cousin suddenly laments that she forgot the butter this time and prepares to run out again, but Akira quickly reaches out and grabs her sleeve. Blushing softly, Akira quietly asks if she can go along with her to the store. Her cousin asks if she is sure, and Akira quietly nods in agreement. Her cousin promises they can talk after they return, but suddenly panics and dramatically wraps a scarf around Akira's neck, frantically wondering if she did something wrong or did not show her enough love. Akira snuggles into her warm scarf, letting out a soft, happy giggle. She gently holds her cousin's hand, causing her cousin to ask in surprise what is wrong before quickly remembering something. Her cousin explains that Rendeji offered to some polished rice with them, suggesting they stop by his house when they are done. The dragon's sword keychain is shown hanging safely on a hook next to the house keys. The empty entryway falls quiet as the two of them head out into the snowy night. Akira rests her face on her arms, looking thoughtful and blushing softly. Akira wakes up and stretches at her desk in her pajamas, realizing she was only dreaming. She sighs that she fell asleep looking over at her notebook and the dragon's sword keychain lying on her desk. Staring at her checklist, she softly mutters to herself if everything was just a dream. She smiles warmly as she looks at her plans, full of hope for the next day. The notebook details her plan to gather her courage and hand Hajime his special souvenir tomorrow. The story transitions to the next chapter on the school sports track as Akira prepares for the upcoming marathon. The narrator introduces the anglerfish, a deep-sea creature that lurks within the darkness of the ocean. The narrator explains that a local anglerfish filleting show is held every year, making even elementary school children highly knowledgeable on how to prepare the deep-sea creature. A television program broadcasts a special feature on adult dates, showcasing the trending Tokyo amusement park as a popular destination. While Hajime is eating breakfast, his mother loudly warns him from off-screen that he is going to be late for school. Hajime stares blankly as he resolves to invite Akira on a date to fancy places in Tokyo, just like the ones he saw on television. As he walks to school, Hajime sighs that he would love to take her to Tokyo's amusement park instead of their usual countryside spots, but quickly realizes he does not have enough money to afford it. Hajime is caught off guard in his classroom when Kaguya, the track and field club captain, suddenly looms over his desk and identifies him as the fastest first-year runner in the school. Hajime looks up from his Tokyo Amusement Park magazine in surprise as other students watch the confrontation from behind. A club application form is slammed down on his desk as Kaguya demands that he sign his name, leaving a thoroughly confused Hajime to frantically ask what she is talking about. His friend Ryuta steps up and sweatily apologizes, explaining that the track club desperately needs his strength. Ryuta frantically begs Hajime to save them, pointing out that even the captain herself came in person to recruit him. Hajime is stunned to learn that Kaguya Shiki is a third-year captain, while Ryuta desperately reiterates that the club is facing a major emergency. When another club member runs up to report that they cannot find the practice equipment, a cool and composed Kaguya reveals she already anticipated this and prepared spares in advance, earning praise from her junior. As another member complains that the soccer club is restricting their use of the training grounds right before the tournament, Kaguya confidently promises to handle the negotiation herself, further demonstrating her reliability. Kaguya commands her club members to stay composed and focus on their training, promising to handle any trouble that arises if they simply call her name. She passionately declares that she will shoulder all responsibility as their captain, urging the rest of the team to focus solely on winning. Her inspiring words leave the track club members deeply moved, crying tears of admiration for their captain. Ryuta explains that she is only asking for his help temporarily until their team aces Broken Bone heals, grabbing Hajime by the collar and pleading with him to practice for just 2 weeks and compete. Hajime flatly refuses the request, deadpanning that it is completely impossible. Hajime walks away while waving his hand, explaining that sports are not his thing and asking to be left alone, which Kaguya notes is a shame. Kaguya stops him in his tracks by holding up a paper and revealing that if their team wins the tournament, the club advisor will reward them with tickets to Tokyo's Waku Waku Park. The schoolyard falls quiet as the breeze rustles through the trees. Hajime freezes in absolute shock as his heart races at the mention of the Tokyo amusement park tickets. Hajime temporarily joins the track club and is immediately subjected to intense training by Kaguya. She forcefully pushes him into a starting block position, shouting that the start is everything and he should act as if his life begins at that very spot, while a club member praises her dedication. As they run laps, Kaguya easily keeps pace alongside a struggling Hajime. She loudly instructs him to be aware of his turnovers and increase his leg speed so the gates of victory will open to him, while another member marvels at her incredible composure. During core exercises, Kaguya holds Hajime's legs for sit-ups and demands he show his full power. She passionately declares that the essence of track and field is captivating every spectator in a single moment, earning more thanks from her team. Hajime collapses to the ground in complete exhaustion, panting heavily, as Ryuta cheerfully thanks him for helping out. Hajime internally groans that the training is 10 times harder than he expected, but reminds himself that he has to endure it for the amusement park tickets. Someone quietly steps up behind a nearby tree, watching the practice from a distance. Akira hides behind the tree and watches Hajime completely clueless about the situation. In the background, Mei observes that Hajime was likely scouted by the track and field club, and Urara confirms he already joined. On the track, Kaguya points commandingly at Hajime and Ryuta. Akira glares intensely from behind her hiding spot, her blatantly obvious jealousy boiling over as she watches Hajime with the female captain. The clouds drift lazily in the sky above the school's sports field. Exhausted, Hajime runs over to the outdoor sinks for a water break. He sighs in relief while internally terrified of the scary captain, reminding himself again that it is all for the tickets just before someone suddenly pokes him. Hajime turns around to find Akira kneeling on the ground right next to him. She stares at him intently, equipped with a large clay pot and a tall stack of folded towels. Hajime jumps back in complete surprise, frantically asking Akira what she is doing out by the sports field. Akira stares at him with fierce determination, following a new emergency script she created. Her plan is to fully support Hajime and make him painfully aware of her presence to counter her sudden jealousy. Akira offers him an encouragement towel and opens the clay pot to reveal a batch of candied lemons. Hajime happily thanks her for the homemade food and takes a bite, but his face instantly puckers up as he realizes they are incredibly sour because she forgot to add sugar in her hurry. As Hajime struggles to swallow the unbearably sour lemon, Kaguya shouts from the track, asking if he is ready to go back to practice. Akira suddenly realizes her mistake and panics, frantically waving her hands and telling him to spit it out. Akira watches in absolute horror as Hajime forces himself to swallow the sour lemon whole. Hajime smiles brightly at her and thanks her, earnestly declaring that he is feeling much better now. Overwhelmed by his response, Akira blushes furiously and grips her hair, deeply moved by his genuine gratitude. Hajime quickly excuses himself and runs back toward the track, as Kaguya angrily calls out his name, leaving a heavily blushing Akira behind. Akira remains frozen on the ground next to her supplies, completely starstruck. Mei casually steps out of the nearby gym doors in her basketball uniform and notes that Hajime is a very busy guy before asking Akira what she is doing out there. The wind rustles through the leaves of the trees lining the outer fence of the school grounds. Shiki Kaguya addresses Hajime by his last name and asks him if he really wants those amusement park tickets that badly. As Shiki stretches, another club member mentions that he does not see the appeal of the tickets, since the captain is already fully committed to track and field, prompting Hajime to explain that it is less of an appeal and more of a goal for him. Hajime blushes and nervously confesses that he has someone he likes whom he wants to invite to the park. Ryuta frantically covers Hajime's mouth and warns him not to talk about romance right now, while Shiki looks on thoughtfully and repeats his mention of having a crush. Shiki blushes deeply as she tries to understand the concept of love, wondering if it is just like the romantic things she sees on television. Ryuta panics that discussing love with the captain is completely forbidden, just as a distracted Shiki crashes headfirst over the hurdles while muttering that she finally understands what love is. The narrator explains that the village skies gently shine down upon the surrounding mountains and seas. The narrator notes that the countryside skies are often filled with the sound of blank shots to announce local events, which frequently terrifies visiting tourists, until a local resident happily clarifies that it is just the elementary school's sports festival. Back on the school's sports field, a loud voice commands the first-year track runners to face forward and keep moving. Shiki leads the warm-up jog, instructing her club members never to underestimate their warm-ups and to use the run to understand themselves better. Shiki passionately declares that the runners who have full control over their own bodies are the ones who will ultimately seize victory. Shiki fiercely directs the team, ordering them not to stretch half-heartedly and to be thankful to their muscles, because their efforts will eventually yield results. An exhausted Hajime struggles to keep up with his captain, while the other club members watch her in pure admiration, praising her strength and dignity and promising to follow her wherever she goes. Shiki runs alongside Hajime, shouting his last name and warning him that since he is just a substitute, she will show him absolutely no mercy, and expects him to give his all, prompting a startled Hajime to quickly agree. An exhausted, heavily panting, Hajime struggles through the running exercises, reminding himself that he is doing all of this to win the tickets, so he can take Akira Momose on a date when Shiki suddenly speaks up. Shiki blushes deeply and hesitantly begins asking him about the girl he likes. Shiki looks away as she blushes, asking what kind of girl she is and muttering that she is only asking out of curiosity. Hajime is caught off guard by her sudden curiosity and explains that she is a girl from his class. When Hajime mentions that his feelings are completely one-sided, Shiki reacts with absolute shock. Shiki suddenly trips and crashes dramatically into a pile of safety cones, prompting her club members to scream out in horror. Hajime frantically asks if she is all right, while Ryuta runs over in a panic, yelling to find out who brought up romance to their captain again, and reminding everyone that discussing such topics with her is strictly forbidden. Shiki quickly clears her throat and apologizes before pressing Hajime, further asking if there are any other specific things worrying him about his crush, leaving a startled Hajime to realize she is intensely curious. Hajime confesses that he is planning on giving her the tickets as a surprise, but wonders if it would be okay to just go straight on the date right after presenting them. Hajime admits he has heard that girls generally love surprises, but anxiously wonders if a sudden gift like that is really enough to get her heart racing. Shiki is left completely speechless and flustered by his detailed romantic dilemma. Completely overwhelmed by the conversation, Shiki trips yet again and crashes directly into a cart of baseballs, scattering them everywhere as her teammates scream. The afternoon sun continues to shine over the quiet hills and school fields as the practice session draws to a close. Shiki extends her hand and offers Hajime a salt tablet to help him recover. Hajime looks at her in surprise as Shiki warns him that he is bound to get dehydrated after such intense club activities and needs to be careful, prompting him to politely thank her. Shiki returns to their earlier conversation, assuring a surprised Hajime that she does not think there is any girl who would actually dislike receiving a surprise. Blushing softly as she dries off with a towel, Shiki explains that a girl would definitely want to look her absolute best in front of the person she likes, so it would probably be much better if he informed her about the date ahead of time. Hajime stands frozen in absolute realization as her advice completely blows his mind. Overjoyed by her insightful tip, Hajime runs off at full speed to ask Akira out, immediately shouting back that he had never even considered that before. Hajime beams and expresses how incredibly glad he is that he came to his senior for advice. The track club members eagerly praise their captain, commenting that they expected nothing less from her since her advice was so excellent, and showed a deep understanding of a maiden's heart, while noting that she seems a bit happy herself. Shiki nervously tries to deny that she did anything special before suddenly reacting to something in front of her. Shiki trips once more, crashing directly into a barrage of soccer balls as her teammates scream out in horror. Outside classroom 1-3, Mei and Urara approach Akira. Urara bluntly tells a thoroughly flustered Akira that she is being incredibly obvious about her jealousy. Mei notes that Akira has set up a massive row of sports drinks as a treat, teasing her about not talking to Hajime lately, which a flustered Akira quickly denies. Mei continues to tease her about being jealous, prompting Akira to loudly tell her to give it a rest, and insist it is not jealousy, while Mei jokingly points out that they simply happen to witness Hajime getting along so well with his senior. As Akira pouts heavily, Urara confidently declares that she knew she was jealous, while Mei quickly apologizes. Just as Urara suggests she should ask him herself, Hajime suddenly slides the classroom door open and calls out her name. Hajime expresses his immense relief at finding her, while Mei and Urara quickly duck out of sight to give them privacy, allowing Hajime to nervously bring up the upcoming track and field meet next week. Hajime nervously announces that after the track meet is finished, there is somewhere special he would like to invite her to go. Akira is completely stunned by his sudden invitation, and her face turns bright red as she stammers out a flustered acceptance. Akira reaches down to pick up one of the sports drinks from her desk to hand to him. Clutching the sports drink tightly, a heavily blushing Akira softly wishes him good luck with his upcoming athletic meet. Hajime happily thanks her while Mei and Urara peek from their hiding spot and note that there was absolutely no reason to worry about them after all. Just outside, a heavily blushing Shiki sits on the hallway floor after peeking in, leaving Hajime to call out her title in surprise. Shiki internally gushes over how good of a girl Akira is, having run over out of pure curiosity to see how the confession went right before Ryuta arrives to retrieve his captain, while Mei demands to know who he is. The story transitions to the next chapter as Akira prepares to support Hajime with a sports drink and a megaphone. The narrator introduces the jellyfish, describing it as a transparent moon drifting quietly in the deep ocean. The narrator explains that in this countryside, jellyfish are notorious for clogging water pipes, meaning that, while a regular person might find them pretty in an aquarium, a local elementary schooler will glare at them with pure rage. At the joint track and field meet between 3 local high schools, Aomine High School ends up taking second place. Standing before her team, Shiki Kaguya proudly declares that everyone tried their absolute best at the meet and that she is incredibly proud to be their captain. As the team sits dejectedly on the field, Hajime looks completely devastated, realizing that they only secured second place. Hajime sinks into deep despair as he realizes his dream of winning the Waku Park tickets for his date with Akira is completely shattered. Curling up on the ground in total gloom, Hajime struggles to process his defeat. The sun begins to set over the empty athletic field. Hajime slowly walks up to Shiki on the track, prompting her to turn around and warmly thank him for his hard work today. Hajime bows his head and deeply apologizes to her for not being strong enough to win the race. Gripping his arms tightly, Hajime expresses his deep regret, wishing he had realized sooner and lamenting that he tried so hard to be helpful to the team. Shiki looks at him with a gentle smile and warmly thanks him for sharing his honest thoughts with her. Ryuta suddenly leaps on Hajime from behind, crying loudly that getting second place hurts him deeply as well. While a struggling Hajime begs an emotional Ryuta to let go of him, Shiki watches, silently remembering Hajime's confession about wanting to invite his crush, and realizing with a heavy heart that he failed to get the tickets. Walking away with her track jacket draped over her shoulder, Shiki quietly wonders to herself if there is anything she can do to help him. Shiki stares ahead with a serious expression, wishing that he would at least tell her who the girl he likes is. Shiki looks up to see Akira walking down the steps, holding a gift bag of candied lemons labeled for Hajime along with her homemade support signs. Akira stops and stares in absolute surprise when she notices Shiki looking at her. Akira awkwardly asks if the track and field meet is currently happening here, only to learn that the event has already ended. Shiki reacts with a sharp pang of pain and embarrassment in her chest, realizing that this must be the very girl Hajime is deeply in love with. The track remains completely empty and quiet after the day's competition. Sitting on the steps next to a startled Akira, Shiki resolves to play it smart as a reliable senior and make sure she presents Hajime in the best possible light. Projecting her most mature, reliable senior aura, Shiki addresses Akira by her name and directly asks what her relationship with Hajime is. Akira remembers Mei's past advice to increase her appeal by declaring that she and Hajime are incredibly close, leaving her sweating under pressure as she tries to come up with an answer. Blushing furiously, Akira nervously blurts out that she and Hajime actually kissed, but tries to play it off by claiming they did it purely as friends. Shiki leaps backward in absolute jaw-dropping shock, screaming out in pure disbelief over the fact that they have already kissed. Shiki stammers in complete panic that kissing is a bit too fast for just friends, while a pouting Akira glares away in embarrassment. Suddenly gripped by intense curiosity, Shiki leans in close and frantically demands to know exactly how they ended up kissing, while Akira stands completely frozen. Akira awkwardly explains that it was all due to the romantic mood and the atmosphere of the place they were in, leaving an intensely curious Shiki to scream out, wanting to know what kind of atmosphere they were in. Akira puffs out her cheeks and mutters that the atmosphere is something she simply cannot describe in words, leaving Shiki in a state of utter shock. Panting heavily from the excitement of the gossip, Shiki presses her further, arguing that if they have already gone that far, they must have definitely visited each other's houses by now. Akira hesitates and stammers nervously, leading Shiki to ask in surprise if she really has never been to his house before. Shiki lets out a dramatic sigh of relief and gestures for Akira to stop, declaring that visiting each other's homes would have been far too much, while a sweating Akira asks about her navy blue pants and internally vows to find her chance one day. Hajime suddenly appears at the top of the stairs carrying a heavy box, calling out to Akira in surprise and asking why she is over here. Before Hajime can say another word, Shiki turns around and bolts up the stairs at full speed, catching him completely by surprise. Shiki grabs a terrified Hajime by the shoulders and loudly demands to know why he was keeping such an important fact, a secret, yelling that she heard everything. Akira stands awkwardly at the bottom of the steps trying to speak up, while an incredibly confused Hajime frantically asks Shiki what she is even talking about. Shiki gets directly in Hajime's face and demands answers, completely overwhelming him with her sudden interrogation. Shiki looks back at Akira, expressing surprise that she still has not been to Hajime's house yet. Shiki stutters in extreme embarrassment, bringing up their kiss directly to Hajime. Akira nervously raises her hand from the bottom of the steps, trying to get Hajime's attention. Gathering all her courage, Akira directly asks Hajime if he would like to come over to her place next time. The sudden invite leaves both Hajime and Shiki standing in absolute frozen shock. Akira becomes incredibly flustered, her face heating up as she realizes what she just blurted out. Shiki completely freezes like a stone statue in pure shock over the prospect of a home date, leaving her passing teammates to wonder why she has suddenly turned into a statue. The story transitions to the next chapter as Akira, despite looking cute, helps out with her family's bathhouse business. Hajime nervously steps inside, politely apologizing for the intrusion as he enters her home. A heavily blushing Akira shyly welcomes him inside, telling him to come on in. Akira frantically and flusteringly guides him down the hallway while Hajime pinch checks himself to make sure he is not dreaming. Hajime is left completely awestruck as he realizes he has actually arrived at Akira's house. Hajime realizes her home is less of a typical house and more like the largest hot spring resort in town, politely thanking a very nervous Akira as she offers him a pair of indoor slippers. While Hajime's heart races as he wonders if they have finally gotten closer, a highly anxious Akira clutches her secret script to ask him about his track club senior, before suddenly announcing that she is going to go call her mother. Hajime nervously walks down the hallway, wondering what her mother is like, when he suddenly gasps in surprise. Akira's mother accidentally trips and splashes her freshly poured hot tea directly toward Hajime. Hajime gets splashed directly in the face by the madamadaThe, which the narrator describes as a frothy, delicious fermented tea made in the countryside. A loud, crashing sound echoes outside the hot spring resort as Akira frantically yells from her window, asking if he is okay. The narrator introduces Momose hot springs, explaining that the porridge cooked using their natural spring water is absolutely exquisite. Hajime, now wearing a Momose spa t-shirt, bows and repeatedly apologizes to Akira's family for the chaos. Akira's mother sheepishly explains that she got a little too excited when Akira told her she was bringing a friend over, while Akira stands behind her looking mortified. Hajime reassures her that it is perfectly fine since they even let him borrow their wonderful hot springs, though he internally notes with shock that Akira takes completely after her mother. Akira's mother profusely apologizes again, mentioning that Akira had specifically invited him over to apologize only for her to ruin it, which leaves a smiling Hajime deeply startled. Hajime internally panics in shock, wondering if Akira really invited him over to apologize because of what happened at the festival, and if she wanted him to enjoy a stay at her hot spring. Hajime is filled with intense embarrassment at how full of himself he was, while Akira frantically yells to ask her mother what she is doing. Displaying her maternal hospitality, Akira's mother cheerfully announces that she is going to show Hajime all of Akira's childhood photo albums laid out from ages 1 to 4. Akira's mother flips through the album, showing a photo of baby Akira holding a plushie just like her little sister, and then flips to another photo showing her caught in a wave while swinging a large axe, leaving a sweat-dropped Hajime to question why she had an axe. Akira's mother proudly flips to a photo of Akira digging for sweet potatoes in the mountains with a massive chainsaw, explaining she used it when she worked as a bamboo harvester, while Akira desperately screams for Hajime not to look. The album reveals a group photo of the Aomi Hunting Association posing with their hunting rifles in the woods. Hajime stares in absolute sweat-dropped terror at the frightening family photos. Akira's mother suddenly smacks the album shut with a smile, playfully telling Hajime to pretend he did not see that, and giggling about how embarrassing it is. Hajime shivers in fear, wondering if her mother is far more dangerous than she appears, while Akira loudly repeats her demand for her mother to stop. Akira turns to Hajime, blushing heavily, begging her mother not to talk about her plushies since Hajime came all this way and it is far too embarrassing. Hajime suddenly has an idea to comfort her, telling Akira not to worry. Hajime cheerfully reveals that he still sleeps with a stick he found when he was little, declaring that there is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Akira's mother bursts into loud laughter and pats him, calling him a silly boy, while Hajime frantically insists that he is being completely serious and was not trying to make a joke. Sometime later, a happily warmed Hajime stands wearing a Momose resort robe over his t-shirt, carrying bags of souvenirs, as Akira apologizes for keeping him here so late. Hajime cheerfully insists that he actually had fun, while a thoroughly embarrassed Akira looks away, prompting her mother to suddenly remember it might rain today and instruct Akira to fetch Hajime an umbrella from the back garden. As Hajime tries to politely thank her for the visit, Akira's mother remarks that his earlier story was truly surprising. She notes that he acted quite childishly in front of a girl and calls him quite an oddball, prompting a flustered Hajime to quickly apologize. Hajime's eyes widen in confusion when she suddenly adds that she is now relieved. Smiling warmly, she explains that she is relieved to have a friend like him staying by Akira's side. She expresses her complete confidence that with him around, Akira will be absolutely all right. She warmly notes that she can easily tell because she and Akira are actually quite alike, leaving a silent Hajime deeply touched and blushing as he scratches his head. Akira suddenly rushes back into the entryway, clutching a big armful of umbrellas, frantically announcing that she brought them, while her mother giggles in amusement. Hajime responds that it is about time he gets going, just as a bright flash of lightning illuminates the entrance, startling Akira. A massive boom of thunder suddenly shakes the entire building, leaving a sweat-dropped Hajime to awkwardly hold his hand to his head. Akira's mother clasps her hands together as the heavy downpour begins outside. Noting how intense the downpour is, she usefully suggests that Hajime should stay inside until the rain eases up, adding a hint about what else they could do. She directly invites Hajime to stay for dinner, casually adding that it will just be him and Akira under one roof, because she has to go visit the old lady next door. The realization that they will be having dinner entirely alone under the same roof leaves a heavily blushing Akira and a completely stunned Hajime speechless. The clock on the wall ticks away, marking the passing time in the quiet room. Hajime and Akira sit side by side on the living room sofa in complete blushing silence, far too nervous to even look at each other. The story transitions as Akira blushes deeply, her heart pounding with the overwhelming realization that they are finally completely alone together. The story transitions to the next chapter as the two find themselves staying under one roof. Teramachi-san reacts with absolute disbelief and shock upon hearing that Akira's mother left a young man and woman entirely on their own at home. Teramachi-san scolds Akira's mother for being so thoughtless, pointing out that Akira is far too innocent, while Akira's mother casually tells her to relax and reassures her that they will be fine since she is only there for a short visit anyway. Akira's mother confidently smiles and insists that those two are purely friends. She remains completely relaxed, fully believing that Hajime has everything under control and that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Back at the house, the atmosphere remains incredibly tense as Hajime and Akira sit far apart on the sofa in complete silence. Both of them tremble with intense anxiety, with Hajime stressing over what to do next and admitting he never expected to be invited for dinner, while Akira tells herself that she is happy but incredibly overwhelmed. Realizing that Akira's mother has placed her trust in him, Hajime's determination catches fire as he firmly resolves to prove that he is a reliable man. Hajime tells himself that he only has an hour and a half before the last train arrives and resolves to show her how calm and collected he is, completely unaware that a heavily blushing Akira is sitting right next to him in the middle of a massive panic attack. Unable to handle the tension, Akira suddenly leaps up and screams that she forgot something in her room, running away in a complete panic. Hajime calls out, offering to help her carry anything heavy if she wants, which only leaves Akira's heart pounding faster as she wonders what to do. Akira stares wide-eyed at her master script and checklist pages, desperately trying to focus on her goals of asking him about his favorite food and making his heart skip a beat. Akira suddenly slams her hands against the wall and screams at Hajime to not come any closer, her face turning bright red. A startled Hajime quickly backs away and apologizes, explaining that he did not mean to intrude, just as a highly flustered Akira suddenly lunges forward and grabs him. Acting entirely on panic, Akira forces Hajime to sit down at the dining table, loudly screaming that they should eat dinner right now, to which a startled Hajime quickly agrees. Akira nervously gestures to the dining table and apologizes for only having leftovers, while Hajime stares in absolute shock at a massive, incredibly luxurious banquet consisting of bluefin tuna, red king crab, and rice boiled in hot spring water. Hajime frantically asks why they have such a luxurious banquet laid out, prompting Akira to explain that they are actually leftover dishes from a tour group that canceled their reservation the day before. Akira shyly begs him to eat as much as he likes, since it would be a waste to throw it away, to which Hajime enthusiastically responds that it would be an absolute honor and that he would surely be punished by the gods if he did not eat it. Hajime quickly clasps his hands and thanks her for the meal, suddenly panicking as he notices on the wall clock that there is only an hour left until the last train, while Akira realizes they are running out of time and praises how delicious the food tastes. Akira begins stuffing her face with food and chewing in a massive rush to help him finish, quickly leaving Hajime to watch in sheer surprise. Hajime frantically tells her that she does not need to eat so fast, warning her that she might choke if she continues to chow down on the food like that. Night falls over the quiet town as the crescent moon shines in the sky. Feeling incredibly drowsy, Akira begins to doze off right where she is sitting. While washing the dishes, Hajime notes that eating so much food so quickly must have spiked her blood sugar and made her drowsy, calling out to her as she continues to nod off. Hajime quietly wonders where to put the clean tableware, while a sleepy Akira lets out a soft sigh. Hajime finds it adorable as Akira sways back and forth on the sofa, desperately trying to battle her intense drowsiness. Hajime tells her that he will head home as soon as he is finished washing the dishes. While Hajime is busy drying the final dishes, Akira completely loses her battle with sleep and drifts off, prompting Hajime to realize she has fallen asleep. Wiping down a plate, Hajime happily reflects on how she went completely above and beyond as a host to make him feel welcome. Akira sleeps peacefully, her face soft and relaxed. Hajime gazes quietly at her sleeping face. Hajime fondly remembers the days when they were children and he was the only one constantly chasing after her. Looking around her living room, he tells himself that he could have never imagined actually spending time inside her home like this. He smiles, thinking about how much fun today was, before quickly shaking off the thought and reminding himself that now is not the time to relax. Seeing that he only has 10 minutes left before the last train arrives, Hajime swallows a drink of water and decides to slip out quietly without waking her up, confident he can make it if he runs. Hajime gently sets his glass of ice on the table while Akira continues to sleep soundly. He hesitates for a brief second, his hand resting near her on the sofa. Hajime leans in for one last look at her sleeping face before picking up his bag to depart. Suddenly losing his nerve, Hajime plops back down on the sofa right next to her. Hajime's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes what he is doing. Looking at her peaceful face, Hajime softly whispers her name and bids her farewell until they meet again at school. Hajime instantly regrets sitting back down and chastises himself for his foolishness, feeling incredibly embarrassed as he prepares to say his goodbyes and leave. Just as Hajime attempts to get up, a hand suddenly reaches out from behind and grabs the edge of his striped shirt. Hajime is startled to realize that Akira has firmly gripped his shirt, keeping him anchored to the sofa. Akira remains fast asleep, completely oblivious to the fact that she is tightly holding onto his clothes. Akira squeezes his shirt even tighter, leaving a highly flustered Hajime struggling to break free without waking her. Hajime is frozen in sheer shock as he feels the tug on his shirt. Hajime turns around and sees that a sleeping Akira is still clutching the edge of his shirt tightly. As the ice in the glass melts with a quiet clink, Akira's hand slides down and rests gently on Hajime's lap. The ice in the glass continues to melt on the table as the quiet evening passes by. Akira leans her head peacefully against his shoulder and holds his hand in her sleep, leaving a blushing and sweating Hajime sitting completely frozen, desperately wondering what he should do now. The clock on the wall continues to tick away, marking the passage of time as they remain side by side on the sofa. The story transitions to the next chapter as the two sleep close enough to their body heat. Akira drifts into a deep dream, her eyes reflecting memories of the past. In her dream, Akira remembers her childhood holding a farewell card and flowers meant for Hajime before he moved away. She recalls the painful memory of watching him walk away, leaving her behind in the countryside with her feelings left unsaid. In her dream, she desperately calls out his name just as she did on that fateful day. Tears pool in her eyes as she continues to sleep, still caught in the emotional weight of her dream. Akira suddenly jolts awake on the sofa, breathing heavily as she tries to recover from the vivid dream. She is surprised to see the table and dishes perfectly cleaned when she suddenly feels a gentle poke on her side. Akira turns around in absolute shock to find Hajime sitting right next to her, sleeping soundly on the sofa. Hajime groggily rubs his eyes and welcomes her awake, leaving an incredibly flustered Akira trying to comprehend how they both fell asleep on the couch together. Akira's heart pounds in absolute panic as she realizes that she fell asleep on him. They missed the last train, and they are now forced to spend the entire night under one roof. Hajime apologizes with a warm smile, explaining that he did not want to wake her up and ended up dozing off himself. Hajime frantically tells her not to worry about the missed train, suggesting he can just sleep at her relative's house nearby, and turns to quickly make his exit. As Hajime happily heads out the door, telling her to thank her mother for him, a quiet Akira stands in the hallway staring at him with a look of realization. Seeing his back as he leaves her home once again triggers a deep sense of familiarity in her. She remembers their childhood, walking parallel to each other but never quite closing the distance between them. Akira clutches her chest as memories of his presence and the quiet moments they just flood back to her. Gathering her courage, Akira stops him at the door and nervously asks if he plans on officially joining the track and field club. Akira blushes furiously as she waits for his response, leaving a completely bewildered Hajime to stare back at her in confusion. Hajime reacts with absolute wide-eyed shock at her sudden question. Hajime vigorously shakes his hands and strongly declares that he would never join the club in a million years because he absolutely despises exercising. He explains that he only joined temporarily because there was something he wanted to get, and since he failed to obtain it anyway, he definitely has no intention of ever officially joining. Hearing his words, a tear suddenly slips down Akira's cheek as she looks up at him. Hajime freezes as he suddenly notices that she is crying. Akira quickly wipes away her tears, blushing in extreme embarrassment as she struggles to find her words. In a complete panic, Hajime lunges forward and grabs her hands, loudly apologizing for making her cry. As Hajime squeezes her hands in sheer panic, Akira frantically tries to explain that she only cried because she felt so relieved and at ease around him. Hajime completely ignores her explanation, beating himself up and yelling that he must have done something terrible to make her anxious again. To reassure her, Hajime loudly reiterates that he is finished with the track club anyway, admitting that he was completely out of shape and could barely keep up with their practice sessions. Before he can say another word, a checkered cushion is suddenly shoved directly into his face. Out of sheer embarrassment, Akira presses the cushion firmly against Hajime's face, leaving both of them standing in tense, silent confusion. Akira slowly slumps to her knees in defeat while continuing to press the cushion over Hajime's face. In her mind, Akira continues to reflect on the childhood memory of Hajime leaving. She remembers how Hajime looked back at her with a bright, cheerful smile on that day. She recalls how he suddenly ran back to join her, refusing to let any distance remain between them. Back in the present, Hajime calls out her name in confusion as she leans her head close against him. Akira smiles through her tears, quietly thanking God that they are still close. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoes as Akira's mother returns home, calling out to ask if Hajime made it back safely and warning that they cannot have a boy and girl left entirely alone together this late. Akira panics, remembering her mother's terrifying habit of swinging an axe, and both she and Hajime sweat in absolute terror. As the mother's footsteps approach, and she calls out for Akira, Hajime's brain works at light speed, concluding that his best course of action is simply to tell the truth. But before Hajime can apologize, Akira suddenly grabs him tightly. Caught in a complete panic, Akira drags Hajime by the hand and sprints down the hallway at full speed. Akira frantically instructs Hajime to hide in the spare bedroom, leaving Hajime completely startled as he looks at the closed doors. She urges him to hurry, warning him that she has no idea what her dangerous mother will do if he is discovered, which sends a shiver of terror through Hajime. As her mother begins climbing the stairs, Hajime hurriedly slips inside the nearest door, completely unaware that he has just entered the wrong room. Hajime immediately trips in the dark and crashes headfirst into a pile of objects, causing a loud, clattering racket. Hajime finds himself lying on the floor in absolute silence, completely surrounded by cute, stuffed animals. He realizes that he rushed in blindly without looking and anxiously wonders what he should do now. Sitting up, Hajime rubs his head and notices his hand brushing against a piece of paper on the floor. Picking up the paper, Hajime reads a handwritten page titled "Today's Script," outlining a plan to ask what food he likes and to make his heart skip a beat. Hajime stands in stunned silence as he reads through her master checklist for winning him over, finally realizing the secret behind all of Akira's behavior. The story transitions to the next chapter as the wholesome romantic comedy of Akira and Hajime continues to steadily develop. Suddenly, Akira's eyes widen in sheer panic as she hears a sharp clicking sound. Akira looks back toward the hallway in panic as the door with her own nameplate begins to creak open. Akira stares ahead in silent shock as she realizes what is happening. Meanwhile, inside the room, Hajime continues to examine the handwritten script, planning to make his heart skip a beat. Hajime looks down at the paper, silent and thoughtful. Looking around the room, Hajime realizes that the page is definitely not a script for a school play. Akira suddenly slides the bedroom door open in a panic, and a startled Hajime quickly apologizes, explaining that the paper had simply fallen onto the floor. Holding up the paper, Hajime tells her that it looks like some sort of script, but notes that something about it seems a bit unusual. As Hajime mentions that the page reads more like a set of instructions, Akira reacts with absolute wide-eyed terror. Terrified of the truth coming out, Akira frantically points and yells that her little sister was the one who wrote it. She crawls on the floor in a frantic rush, desperately claiming that the room they are in is actually her little sister's bedroom. Hajime is left completely bewildered as he looks down at her while she continues to panic on the floor. Hajime readily believes her, admitting that the script indeed looks childish and that he must have mistaken the doors, though he is highly impressed to find high school manuals on the shelves, and praises her sister for being incredibly intelligent. Hajime cheerfully adds that whoever her sister tries the script on will definitely fall in love with her, wishing her sister good luck and completely unaware that he is the actual target of the plan. While Hajime stands there smiling, he is completely oblivious to the massive master checklist labeled with his own name pinned to the wall right next to him. Akira looks on in utter petrified horror as she realizes just how close Hajime is to seeing the giant poster. In a desperate bid to hide the evidence, Akira lunges forward and covers Hajime's eyes, frantically pushing him out of the room while warning him that her sister is far scarier than a hibernating bear and will be furious if she finds him there. Outside, the crescent moon shines quietly in the dark night sky. Akira frantically guides Hajime to the back door, gasping for breath as she apologizes for the chaos and urges him to leave quickly before her mother finds him, though Hajime insists that it is his fault as well. As he prepares to flee, Hajime suddenly remembers her mother's warm words from earlier when she expressed her relief and confidence that Akira would be perfectly fine with a friend like him by her side. While Akira urgently whispers for him to hurry, Hajime's expression turns serious as a new resolve takes hold of him. Hajime stops in his tracks and tells her that he is sorry, but he simply cannot leave yet. Akira is left standing in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment at his sudden decision. Before she can stop him, Hajime suddenly turns around and bolts back into the house, leaving a thoroughly shocked Akira staring after him. Just as her mother enters the corridor carrying an axe after finishing the firewood, Hajime courageously steps directly in front of her to speak. Looming over them with a dark and terrifying expression, her mother demands to know exactly what the two of them have been doing alone together. Hajime swallows his fear and prepares to take full responsibility for the situation. Clenching his fists tightly, Hajime bows deeply and loudly apologizes to her mother. He explains that he accidentally dozed off on the sofa, which is the sole reason why he is still at their house so late. Bowing deeply once more, Hajime politely bids them farewell and announces that he will be taking his leave immediately. Akira watches him in silent awe, deeply moved by his maturity and willingness to face her mother. Suddenly, her mother bursts out laughing at his incredibly serious explanation. Laughing heartily, she tells Hajime that there is absolutely no need to be so terrified and kindly suggests that he should just stay the night since it is already so late. Pointing out that it is pitch black and raining cats and dogs outside, she reassures him that they have plenty of guest rooms and promises to contact his parents to let them know he is safe, leaving Hajime completely shocked but relieved. The next morning, the bright morning sun shines over the mountains and illuminates the hot spring resort. Wearing a fresh robe and holding his bags of souvenirs, a sparkling Hajime politely bows and expresses his deep gratitude for their wonderful hospitality. Her mother warmly apologizes for not being able to do more on such short notice, and asks him to tell his parents not to worry while a heavily scolded and blushing Akira stands quietly beside her as Hajime happily bids them both farewell. Hajime lies in the guest room futon with his heart pounding, unable to believe that they actually let him stay the night in a bedroom 3 times bigger than his own living room. Meeting Akira in the hallway, Hajime addresses her while Akira softly thanks him for everything that happened the day before. Hajime earnestly tells her that if anything is ever bothering her, she can always count on him. Akira blushes as she turns to look at him while Hajime nervously bids her goodbye, saying he will see her at school. They both find themselves reflecting on how much closer they have grown after spending the night under one roof. Akira quietly smiles to herself as they walk. Akira softly bids him farewell with a warm, teary-eyed smile. As Hajime waves back and departs, her mother waves goodbye and tells him to be careful on his way home before teasingly whispering to Akira that she has found herself a truly lovely friend. Her mother cheerfully announces that she plans to cheer on Akira's love life, as well sending a completely flustered Akira into a stuttering panic as she desperately tries to deny it. Her mother gives her a knowing smile and reassures her that a mother can always tell when her daughter is in love. Meanwhile, on his train ride home, Hajime clutches his souvenir bag with a pounding heart, still reeling from the fact that he actually stayed over completely oblivious to an elderly passenger asking if he wants to sit down. Akira remains completely petrified, dreading the inevitable moment when Hajime might bump into her little sister. At school, Hajime runs up to Akira carrying a large box of souvenirs and home-grown vegetables, apologetically explaining that his mother absolutely insisted on sending them as a token of gratitude for letting him stay over. As the two walk together while carrying the heavy souvenirs toward the station, Hajime once again expresses how genuinely grateful he is for the sleepover, prompting a blushing Akira to stammer that it was no problem at all. Hajime cheerfully reminisces about how delicious the pufferfish was while Akira gazes at his smiling face with a gentle look. She remembers how close they slept next to each other on the sofa, a memory that still makes her heart race. Shaking off the memory, Akira looks up at him and speaks up about something else. As they continue walking side by side down the path, Akira hesitantly brings up a question she has been curious about for a very long time. Akira asks Hajime why he decided to come back to their hometown of Aomi. Her heart pounds wildly as she internally panics, realizing she actually moved back solely because of Hajime and desperately struggles to find a different excuse. Hajime explains that you cannot take detours on your way home in the countryside, whereas in Tokyo, you can stop by tons of fancy cafes with delicious food, leaving a sweating Akira to nervously claim that she can only envy him. Desperate to defend Aomi, Akira quickly points out that the countryside has its own unique charms, like the wild crab apples that grow in rural areas. Hajime is surprised and runs to check them, recalling how he used to snack on them all the time as a kid, while a relieved Akira nods rapidly in agreement. When Hajime notes that they still do not compare to the sweets in Tokyo, Akira frantically points out a henbit flower, explaining that its nectar is incredibly sweet. Plucking a flower, Hajime beams with nostalgia and remembers sucking on them all the time during elementary school, while Akira continues to nod eagerly beside him. Hajime smiles warmly and confesses that doing these things is definitely much more fun when you have someone else to them with. Akira looks at him with wide, blushing eyes as her heart skips a beat. Akira softly agrees, her face turning bright red as she looks down in shyness. Surrounded by drifting leaves, Akira quietly holds onto the moment, feeling a deep sense of happiness. The two sit side by side on the grassy hill overlooking the scenic mountains when Hajime suddenly breaks the silence. In a classroom, a quiet transfer student sits alone at her desk while others look on. The girl flinches in surprise as someone suddenly approaches her desk. A classmate kindly welcomes her to Tokyo, offering to help if there is anything she does not understand and encouraging her to try her best to make new friends. The transfer student looks down silently with tears welling in her eyes. She sits completely isolated at her desk, struggling to adapt to her new environment. While the other children cheerfully wave goodbye to their teacher and head home together, she walks home completely by herself. She stares ahead with a lonely expression, feeling completely out of place in the unfamiliar city. As she walks home, she is surprised to hear someone call out her name, turning around to find a young Hajime running toward her with a bright, welcoming wave. She stands by the wall in silence, processing his sudden friendliness. Her lonely walks home gradually begin to change as she looks forward to seeing him each day, even in the middle of a heavy rainstorm. Returning to her family's apartment building, Akira slides open the front door to find her mother warmly welcoming her home. Her mother gently asks how school has been treating her after her first week, and if she is having fun, but a quiet Akira can only stare back at her. Unable to hold it in any longer, tears suddenly stream down Akira's face. Akira desperately clings to her mother, crying as her mother holds her tightly and anxiously asks what is wrong. Sometime later, Akira writes out a life plan for her elementary school class, listing her secret goal to eventually become close friends with Hajime. Feeling completely discouraged and overwhelmed by her shyness, Akira crumples the paper in her hands and weeps silently on the floor. Time passes, and the cherry blossoms begin to bloom across the city of Tokyo, marking the arrival of spring. One morning, while a television broadcast announces the start of Tokyo's cherry blossom season, Akira turns around as her mother calls out her name. Her mother apologetically announces that they have to move back to Aomi starting next year because her sister injured her back at the family, in worrying that the sudden move will be difficult for Akira right before her entrance exams. Hearing that they are returning to Aomi, the very place Hajime is, Akira slams her hands on the table in pure shock. Akira tearfully but resolutely shouts that she is absolutely ready to go back with her, catching her mother completely off guard. Rushing into her room, Akira immediately begins searching through her desk drawers. She flusteredly dumps out boxes of old papers, frantically digging through the piles in search of something important. She finally retrieves and smooths out her old, crumpled childhood life plan, which concludes with her final dream of marrying Hajime. Staring at her life plan, Akira's eyes burn with absolute unyielding determination to make her dream a reality. Someone steps confidently onto the stage during a school assembly. Hajime is left completely startled as he watches the track club captain Shiki Kajiya step up to the microphone on the podium to address the entire student assembly. In the present, Akira stands on the hill, softly confessing that she decided to come back. Hajime looks up at her in shock as she stands against the sunset, explaining her deep reasons for returning to this town. Akira looks at him with teary eyes and directly confesses that there is something in Aomi that is incredibly important to her. Hajime is left completely speechless, staring at her in quiet awe. Hajime suddenly leaps backward in comedic disbelief, pointing out that Aomi is highly inconvenient with only one train every 3 hours and absolutely no flying bicycles like in Tokyo. When a dragonfly suddenly plops onto his forehead, Hajime panics and runs around screaming, warning her that Aomi is full of terrifying bug snakes and bears and accidentally swallowing one in his frenzy. Akira simply closes her eyes and smiles completely unbothered as a dragonfly rests gently on her hair. While waving his arms frantically to chase away the bugs, Hajime still tries to convince her that the town does have its fare of positives. He desperately asks if she can catch the dragonflies with her bare hands, completely ruining the romantic mood of her confession as he continues to scream and run around. The story transitions to the next chapter as the two find themselves out on a chaotic patrol. The narrator describes the Sea of Japan as an ever-raging tempest of giant waves. The waves along the coast are described as being so incredibly strong that fish frequently go flying directly onto the road and slap against passing cars. Sometime later in the deep mountains, a hidden patch of wild fiddlehead ferns is discovered. On his way home from school, Hajime happily crouches on Mount Rendaiji to collect some wild fiddlehead ferns, excitedly planning to surprise Akira with them. Suddenly, a terrifyingly stern police officer looms directly behind him and demands to know what he is doing. A terrified Hajime is escorted into the back of the police car, clutching his bag tightly in silence, as the officer drives him away. Hajime frantically apologizes and offers the officer some of his ferns, but the officer bluntly declines and explains that he is escorting him home because a dangerous bear was sighted on the mountain earlier that morning. As the police car drives down the quiet road, Hajime internally groans that police cars are incredibly scary, noting that the driver's absolute silence is not helping the tense mood at all. While Hajime sits nervously in the back seat wondering if he should start a conversation, the officer suddenly breaks the silence by addressing him. The officer suddenly asks Hajime if there is any girl he has a crush on, catching a startled Hajime completely off guard and prompting him to nervously admit that he does like a classmate, while the officer instantly regrets blurting out such an awkward question. The officer grips the steering wheel with intense excitement, internally celebrating that he gets to hear a real adolescent love story. Revealed to be 25-year-old Ikebari Mamoru, the local officer finds his own heart racing from the excitement of the gossip. Filled with a sudden passionate desire to help the boy succeed in love, Ikebari glares intensely in the rearview mirror, sending Hajime into a complete state of terror. Turning slightly to face the back, Ikebari fiercely advises him that he must always be completely honest with the girl he loves, warning him that if he lies to her, he must be prepared to face the consequences. He passionately commands Hajime to go after her with absolutely everything he has got, as if his very life depends on it. Hajime bursts into tears of sheer terror from the intense speech, leaving a highly confused Ikebari to look back at him. As they drive, Ikebari sweats and wonders if he somehow messed up, reflecting on how his seniors at the station taught him to deal with romance, while a terrified Hajime continues to tremble in the back seat. Ikebari tries to reassure Hajime by telling him he can always count on him for help, but his attention is suddenly caught by something on the side of the road. The officer spots Akira casually picking ferns directly in front of a warning sign for bears, prompting him to slam the window open and scream at her, while a startled Hajime cries out her name. Now, both Akira and Hajime find themselves sitting in the back seat of the police car, both sweating in absolute silent terror under the officer's stern gaze. When a panicked Hajime asks what she was doing there, Akira stammers that her mother asked her to pick some edible plants, while both of them find the ride home in the silent police car to be incredibly nerve-wracking. As the two classmates talk, Ikebari quietly observes them through the rearview mirror. Ikebari suddenly speaks up to ask if she is the very girl Hajime was talking about earlier, sending Hajime into another panic, as he frantically tries to play it off as just a classmate. Tipping his hat with a grin, Ikebari fiercely offers to lend his little brother a hand to win her over, sending a shudder of panic through Akira in the background. Both teenagers sit side by side, completely petrified by the officer's intense and unexpected enthusiasm. The police car continues its journey, speeding down the road toward their homes. Meanwhile, Mei and Urara turn around in surprise on their walk home as they hear a car speed past. They stand on the side of the road and watch in confusion as the Niigata police car drives off into the distance. Mei and Urara are completely stunned by what they just witnessed as they make their way home. Urara collapses to the ground in utter disbelief, loudly demanding to know what Hajime and Akira could have possibly done to end up in the back of a police car together. Back inside the police car, Hajime and Akira suffer through an agonizingly awkward silence, while Ikebari drives internally, trying to brainstorm the perfect romantic advice to give them. Breaking the silence, Hajime gently points out that there is a leaf caught in Akira's hair and reaches out to help her. Akira blushes furiously and softly thanks him, while a sweating Hajime smiles and assures her it is no problem at all, leaving a deadpan Ikebari silently watching them from the driver's seat. The incredibly sweet atmosphere in the back seat leaves both teenagers blushing, which only puts a massive amount of emotional pressure on the silent officer in the front. Completely overwhelmed by their innocent and shy interaction, Ikebari's heart squeals so much that he grabs the radio to frantically call for urgent backup. Unable to withstand the sweet atmosphere, a second longer, Ikebari grabs the radio and desperately shouts that he is heading immediately to investigate a report of suspicious activity at the seashore, using it as an excuse to escape. Down at the beach, the official Aomi Town mascot characters Ebai-chan and Mukami-chan are casually performing their duties while local children look on in confusion. Misidentifying them as suspicious trespassers, Ikebari aggressively tackles one of the mascots to the ground and declares them under arrest, while the other mascot quietly remarks that police officers sure love to make things difficult. Suddenly, a female police officer on a motorcycle slides onto the scene to praise Ikebara's quick work. Revealed to be 28-year-old local police chief Kataki Hana, she warmly thanks her senior for once again bringing peace back to Aomi. Hajime frantically points out that the two suspects are actually the town's beloved official mascot characters, leaving the weeping mascots on the floor and a completely speechless Ikebari realizing his massive mistake. Both police officers bow deeply to the mascots, profusely apologizing for the giant misunderstanding. Hana sternly orders Ikebari to return to the station immediately to memorize all of Aomi's mascot characters, patting him on the shoulder as a defeated Ikebari weakly complies. Completely flustered by Hana's brief physical contact, and unable to face his own crush head on, Ikebari can barely stammer out his response as they head back. As Hana yells at a collapsed Ikebari to speak clearly, Akira and Hajime are left standing in complete sweat-dropped bewilderment, wondering what the police even came down to the beach to do in the first place. After being safely dropped off back at school, Hajime sighs that they certainly went on quite an adventure today, while the two police officers watch them silently from the patrol car. Blushing softly, Akira admits that while it was her first time riding in a police car, she actually had a little bit of fun, prompting an overjoyed Hajime to declare that spending time with her is always fun for him too. Ikebari gathers his courage to finally ask Hana out to the aquarium, but before he can finish his sentence, Hana leaps into action after receiving a radio alert about another bear sighting, leaving a startled Ikebari to quickly follow her lead. The story transitions to the next chapter as Akira struggles to keep her true feelings hidden. The narrator introduces the black kite, describing it as a solitary bird that rules the skies as it soars. In the countryside, because these eagles often rest on her grandfather's tools while he works in the rice fields, he looks like a mighty king to those passing by. The scene transitions to the Momose hot spring inn on a bright sunny day. Carrying mops and brooms, Hajime arrives to help at the inn, earning immense praise and thanks from the staff who have been struggling due to being short-staffed. While the staff members anxiously ask if he is truly sure about helping them clean, Hajime sweatily explains that Akira herself had asked for his help the day before. Hajime is incredibly excited to help out, thinking to himself that he could never say no to her request, while Akira watches him from behind with a blushing expression. Akira introduces her 13-year-old cousin Teramachi Rin, who is visiting for the day, prompting a friendly Hajime to wave hello, while a highly nervous Rin fidgets shyly. When she is told to play elsewhere because the adults will be busy cleaning, Rin cheerfully agrees, leaving Akira to admire how sweet of a kid she is. Left alone in the hallway with their cleaning supplies, Akira quietly and shyly thanks Hajime for coming to help today. Akira blushes and says that his help means a lot to her, sending Hajime's heart racing as he happily responds that it is no big deal and he is glad to be of use. Meanwhile, Rin silently peeks at them from around a corner, keeping a close eye on their interactions. They soon get to work, with Akira diligently wiping the sliding paper doors while Hajime scrubs the tatami mats on his hands and knees. While cleaning the sliding door, Akira secretly glances over at Hajime with a warm, affectionate smile. Suddenly, Rin sneaks up behind Akira and mischievously whispers, asking her cousin if she likes him, which catches a sweating Akira completely off guard. Startled by the question, Akira flinches violently and accidentally tears a giant hole through the sliding paper door, frantically screaming in panic as she tries to hide her embarrassment. Making a smug, mocking face, Rin questions if an average boy like him is really good enough for her, pointing out his messy bedhead and snickering about his complete lack of a fashion sense. Rin flops onto the tatami mat and smugly declares that her cousin deserves a handsome Prince Charming who will make her heart race rather than an average boy like Hajime. Akira immediately screams that it is not true, blushing transitionally as her face turns bright red. To defend him, Akira begins frantically listing all of Hajime's positive traits, calling him kind, cool, fast, and praising the fact that he never lies, while Rin smugly adds that he also always pays close attention to her. Rin grins with absolute smug satisfaction, silently celebrating that Akira took the bait and confessed her feelings. While Akira continues to ramble on in embarrassment, Rin slides down in amusement, thinking to herself that even if she has no clue what is so good about him, it is completely obvious that her cousin has a major crush on him. Sticking her tongue out, Rin decides to take matters into her own hands, boasting about her track record of successfully matching 9 couples in her class, and resolving to make Akira and Hajime her 10th successful couple. While a wheezing Akira tries to distract herself by vigorously wiping the door, Rin watches her closely, preparing her next move. Rin suddenly springs to her feet and playfully yells that she is going to tell Hajime exactly what Akira said about him, throwing her cousin into a panic. As Akira frantically lunges to stop her, her arm accidentally gets completely stuck in the torn sliding door, leaving her unable to prevent Rin from tapping Hajime on the shoulder to get his attention. Squatting next to Hajime, Rin snickers and slyly asks him if he wants to know what Akira secretly said about him, while a startled Hajime is left wondering what Akira could have possibly said. Hajime quietly declines, politely stating that if she said something about him, he would much prefer to hear it directly from Akira herself. Rin's smug expression instantly vanishes as she stares at him in absolute surprise. Hajime immediately collapses to the floor in pure regret, weeping and sobbing that he actually desperately wants to know what she said, leaving a thoroughly confused Rin to question why he is being so stubborn. Hajime quickly composes himself, explaining that he believes anything Akira has not chosen to tell him directly must have a good reason behind it. He sincerely adds that no matter how trivial her thoughts might be, it is something he wants to cherish and wait to hear from her own lips. Turning to Rin, Hajime gently advises her that sharing people's secrets without their permission will only end up hurting them, which would make her sad as well, so it is best not to do it. Peeking in from around the corner, Akira covers her face and weeps with joy, deeply touched by the realization of how wonderfully honest and caring he truly is. She smiles softly, her heart completely warmed by his words. Embarrassed by his own serious speech, Hajime frantically waves his hands and offers Rin some sweets as a distraction, admitting that he is not perfect either, just as Akira rushes back into the room. Akira accidentally trips and crashes to the floor while carrying the broken sliding door, throwing both Hajime and Rin into complete panic. Sometime later, a quiet and polite Rin clutches her backpack strap and warmly thanks them for looking after her today. Rin's mother arrives to pick her up, cheerfully waving goodbye and promising that they will visit again soon as they prepare to head home. Before leaving, a nervous and fidgeting, Rin looks up at Akira and sincerely apologizes for teasing her earlier. Akira warmly hugs her cousin to reassure her that everything is fine, while Hajime stands nearby, trembling with a sudden wave of regret over not asking about Akira's secret when he had the chance. After Rin departs, Hajime clutches his head in comedic despair, agonizing over how high and mighty he acted when he actually desperately wanted to know what Akira had said about him. As she walks away, Rin stops and casts one last sharp, playful glare back toward them. Rin suddenly turns and sprints away at full speed to catch up with her mother, leaving Akira and Hajime completely confused by her sudden burst of energy. The story transitions to the next chapter as summer arrives, bringing new moments and memories for everyone. The narrative shifts to discuss the morning glory planting sets that are a common and familiar sight for elementary school science classes. In this rural countryside, the local students grow rice seedlings instead of flowers, and even give them individual names before they are harvested. On his second day of working at the Momose hot spring Inn, Hajime is startled to see Akira dressed in her traditional work uniform and holding a tall stack of towels. Unlike the quiet day before, the inn is suddenly packed with a massive crowd of arriving guests. The staff flusteredly explains that a local rock festival celebrating literal stones has brought in a massive wave of tourists and instructs Hajime and Akira to quickly guide the guests to reception. Hajime quickly rushes over to Akira to ask her what they should do next to handle the sudden crowd of guests. Akira instantly springs into action, quickly and neatly laying out dozens of slippers for the incoming guests in perfect order. Hajime is left in absolute shock as Akira welcomes the guests, amazed that she managed to prepare all the slippers in a matter of seconds. Akira moves with incredible speed and efficiency, smoothly guiding guests to their rooms and recommending local sightseeing spots while Hajime watches in awe. She effortlessly handles multiple tasks at once, restocking the soap and carrying a giant stack of spare towels to keep the inn running smoothly. Hajime watches her work in complete admiration, realizing how incredibly skilled and perfect she is at running her family's business. Hajime decides he cannot let Akira do all the heavy lifting and eagerly volunteers to clean up the fallen leaves outside. Holding an unfamiliar tool, Hajime freezes in complete confusion, wondering how to even use something so seemingly modern. Akira quickly points out that he is holding a snow brush for cars and hands him a traditional bamboo rake, instead leaving Hajime to gloomily question his inability to do a simple chore. A staff member gently suggests he wash 50 towels instead, prompting an apologetic Hajime to accept the task and promise not to be dead weight. The Momose hot springs draw their water from 1,300 meters underground. Exhausted from carrying massive stacks of towels back and forth, Hajime marvels at Akira's incredible stamina to handle this grueling routine every single week. A sudden commotion breaks out as the staff panic over a kingfisher flying into the inn, terrified of the bird's sharp beak and high alert nature. Carrying his towels down the corridor, Hajime approaches the scene and realizes a kingfisher has gotten inside. Someone's hands quickly and gently secure the struggling bird. Akira stands tall, having smoothly caught the bird mid-air, leaving the older staff members watching in complete awe. Hajime stops in his tracks, staring at her in absolute amazement. Noticing a small bleeding cut on her finger, Hajime realizes just how gently she caught the bird and wonders if she has experience handling them. As Akira politely apologizes to the staff for the sudden inconvenience, Hajime quietly clenches his fist. The staff thank Akira for resolving the situation, while Hajime remains standing silently in the background. Watching her composed profile, Hajime reflects on how truly incredible Akira is. Seeing her handle everything so flawlessly, Hajime cannot help but feel that she is completely out of his reach. He looks down with a wistful smile, quietly admitting to himself that he thought he had finally closed the gap between them. Right after releasing the bird, Akira suddenly collapses to her knees on the floor, deeply startling Hajime. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Akira slumps her shoulders and softly expresses her immense relief that the ordeal is over. Hajime stares back at her with wide eyes, completely stunned to see her vulnerable and relieved reaction. Akira vigorously slaps her cheeks and ruffles her hair to compose herself, entirely unaware that Hajime is quietly watching her from down the hallway. Standing back up, Akira takes a deep breath and completely regains her energetic composure. Her mother cheerfully hands Hajime his paycheck and a bag of souvenirs, thanking him for being a massive help, though Hajime insists that the work was just a great learning experience for him. Turning to him with a deep blush, Akira nervously thanks Hajime for helping them out at the inn. After a brief moment of silence that leaves Akira panicking over his lack of response, Hajime suddenly snaps out of his daze and frantically thanks her back. He points toward her bandaged finger and asks if her hand is okay, catching Akira slightly off guard. Looking down at her bandaged finger, Akira smiles brightly and warmly reassures him that it is perfectly fine. Hajime stares back at her bright smile, completely captivated in absolute silence. With a flushed face, Hajime softly replies that he is glad she is not hurt. Hajime turns and begins his walk home as Akira and her mother wave goodbye to him from the entrance of the inn. As Akira sighs in relief, her mother notices Hajime walking away stiffly and asks if they had an argument, since he seemed upset, throwing Akira into a stuttering panic as she quickly denies it. Walking down the road, Hajime clutches his bag as a heavy sweat forms on his face. Hajime clutches his chest in total panic, frantically wondering what is wrong with him as his heart refuses to stop racing from seeing her smile. The story transitions to the next chapter as the summer season continues. A television broadcast explains a local traditional performance called the Children's Dance, where only a single chosen child is permitted to step onto the stage to perform. The narrator notes that in reality, the rules for choosing the dancer in this deep countryside town are incredibly loose, with a group of boys casually deciding the winner based on a simple video game race. Later at school, a teacher addresses the class after writing the weekend homework assignments on the blackboard. The teacher stands at the podium and announces to the cheering classroom that today is the official start of summer break. Instead of enjoying his vacation, Hajime is forced to attend special remedial lessons prepared by Momose-san. Hajime sits at his desk, weeping and shuddering over a massive pile of books, lamenting his bad luck at being stuck in summer school. Hajime feels terribly guilty that their teacher asked Momose-san to tutor him, while Momose-san hesitantly clutches her math textbook. Momose-san flails her arms nervously as she stutters that she hopes to be of help, prompting Hajime to ask if she is absolutely sure about doing this. Momose-san swallows her anxiety and reviews her secretly crafted script, which is aimed at raising Hajime's motivation and affection. Momose-san successfully suggests starting with math, and Hajime is incredibly relieved that they can speak normally thanks to her handy script. The teacher opens the classroom door and stops in complete shock, sweating as he asks what is going on. Momose-san quickly explains that they are just studying, but the teacher points out that the banners and headbands make it look like an after-party. Noticing confetti scattered all over the floor, the teacher tells them to wrap things up because school hours are officially over. The teacher thanks Momose-san for being a lifesaver and helping Hajime while Hajime grumpily cleans up the room. The teacher chuckles and commends Momose-san for going to such lengths since they are just classmates, which makes Hajime flinch. Momose-san gets extremely flustered, blushing and stuttering that it was no trouble at all. Hajime holds his mop in silence, his heart thumping as he watches Momose-san's back. Hajime sinks into a deep gloom, reminding himself that he is indeed just another classmate to Momose-san. A heavy silence fills the room as both of them look down, lost in their own thoughts. They continue to stand quietly in the classroom, unable to find the words to break the tension. Suddenly, both of them start speaking at the exact same moment. They both apologize and say "excuse me" in unison, leaving them both startled. The two classmates stand on opposite sides of the quiet room looking at each other. They both look at each other with wide eyes, completely frozen by the sudden tension of their simultaneous words. Completely flustered and sweating, Hajime struggles to make any sound as his face turns bright red. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Hajime suddenly bolts from the classroom at full speed, shouting that he needs to use the restroom, and leaving a thoroughly confused Momose-san behind. The teacher stands in confusion, wondering what is wrong with Hajime, while Momose-san remains completely frozen on the spot after making way too much eye contact. Hajime catches his breath in the hallway, clutching his chest, as he realizes that something has been completely off with his body lately. Flashbacks of Momose-san's gentle smiles and vulnerability flood his mind. Hajime grips his shirt tightly, realizing that ever since that fateful day, his heart simply will not stop racing whenever she is near. He fully acknowledges his feelings for Momose-san, deeply aware that this intense pounding is far more than just simple butterflies in his stomach. He recalls the teacher's casual remark thanking Momose-san for going to such lengths for a mere classmate, which only makes him squeeze his shirt tighter in frustration. With a solemn look, Hajime admits to himself that the only thing he is certain of is that he does not want to remain just a regular classmate in her eyes. Later that evening, the crows call out as the sun begins to set over the town's convenience store. Walking home with his backpack, Hajime continues to agonize over his desire to become someone far more important to Momose-san. Hearing this, his friend Rendeji bluntly comments that Hajime is in serious trouble if that is the case. Sitting side by side in the parking lot, Rendeji takes a sip of his juice and asks if Momose-san still only views him as a classmate. Rendeji points a finger at him, ruthlessly noting that Hajime has accomplished absolutely nothing to change their relationship over the last 3 or 4 months, prompting a weeping Hajime to protest his harshness. Rendeji drops another devastating truth, pointing out that since they are just classmates, they would be total strangers during summer break, with absolutely no reason to even meet up, leaving a horrified Hajime to scream in panic. Before Hajime can recover their classmate, Anime suddenly rushes toward them on her bicycle, shouting in excitement as she spots the two of them. Sliding her bicycle to a halt, Anime eagerly asks if they are free next week, while a startled Hajime struggles to process her sudden appearance. Holding up her phone with an ad for the beach, Anime enthusiastically announces that they are all going to the beach together, along with Akira and Kin-chan. Hajime is left standing in absolute wide-eyed shock at the sudden and miraculous invitation to spend the summer break with Momose-san. Under the hot summer sun, Akira is joined by her friends as they thoroughly prepare for their upcoming trip to the beach. The story transitions to explain that sea glass consists of shards of glass that have been smoothed and polished over a long period of time by ocean waves and sand. In these countryside, coastal towns, children often put more effort into combing the beaches for these overseas treasures than actually swimming in the ocean. Families and beachgoers happily play in the water under the blazing summer sun. Hajime stands on the sandy shore holding a watermelon, completely overwhelmed by the realization that they have actually arrived at the beach. Hajime nervously wonders if coming here was actually a good idea, recalling how Anime had pressured him into joining by mentioning they could get free shaved ice with a group of 4. Hajime sweatily questions Rendeji about why on earth he is wearing so many layers, pointing out his black hat, sunglasses, and multiple rash guards. Rendeji grumbles that he is only there as a third wheel and wants to avoid getting sunburned, prompting an apologetic Hajime to thank him profusely for tag-teaming the trip, so he would not have to face it alone. Anime and Kin-chan cheerfully approach to ask if they brought the watermelon, but the sight of Momose-san standing behind them in her swimsuit is so dazzling that Hajime can only stare in breathless awe. Declaring that it is officially time to swim, a thrilled Anime and Kin-chan immediately charge into the ocean waves with their floaties. As the girls dive right into the water, Hajime asks if they should follow them, but a terrified Rendeji refuses to budge from the sand, leaving Hajime to turn around and spot Momose-san quietly watching them. Blushing deeply, Momose-san nervously steps forward in her swimsuit to greet Hajime. A long, awkward silence falls over the beach as Hajime and Momose-san stand frozen while Rendeji casually occupies himself by stacking rocks on the sand. Momose-san nervously fidgets and stammers in the quiet air, completely unsure of what to say next. With his heart pounding wildly, Hajime is completely overwhelmed by how incredibly cute she looks in her swimsuit. Hajime desperately wants to tell her how beautiful she looks, but he finds himself completely paralyzed by his own intense nerves. As he stands there trembling, the teacher's words about them being nothing more than simple classmates echo painfully in his mind. Momose-san suddenly nudges extremely close to Hajime, causing both of them to panic and fluster at the sudden physical proximity. It turns out Momose-san is strictly following a script written by Mei, which instructs her to get Hajime to call her swimsuit cute and not to settle for anything less. Overwhelmed by her closeness, Hajime suddenly turns and bolts down the beach while a determined Momose-san chases after him. Because countryside beaches are filled with slippery pebbles rather than sand, Momose-san suddenly trips and splashes face first into the water. Both Hajime and Momose-san end up completely drenched in the ocean, prompting Kin-chan to ask what the two idiots are doing. Momose-san giggles and laughs off the clumsy mishap, completely easing the tense atmosphere. Hajime is left completely mesmerized as he watches her warm, cheerful laughter. Eager to keep the fun going, Hajime happily suggests that they all play water polo together. Kin-chan invites Rendeji to join the game, but he nervously declines, explaining that he prefers to stay on the shore and collect sea glass because he cannot make eye contact with girls. During the game, someone throws the beach ball too hard, sending it flying far out into the ocean. Kin-chan and Momose-san stretch their arms out to catch the runaway ball as it splashes into the deeper waves. While Kin-chan easily navigates the water, Momose-san begins to struggle as she is pushed further out by the waves. While Kin-chan is busy explaining the complicated straps of her swimsuit to Anime, a sudden wave splashes over them. Anime suddenly notices a massive wave approaching, while Kin-chan realizes that Momose-san is not very athletic and likely cannot swim without a solid foothold. Kin-chan and Anime watch in horror as bubbles start rising from the water where Momose-san was just floating. The girls scream out in panic for Momose-san, which catches the attention of Hajime, who was busy stacking rocks with Rendeji on the shore. Realizing Momose-san might be in danger, Hajime immediately sprints back into the ocean at full speed, shouting her name in panic. Kin-chan and Anime hold onto the empty floaty, staring anxiously at the bubbling water. The panic turns out to be a misunderstanding, as Momose-san simply dove underwater to look around at the sea life. Ironically, Hajime is the one who ended up drowning and had to be rescued, coughing up water on the shore, as Anime notes that he actually sank like a rock, despite trying to save Momose-san. The children and beachgoers continue to laugh and cheer as they enjoy the beautiful coastal scenery. Back on the shore, Anime asks Rendeji if collecting stones is actually fun, while Kin-chan excitedly examines one of his pebbles and asks if he found a piece of real jade. In the background, the girls continue to chat with Rendeji while Hajime sits quietly under the umbrella, leaving Kin-chan to worry about his well-being after his near-drowning experience. Momose-san walks over and sits down quietly on the mat directly beside Hajime. Hajime's heart immediately starts pounding wildly as he registers how close she is sitting. Looking down with a soft blush, Momose-san whispers her sincere gratitude to Hajime for trying his best to rescue her earlier. Momose-san smiles warmly and giggles to herself, completely happy with his sweet effort. Hajime is left completely speechless, staring at her beautiful, happy face. Turning his face away to hide his intense blush, Hajime nervously stammers that it was absolutely no problem at all. The two of them sit in a comfortable silence, staring out at the calm ocean waves lapping against the shore. Gathering every ounce of his courage, Hajime softly whispers that her swimsuit looks really good on her. Momose-san is caught completely by surprise and blushes deeply, while an incredibly embarrassed Hajime turns his head away. Momose-san's face turns completely bright red as she realizes he called her swimsuit cute, completely fulfilling her secret script. While the two flustered teenagers struggle to process the romantic moment, a giant wave suddenly splashes directly over their umbrella, prompting Anime to scream that they should have moved further inland. Later, Hajime and Momose-san run an errand together to buy juice for the group, but his heart continues to pound wildly as he wonders why his heartbeat feels so completely different this time. Desperate to break the awkward silence, Hajime nervously compliments her shirt, which causes a shy Momose-san to look down and whisper that it is one of her absolute favorites. Hajime smiles warmly to himself, fondly realizing that Momose-san has a wonderfully unique sense of aesthetic. A voice suddenly interrupts their conversation, asking if they plan to eat there or take their order to go. The person taking their order is none other than their track club captain Moan, who is working at the beachside restaurant and stands before them with their food and drinks. Upon recognizing each other, all three of them freeze in absolute shock. Utterly stunned by the realization that her underclassmen are on a beach date, Moan loses her balance and crashes backwards, sending the food and drinks flying into the air. As Hajime frantically helps clean up the mess, Moan explains that her family actually owns the restaurant, leaving both him and Momose-san startled to learn about her family business. Observing the awkward, flustered tension between her two underclassmen, Moan decides that, as their supportive club captain, she needs to step in and help their romance along. Quickly dusting herself off, Moan gives them a cool, assuring smile and tells them not to worry because the replacement meal is entirely on her. Moan happily watches them leave, though her father quickly ruins her cool moment by gruffly ordering her to stop daydreaming and get back to work. Carrying their special pear juices back to the group, Hajime and Momose-san reflect on the surprise encounter while a little girl playfully runs past them. The running girl suddenly trips and bumps directly into Momose-san, causing the sweet juice to spill and completely soak the front of her favorite frog shirt. Hajime panics and asks if both Momose-san and the crying little girl are all right, while the child tearfully apologizes for the clumsy accident. Trying to calm the weeping child, Momose-san quickly lifts the wet fabric of her shirt and explains that it is totally fine because her shirt is actually designed to be a swimsuit. She playfully flaps the wet shirt and jokes that the frog character on it loved the taste of the juice, successfully getting the little girl to stop crying and feel better. The little girl's mother quickly arrives to apologize profusely for the trouble, while Momose-san politely reassures her that it is no problem at all as they bid them farewell. Momose-san watches the mother and child walk away with a gentle, compassionate smile on her face. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to the two of them from behind, catching Hajime completely off guard. Moan stands before them holding a fresh tray, generously presenting 2 replacement drinks along with a large bowl of fruit as her personal treat. Utterly touched by her kindness, they call out to her in deep gratitude as Moan waves and bids them a cool farewell to enjoy the rest of their beach day. As Moan steps back into the restaurant kitchen, her father curiously asks if those 2 underclassmen are from her high school track club. Overwhelmed by the embarrassment of witnessing their intimate beach date, Moan suddenly loses her composure and faceplants onto the floor, sending her father into a panic. Hearing her friends call out, a startled Akira turns around in confusion. Arriving back at their spot, Akira's friends are shocked by her soaked shirt. Anime asks what happened to it, while Kin-chan immediately accuses Hajime of being responsible, causing him to frantically deny it as he stammers in a panic. Akira quickly reassures her friends that it is not a big deal, explaining that she simply spilled a little bit of juice on herself and that it was entirely her own fault. She quietly adds that it is one of her favorite shirts, while a relieved Kin-chan playfully apologizes to Hajime for doubting him. As they talk, a watermelon-patterned beach ball suddenly bounces and rolls past Hajime on the sand. Watching Akira's gentle smile as she chats with her friends, Hajime feels his heart race and finally realizes the truth about his feelings. Staring at her, Hajime silently admits to himself that his feelings have grown far beyond a simple crush on the girl known as Momose-san. He realizes that he genuinely loves absolutely everything about her. He watches her happily, the fruit bowl with Kin-chan, completely stunned that he had come this far without fully understanding his own heart. Noticing his intense stare, Rendeji steps up next to him and bluntly advises Hajime to stop gazing at her from afar and actually invite Momose-san out somewhere. Rendeji notes that Hajime looks ready to explode from love, questioning why he only spends time with her in a group setting. He suggests taking her somewhere out of town to avoid the high chance of running into people they know. A flustered Hajime protests, arguing that he has absolutely no idea where else he could possibly invite her. He briefly considers the current popular trend in amusement park known as Tokyo Waku Park. Remembering the money he earned working at the Momose Hot Springs, Hajime excitedly declares that he has enough saved up to invite her to the amusement park. Rendeji calmly pulls up the online ticket page on his phone, advising Hajime to buy the tickets immediately and ask her out later to show off how cool he can be. Rendeji wishes his friend good luck, playfully calling him a hothead. Suddenly, Kin-chan calls out to ask if they want to join the girls at the public bath, afterward prompting Rendeji to nudge Hajime and tell him that this is his perfect chance to ask Akira out. Hajime eagerly agrees to go, but when Rendeji attempts to sneak away and head home, Hajime immediately grabs his arm and drags him along as well. Meanwhile, back at the beachside restaurant, Captain Moan struggles to mentally recover from the shock of seeing her underclassmen on a beach date, wildly overthinking how far their relationship has progressed, while her father begs her to get back to work. As the group walks along a path toward the hot spring, Kin-chan mentions that her grandmother is a regular there, expressing hope that they might get free ice cream since such places serve as neighborhood gathering spots. While his friends happily anticipate the visit, Hajime walks behind them in silence, appearing completely lost in his own thoughts. Hajime remembers printing out the Waku Park passes at a local convenience store, telling himself that he absolutely must invite Akira today. Gathering his determination, Hajime calls out to Momose-san to get her attention. Just as Hajime begins to tell her about the tickets, he bought a loud pickup truck drives by on the gravel road, completely drowning out his words. When a confused Akira asks him what he said, a thoroughly defeated Hajime lies and claims it was nothing. Hajime tries to speak to her again, but his voice is immediately drowned out by the roaring sound of a nearby resident mowing the grass. Because the noise is so loud, Akira fails to hear him at all, leaving a discouraged Hajime standing in silence. The group continues to walk down the rural road, with Hajime lagging behind the others in dejection. Feeling completely disheartened by the constant interruptions, Hajime clutches the paper tickets and sighs. Suddenly, a loud, screeching sound nearby catches Hajime's attention, causing him to freeze. As the noise fades into the quiet chirping of insects, Hajime's eyes widen. Finding another brief moment of silence, Hajime tightly clenches the tickets in his hand once more. Hajime quickly picks up his pace, stepping forward to catch up with Akira. Hajime steps up directly behind Akira and calls out to her. As Akira turns around to face him, Hajime suddenly finds himself completely speechless. Before Hajime can find the words to speak, another voice suddenly calls out Akira's name. Anime excitedly calls out to show them a red dragonfly that has landed on her finger, causing Akira to instantly turn away, while a disappointed Hajime is left behind. Hajime stands at a distance, looking down dejectedly, as Akira joins Anime and Kin-chan to admire the dragonfly. Hajime feels a deep wave of frustration over his inability to speak up when he had the perfect opportunity. Hajime squeezes the crumpled tickets in his fist, silently agonizing over why he finds it so difficult to say just a few simple words. Walking by himself, Hajime realizes that the simplicity of the words actually makes them feel far more meaningful and weightier to express. Meanwhile, Akira walks ahead with her friends, looking back with a quiet, thoughtful expression on her face. Suddenly, Akira runs back along the path and stops directly in front of Hajime. Hajime is startled when Akira suddenly calls out to him. Catching her breath, Akira stands nervously before him while a confused Hajime asks what is going on. Blushing deeply, Akira presents some henbit flowers she found nearby, explaining that she remembered it was the type of plant he likes. Akira shyly adds that she remembers him saying he liked it because it tastes good, leaving a thoroughly stunned Hajime to stare at her with a flushed face. Overcome with sudden fluster and excitement, Hajime loudly calls out Momose-san's name. Summoning his courage, Hajime asks if she would mind meeting him by the waterfall near the Torii gate in the rear garden once she is finished at the hot springs, promising that he will be waiting there for her. Later in the hot spring bath, Rendeji bluntly tells Hajime that he missed the perfect opportunity to just hand her the tickets directly. Hajime frantically protests that he was too nervous and did his absolute best, while Rendeji teasingly asks why on earth he chose a waterfall, comparing him to a forest fairy, especially since Akira barely reacted to the invitation. The narrative briefly cuts to an exterior shot of the Chaju Hot Springs Inn. Rendeji casually asks if Hajime will take him to the amusement park instead if she rejects him, prompting a flat refusal from Hajime, who says he will not go anywhere. Rendeji reassures him, explaining that as long as Hajime clearly communicates his desire to go with her Momose-san will understand his true intentions regardless of her response. Agreeing with his friend's advice, a determined Hajime resolves to do his absolute best, while Rendeji chuckles and splashes him before getting out of the bath. Realizing something, Hajime suddenly shouts to ask if Rendeji was the one who spread his hothead nickname around, which Rendeji calmly admits is true as crows call out in the background. Standing alone beneath the Torii gate in front of the rushing waterfall, Hajime tells himself that the tickets are just a means to an end, and all that matters is successfully conveying his feelings to Momose-san. Standing under the Torii gate, Hajime resolves to invite Akira out no matter what her answer is, just as she quietly steps out from behind the trees to meet him. With his heart beating wildly, Hajime nervously speaks to Momose-san and announces that there is somewhere he wants to invite her to. Hajime holds out the printed passes and loudly asks if she would go to Waku Park, with him catching an incredibly shocked Akira completely off guard. To his absolute surprise, Akira stands there holding her own set of Waku Park one-day tickets, looking completely stunned. Hajime stares back at her with his mouth wide open, completely dumbfounded by the sight of her matching tickets. The two of them stand in complete silence, facing each other beneath the trees while both clutching identical sets of tickets. An immense silence falls over the waterfall as they both stand completely frozen in shock. The story resumes as both Akira and Hajime look at each other's hands in utter bewilderment, completely unable to understand how they both ended up with the exact same tickets. Akira stares down at the Waku Park passes in her hands, her heart racing as she processes the situation. Panicking, Hajime frantically asks why she has those tickets, while a similarly flustered Akira stutters in confusion as they stand together near the Torii gate. Hajime stands in absolute shock, wonderingly asking himself if Momose-san had also intended to invite him out. Staring at the passes, Akira softly asks him if he really bought a ticket for her. Her sudden direct question catches Hajime completely off guard, sending him into another wave of panic. Akira remembers her agonizing thoughts from earlier in the summer, recalling how she worried that Kugeyama might only ever see her as a simple classmate. She recalls standing at the school entrance after their study session, deeply hurt by the teacher's comment about them being just classmates and her own painful inability to say anything to dispute it. Akira clutches her shirt as she remembers how she agonized over those words day after day while Hajime stood nearby holding a broom. Flashback shows Anime playfully sticking her tongue out while Kin-chan looks on as Akira her worries. Anime taps Akira on the head, declaring that there is only one thing left for her to do. Kin-chan holds Akira's hands, explaining that if they were truly just classmates, Hajime would never agree to hang out with her outside of school, while Anime urges her to invite him out during summer break. Eager to help her, Anime excitedly suggests they all go to the beach together to make things happen. Anime and Kin-chan run down the hall cheering about their beach plans, resolving to make Kugeyama's heart race 1,000 times a minute, while Akira sits on the floor in utter shock. Back at the beach, Akira nervously stands in front of Hajime in her swimsuit, her heart pounding wildly as she struggles to speak. An awkward silence falls over the beach as they stand opposite each other, with Akira secretly focusing on her goal of getting him to say she looks cute. Overwhelmed by her close presence, a panicked Hajime suddenly runs away while a determined Akira chases right after him. Floating in the water later, Akira admits she got incredibly nervous, prompting Anime to laugh and ask why she chased him before the girls decide to send the two of them alone to buy juice. Akira confidently declares that she will succeed because she brought a special frog shirt to show him, earning enthusiastic encouragement from Kin-chan to win him over. Anime smugly adjusts her sunglasses, declaring that it is time for their plan to begin. Meanwhile, on the shore, Rendeji quietly sifts through stones and sea glass on the beach. Anime and Kin-chan suddenly sneak up behind Rendeji, startling him. Unable to even look at girls, a sweating Rendeji compares their sudden appearance to a helpless squirrel facing a giant snake. As Rendeji frantically tries to crawl away, Anime grabs his collar and tells him to wait, reminding him that they are classmates. The group sits on the sand while Anime explains that they are going to search for Ocean Jade, but really they are just teaming up to support the other two. Kin-chan asks Rendeji what he thinks, while a cheerful Anime urges anyone rooting for Hajime and Akira to raise their right hand. Keeping his head turned away in embarrassment, Rendeji quietly raises his hand, prompting an enthusiastic cheer from Anime. Kin-chan notes how shy and desperate Hajime and Akira always are, expressing a desire to give them some time alone, though Anime points out that their rural town is completely packed with people who know them. Hearing their concerns, Rendeji looks down with a quiet, thoughtful expression as he contemplates how to help them. Kin-chan notes that things usually progress much faster when couples visit an event outside their home prefecture, which Anime eagerly agrees with, just as they notice Hajime and Akira returning from buying juice. Rendeji quietly heads back to the hot spring inn on his own while the others walk behind him. Remembering how her friends cheered her on to make her move, Akira looks down at the henbit in her hands, deeply touched that Hajime noticed the small gesture. Akira runs back to face Hajime once more on the quiet road. Akira stands in the gentle breeze, clutching her shirt as she builds up her courage. Akira stands completely frozen, her eyes wide with absolute shock and embarrassment. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Akira suddenly bolts away at full speed, leaving Anime and Kin-chan yelling in confusion about what could have possibly happened. The narrative shifts to the exterior of the Chaju Hot Springs Inn. Soaking in the hot bath, Akira covers her blushing cheeks in disbelief, frantically repeating to herself that Hajime actually invited her to meet him by the waterfall. Anime jokingly asks if Hajime is planning to face a final boss by inviting her to a waterfall, while Kin-chan suggests he might have just wanted to study there. Blushing softly, Akira admits that she simply wants to make a promise to see each other outside of school during the rest of the summer vacation. Splashing excitedly in the water, Anime and Kin-chan urge her to pick somewhere outside of their prefecture to go for fun as a couple. Meanwhile, Akira overhears some nearby bathers chatting about the brand new area opening up at Tokyo's Waku Park. Inspired by the conversation, Akira blushes deeply as she realizes that she genuinely wants to go to Tokyo with Hajime. Akira squeezes her fists in determination, resolving to invite him to Waku Park. Her memory transitions back to the present moment as she holds her printed tickets in front of Hajime. Coming out of her thoughts, Akira looks down in utter shock at the tickets in Hajime's hands. Under the quiet forest Torii gate, Hajime stands completely frozen with his tickets while both of them remain speechless. Meanwhile, Anime, Rendeji, and Kin-chan quietly peek out from the bushes nearby, closely watching the flustered couple. Anime, Kin-chan, and Rendeji watch from the bushes, having come to check on them out of worry, and realize that both Akira and Hajime were thinking the exact same thing. While Hajime internally panics over why Momose also has tickets, their friends whisper in amazement from behind the tree, celebrating that they arrived just in time to witness the bizarre coincidence. Hajime stands in silence, trying to compose himself. Hajime looks up at Momose, telling himself that he must push past his hesitation and speak up now. Holding out his passes, Hajime directly explains that he happens to have 2 tickets and asks her if she would like to go to Waku Park with him. Akira looks at him in silence, her face flushed as she clutches her own set of passes. Blushing deeply, Akira stammers that she also happened to buy 2 tickets. Akira softly suggests that since they both have 2 tickets, they could simply go to the park twice. Hajime is momentarily stunned by her suggestion before breaking into a warm, relieved smile. Both of them begin to laugh warmly together, completely easing the tense and awkward atmosphere. Hajime sheepishly confesses that buying 2 tickets actually left him entirely broke, frantically adding that they don't have to go right away and can wait until next time. Akira giggles and confesses that she also ran out of money, but their sweet moment is suddenly interrupted when the local resident yells at the couple to move out of the way so he can finish cutting the grass. Hearing them get called a couple, completely panicked, Hajime frantically waves his hands to deny it while Akira looks on in shock. Grabbing Hajime's shirt in her embarrassment, Akira stutters that they are just very important friends. Akira gets incredibly flustered, her mind recalling the teacher's comment about them being nothing more than classmates. Hajime quietly stares at her with a gentle, affectionate smile. Akira sneaks a shy glance up at Hajime, who is quietly blushing next to her. Akira nervously twirls her hair and fidgets, her mind completely racing with wild thoughts of dating and marriage after being called a couple. When a smiling Hajime asks if she said something, thoroughly panicked, Akira frantically shakes her head and claims it was absolutely nothing. Watching the two walk together, Anime Kin-chan and Rendeji peek over the tall grass with warm, supportive smiles on their faces. Watching Akira and Hajime get along, Anime realizes that their own friendship has grown much stronger and thinks to herself that they will likely be working together again soon to support the couple. The narrative introduces the automatic rice mill, describing it as an essential tool for life in the rural countryside. In this countryside, local elementary school students frequently use their allowance at these automatic mills to get fresh rice, which they absolutely love to eat. On August 8th, the story returns to the school where remedial lessons are scheduled, while Hajime sits inside, fondly reminiscing about how much fun they had at the beach. Having to attend school for supplementary lessons, Hajime holds his math textbook and happily tells himself that those lovely memories of the beach are giving him the motivation to study, though he wonders if he will have to wait until the new semester to see Momose-san again. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open as Akira herself steps inside wearing glasses, announcing that it is time to start the review session. Hajime is left thoroughly stunned and blushing, completely unprepared for her sudden entrance. Akira explains that Ono-sensei caught a summer cold and came down with a high fever, so she will be giving the remedial lessons in his place, leaving a bewildered Hajime to wonder why she was chosen. While expressing worry for their teacher, Hajime is secretly thrilled that he gets to spend time with Momose-san while she stands nervously beside him. Looking down with a heavy blush, Akira quietly says that she is glad to help because they are friends. Hajime is deeply touched by her words, happily repeating to himself that they are officially friends, while a shy Akira turns her face away. They both stand in a highly awkward, blushing silence in the empty classroom, with Hajime quietly thanking her. Suddenly, the class president raises her hand from a desk in the back of the room, politely asking if they can finally start the lessons, which completely startles Hajime. Both Akira and Hajime freeze in absolute shock, realizing they were not alone in the classroom after all. Hajime feels a sudden wave of embarrassment, realizing that the Class 3 President Nishiami was also there to receive remedial lessons. Nishiami-san reflects back to the days after their school cultural festival, remembering how the teacher arrived carrying a box of ice cream to reward the class for their hard work. While the rest of the class cheered and excitedly rushed to get their ice cream, Nishiami-san simply watched silently from the corner, feeling left out. The teacher cheerfully calls out for everyone to grab an ice cream bar, noting that the fastest can pick their favorite flavor, while a quiet Nishiami-san politely waits as the rest of the class rushes ahead. When the teacher asks why she has taken an ice cream, yet Nishiami-san quietly replies that she is fine with whatever is left over, deeply impressing a watching Hajime with her polite and reasonable behavior. Hajime reflects on how mature and introverted Nishiami-san seems, noting that she often appears to build a wall between herself and others. In the present, Akira frantically bows and apologizes for not noticing her in the classroom earlier, while Hajime silently wonders why someone so seemingly perfect and mature would end up failing her math exam. Nishiami-san sheepishly confesses that she scored only 21 points because she is terribly bad at math, which instantly makes Hajime feel a strong sense of academic comradeship with her. Akira gets ready to start teaching the lesson, but she suddenly freezes in absolute shock upon looking at Nishiami-san's notebook. Akira is completely dazzled by Nishiami-san's neatly organized notebook, warmly praising how incredible and meticulous her notes are. Akira enthusiastically declares that Nishiami-san's formula memorization method is fantastic and shows incredible motivation, while a cheerful Hajime agrees that he should follow her example. Overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of praise, an extremely embarrassed Nishiami-san suddenly ducks and curls up into a ball completely underneath her desk. Both Akira and Hajime bend down in a complete panic, utterly startled by her sudden disappearance. Terrified that she might have fainted or gotten sick, Akira and Hajime frantically rush over to ask if she is feeling unwell, while Nishiami-san remains curled up under the desk. After a brief moment, Nishiami-san silently crawls back out from under her desk and calmly sits down in her seat as if nothing happened. With her face burning red, Nishiami-san politely holds up her hand and quietly asks them to continue with the lesson, leaving a thoroughly baffled Hajime to wonder what on earth just happened. Hajime desperately wants to know what prompted her strange reaction, but Akira quickly gets back to business and announces that they should finally start the lesson. As Akira turns to the blackboard to write down a math problem, she accidentally drops her chalk. Nishiami-san quickly bends down to retrieve it and hands it back, prompting a warm and appreciative Akira to praise her kindness. Instantly overwhelmed by the warm compliment, Nishiami-san dives headfirst into the nearest open locker to hide her blushing face. Both Akira and Hajime stand completely frozen on the spot, staring at the lockers in absolute bewilderment. Panicking once again, they both sprint over to the lockers to check if she is all right, frantically asking if she has suddenly fallen ill. Trembling inside the dark locker, a red-faced Nishiami-san desperately begs them not to praise her anymore, finally letting a bewildered Hajime realize that she simply cannot handle compliments. Crouched near the locker, Akira begs her to come out for now, while Hajime wonders if she is simply hiding from her own extreme embarrassment. Peeking out, a deeply blushing Nishiami-san apologizes and admits that she has a habit of running away whenever people praise her. Sitting back at her desk with her head down, Nishiami-san apologizes for the trouble and explains that praise is simply too unexpected for her because she believes there is nothing particularly good about herself. Nishiami-san explains that she ran for class president because she desperately wants to change that weak part of herself, catching a sympathetic Akira completely off guard. Deeply moved, both Akira and Hajime immediately burst into enthusiastic praise again, calling her brave and declaring that running for president is a wonderful first step. Realizing they got carried away with their praise again, a panicked Hajime quickly tries to backtrack and suggests they continue with the lesson. When Hajime and Akira look back at her desk, they are horrified to find that Nishiami-san has completely vanished once again, leaving only her school bag behind. Running to the window, a panicked Hajime shouts that she has indeed disappeared, while Akira frantically looks around the empty classroom trying to figure out where she went. Meanwhile, a crying and overwhelmed Nishiami-san runs away, repeating to herself that she did nothing to deserve such praise. Following her path, Akira and Hajime discover Nishiami-san hiding high up in the branches of a large tree in the school's indoor garden. Staring up at her, a bewildered Hajime comments that she has climbed up the tree just like a cat, leaving Akira to ask what on earth they should do to get her down. Akira holds up a bag of snacks to coax her down like a pet, while Hajime calls out, gently keeping in mind that Nishiami Hinako is an incredibly shy person who needs to be handled with care. Standing below the branches of the courtyard tree, Akira and Hajime look up in concern and apologize to Nishiami-san. Crying in the branches, Nishiami-san apologizes for her behavior and explains that whenever she receives praise, her first instinct is simply to run away and hide. Akira and Hajime successfully get Nishiami-san down from the tree together, while Hajime silently notes that he never expected her to have such a bizarre habit of running to hide whenever she blushes. Nishiami-san shyly begs them to pretend they didn't see anything today, admitting that her habit of hiding always causes her a lot of trouble. Akira and Hajime stare back in deep sympathy, touched by her honest confession. Hajime suddenly speaks up, asking Nishiami-san if she wants to overcome her shyness if given the chance. Eagerly joining in, Akira declares that they will do everything they can to help Nishiami-san overcome her shyness and prevent her from getting embarrassed. Deeply touched and hopeful, Nishiami-san hesitantly asks if it is truly okay for them to help her. The narrative cuts back to the classroom where Nishiami-san has been securely tied to a chair with thick ropes to keep her from escaping. While Akira cheerfully declares that it is a pleasure to help, Hajime nervously points out that their extreme measures to keep her from escaping make it look like they are interrogating her. Akira clenches her fist with determination and announces that they should finally start their lesson. Akira and Hajime immediately begin to shower her with praise again, calling her awesome and praising her first step as class president, while Nishiami-san desperately tries to hold in her embarrassment. Trembling and dizzy with embarrassment, Nishiami-san takes a deep breath, determinedly holding herself back from running away. Seeing her efforts, Akira and Hajime immediately heap even more praise on her, calling her self-control incredible and celebrating her immense progress. Unable to handle the overwhelming praise, Nishiami-san suddenly starts hopping across the classroom floor while still tied to her chair, before bouncing right out of the doorway. Staring down the corridor, Hajime and Akira call out in utter disbelief, praising her ability to hop so quickly while tied up, which only makes her hop faster. Unable to stop themselves, both of them continue to yell praise down the hallway, calling her talented, cool, and incredibly skilled. Watching Hajime cheer so enthusiastically, Akira suddenly starts to pout, as she feels a sudden wave of jealousy over how much he is praising Nishiami-san. While Hajime confidently agrees with his own praise, Akira gets completely flustered and pleads with him to stop, because she simply cannot hold back her jealousy anymore. Realizing she spoke her jealous thoughts out loud, Akira freezes with wide eyes as her face turns completely bright red. Shaken by her sudden outburst, a flustered Hajime quickly steps forward, calling out her name to address her unexpected reaction. Still tied to the chair, a blushing and overwhelmed Nishiami-san desperately screams that she is going crazy from being the only one getting complimented, pleading with the two of them to just flatter each other instead. Her sudden outburst leaves both Akira and Hajime standing in complete shocked silence as they struggle to process her words. Akira and Hajime stand opposite each other in a heavy, awkward silence, with Hajime quietly trying to say her name. Hajime looks up at Momose-san, still trying to speak. Akira looks back at him with wide, hopeful eyes as she waits for him to finish his sentence. Realizing how intensely she is looking at him, a completely flustered Hajime freezes in panic, entirely unable to say what he wants. As Akira intensely stammers about how she thinks he is someone who tries really hard, Hajime softly tells her that her smile is adorable. However, in his head, a thoroughly disappointed Hajime mentally beats himself up, realizing he was actually too nervous to say his true thoughts out loud. Hajime reflects on how incredibly difficult it is to say sweet things to the girl he genuinely likes, especially when they are currently just friends. Hajime quietly looks down, still feeling completely flustered by the moment. As the initial panic of her outburst finally fades, Akira's expression softens into a very serious and quiet look. Seeing this, Nishiami-san immediately gasps in admiration, praising Momose-san for keeping such a serious, controlled expression even after being complimented. Recognizing her cue, Akira prepares to speak her true thoughts about Kugeyama, while Hajime watches her in nervous anticipation. Akira launches into a massive, heartfelt speech about all of his wonderful traits, describing how consistently thoughtful he is, how he never gives up, and how his messy hair simply makes him seem more kind and human. However, because she is so intensely embarrassed, Akira's voice drops to a whisper so low and creepy that it sounds like a literal curse, leaving a terrified Hajime completely unable to understand her. Surprisingly, Nishiami-san appears to understand her, perfectly nodding along in starry-eyed agreement, and leaving a shocked Hajime to wonder how she translated it. To stop Nishiami-san from repeating her embarrassing words, a panicked Akira suddenly screams out a bizarre compliment about Nishiami-san's hair cuticles, throwing the classroom back into chaos. Instantly overwhelmed by the sudden hair cuticle compliment, a screaming Nishiami-san dives headfirst right back into her locker to hide. From inside the locker, Nishiami-san laments that she wants to be as cool as Momose-san someday, prompting a panicked Akira to deny it, while Hajime desperately begs both of them to just calm down. Nishiami-san bows and sincerely apologizes once more for causing so much trouble today. Akira and Hajime reassure her that it is perfectly fine, while a blushing Nishiami-san admits that despite the chaos, it was actually quite fun to be able to talk with the two of them. Nishiami-san smiles softly, promising to do her absolute best so that their sincere efforts to help her do not go to waste. Before leaving, Nishiami-san whispers to Akira that she will be supporting her, before Hajime suddenly turns to Akira and asks what she truly thinks of him, throwing her into an immediate panic. Shaken by his direct question, a blushing Akira is entirely unable to answer while Hajime anxiously awaits her response. Walking away, a giggling Nishiami-san simply smiles to herself, leaving a deeply embarrassed Akira and Hajime watching her in silence. The narrative introduces the diverse insect life found in the region, explaining that their beautiful presence is proof of a healthy and clean environment. Because these insects are drawn to night lights and swarm around vending machines, the local grandfathers have developed the impressive ability to swat them away in a single swift motion. The scene transitions to the neighboring town's massive Aeon Mall. Having traveled for 2 long hours by bicycle and train, Hajime finally arrives at the Aeon Mall, noting that in the countryside, fashionable items can only be found in big shopping centers. Resolving to buy some special sweets to surprise Momose-san as a thank you for tutoring him, Hajime confidently begins his secret shopping mission. Suddenly, Hajime stops in his tracks as he spots Akira walking through the mall with her little cousin Nin-chan carrying a massive stuffed animal prize from the game center. Hajime's secret plan immediately comes to an abrupt end as they unexpectedly run right into each other in the middle of the mall. Nin-chan gasps in absolute shock upon seeing him, while a flustered Hajime marvels at what an unbelievable coincidence it is to run into them. When Nin-chan curiously asks what he came to the mall to do all by himself, a thoroughly panicked Hajime frantically claims that he came for absolutely nothing. Sensing a golden opportunity, a mischievous Nin-chan whispers to Akira that this is the perfect chance to execute their plan, leaving Akira completely frozen in panic. Remembering their conversation from an hour ago, where Nin-chan explained how a certain couple used to eat together to deepen their relationship, Nin-chan excitedly urges Akira to eat ice cream with Hajime at the nearby shop. Realizing this is indeed a massive opportunity, Akira clenches her fists with intense focus, determined to invite him. Terrified that she might discover his surprise treat, Hajime nervously tells them that he has to shop alone and suddenly runs away, claiming he has to look for something else. Left standing alone by his sudden escape, Akira is so utterly devastated that she collapses onto the floor and begins frantically writing a strategy on a piece of paper, while Nin-chan watches in disbelief. Clutching her paper, a determined Akira runs through the store, resolved to fight with pure determination to earn the right to eat ice cream with him, despite Nin-chan following behind. Still recovering from the surprise encounter, Hajime walks through the clothing section, telling himself to quickly buy the sweets and head home, but he suddenly hears a noise behind him. Hajime looks back only to find Akira sprinting directly toward him down the clothing aisle with a terrifyingly intense expression on her face. Panicking, Hajime quickly picks up his pace, utterly confused as to why she seems so incredibly angry. Chased by her on pure instinct, Hajime sprints away in a panic, desperately wondering what he did wrong and if she thinks he is slacking off instead of studying. Ducking behind a mannequin and crouching among the clothing racks, Hajime desperately tries to hide and wait until she passes. Suddenly, Akira looms directly over his hiding spot, reaching her hand out with a terrifyingly intense stare that leaves Hajime frozen in absolute horror. Screaming in terror, Hajime leaps out of his hiding spot and bolts down the aisle with Akira hot on his heels. While Hajime continues to flee on pure instinct, Akira is actually just desperately trying to catch up to touch his shoulder and invite him to eat ice cream. Their fast-paced chase continues right through the mall, passing by the game center as Hajime speeds up to an ultra-fast run with Akira close behind. As Akira reaches her hand out to grab his shoulder, a terrified Hajime screams in panic, feeling like he cannot take the pressure anymore. Suddenly, as they run past the mall's pet shop window, Akira's attention is caught by a cute kitten, causing her to stop and wave back at it. Forgotten by the chase, both of them end up side by side at the glass, staring in absolute starry-eyed delight at the adorable puppies and kittens inside. Sometime later, a thoroughly relaxed Hajime happily cuddles a puppy on his shoulder, while Akira continues to play with a kitten through the glass. Surrounded by playful puppies on the floor, Hajime smiles warmly as he and Akira enjoy the relaxing and happy atmosphere. Suddenly remembering her goal, a determined Akira clenches her fists and charges directly toward a startled Hajime once again. Hajime visits the Japanese sweets section of the mall and purchases some caramel treats. Catching his breath, Hajime successfully purchases the treats, and celebrates losing Akira, glad that he managed to distract her with the pet store animals. Eager to leave before Akira spots him again, Hajime walks through the toy section but is suddenly distracted by some new toy blasters on display. Although Hajime tries to ignore them, his excitement gets the better of him when he sees a toy blaster on sale, prompting him to happily test it out. Hajime's excitement vanishes instantly when he turns around to find Akira and Nin-chan standing right behind him with Akira holding a toy katana sword. Startled by each other's sudden presence, they both end up in a chaotic defensive stance with their toy weapons. Realizing they caused a scene and might have damaged the display toys, they both bow in deep panic and prepare to purchase the items. Grasping the toy blaster, Hajime tearfully confesses that he only wanted to buy some sweets as a surprise thank you gift for Momose-san. Deeply touched, Akira blushes furiously as she confesses that she only wanted to buy some ice cream to eat together with him. The scene shifts to the mall food court where the group sits down with their treats. Holding her 3-scoop ice cream cone, Akira smiles warmly, completely happy to be there. With their mutual misunderstandings finally resolved, they sit together at a table to eat their treats, leaving a confused Nin-chan to ask why both of them still look so completely shattered from the ordeal. The narrative introduces the local cherry blossom tree, describing how gloriously it blooms during the springtime. Although beautiful in spring, during the summer, the cherry tree becomes a nightmare as fuzzy caterpillars drop endlessly from its branches, making local residents stay far away from it. With his heart pounding wildly, Hajime stands outside the school building, telling himself that he genuinely wants to go out with Momose-san once their summer classes are finished. Realizing their 1-week remedial class is officially over, Hajime notes that Akira must leave early to catch her by hourly bus, and nervously tries to find a way to invite her before she departs. Hajime gets cold feet, telling himself that it is too hard to invite her out since he already bothered her so much with the remedial classes. Gritting his teeth in frustration over his persistent nerves, Hajime simply bids her farewell and tells her to head safely home as she leaves the classroom. Suddenly, a fluffy white dog wearing a floral bandana appears in front of Hajime in the hallway. While both Hajime and Akira look on in confusion at the dog, a voice frantically begs them to catch him as he runs past. The high school principal, Asura, slides down the hallway explaining that his dog Uten ran away while they were on a walk and desperately begging the freshmen to catch him, leaving a shocked Hajime to wonder why the principal is even at school on his day off. As the principal groans about a sudden leg cramp, the happy dog runs off at full speed with Hajime giving chase. Crying dramatically over his beloved pet, the principal reveals the dog's grand name is Asura Orudora, leaving a running Hajime to question the strange choice of name. Hajime sprints down the hall to catch the dog, confidently noting that Uten is smart enough to understand them, while Akira quickly runs after him to help out. The chase leads them toward the outdoor school pool, which is currently closed off with a sign stating it is under maintenance. They corner Uten by the fence, and a relieved Hajime tells the dog that the pool is off limits and reaches out to carry him, assured of the pet's cooperative nature. Instead of cooperating, the dog suddenly leaps right over the fence, dragging a screaming Hajime along with him by the leash. Uten effortlessly leaps over the obstacle, sending Hajime flying comically through the air while a shocked Akira watches from the side. Hajime screams in absolute terror as he is dragged directly into the restricted pool area. Landing hard on the wet concrete, a thoroughly defeated Hajime realizes the dog isn't smart at all, while Akira anxiously asks if he is all right from behind the fence. The dog suddenly slips and splashes comically into the deep pool water, leaving Hajime to dive in after him while questioning the principal's claims about the pet's intelligence. Akira offers to climb in and help, but Hajime quickly yells back that it is fine, privately resolving that he cannot let Momose-san get wet. While Hajime struggles to hold onto the dog in the pool, Akira watches through the fence, pleading for the pet to listen. Hajime suddenly freezes, hearing a loud clattering sound coming from the fence behind him. Hajime is left speechless as he looks up to find that Akira has boldly climbed all the way to the top of the tall chain-link fence. Declaring that she is coming in to help as well, Akira begins to climb over the top of the fence, leaving a wet Hajime watching her in absolute wide-eyed amazement. While trying to climb over the fence, Akira suddenly slips and falls, landing directly on top of Hajime on the pool deck. Bending down to check on her, Hajime asks if she is okay, expressing relief that she is not hurt and warmly thanking her for coming to help him. Having successfully caused total chaos, the dog calmly sits nearby in a deceptively good puppy mode. Suddenly, Uten violently shakes his wet fur, completely soaking both Akira and Hajime as he barks happily. The two teenagers sit on the wet concrete in complete, dripping wet silence. Shaking off the initial shock, both of them look at each other's drenched clothes and begin laughing warmly together. Hajime tells the dog that is enough while Akira giggles and finds the animal's antics adorable. Sporting a happy, Samoyed smile, Uten calmly walks back with them as they prepare to return him to the principal. Standing outside the faculty room with Akira, a deeply apologetic Hajime bows and takes responsibility for the incident. Inside the office, the teacher sternly lectures them, pointing out that the pool is a restricted area and they should have called an adult instead of risking their own safety. Eager to protect Akira's school record, Hajime frantically begs the teacher to leave her out of the report, though Akira quickly protests his selflessness. Akira suddenly raises her hand high and boldly declares that she helped too completely, catching a shocked Hajime off guard. Blushing deeply, Akira apologizes to the startled teacher and admits she simply acted on impulse to help Hajime. The teacher states that she will have to report the unusual incident to Mr. Ono, leaving a quiet Akira to nod in agreement. Once the teacher looks away, Akira turns to Hajime with a warm, relieved smile. Before they can say anything else, the door suddenly flies open as the principal rushes back into the faculty room, shouting for them to wait. Sobbing comically, Ashige-sensei loudly declares that Uten is his dog and takes full responsibility for the entire incident, defending the students' actions. The principal tearfully begs Ms. Imai to forgive the students for his sake. Thanks to the principal's tearful intervention, Akira and Hajime are officially pardoned, though they can only watch in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment as the younger teacher thoroughly scolds the crying principal for his irresponsible behavior. The narrative introduces the local frogs, describing how they consistently show up with the arrival of the summer season. On warm summer nights, the frogs and toads in the rice fields form an incredibly loud chorus, which local grandfathers warn others not to disrupt. Summer vacation officially ends as the teacher slides open the classroom door, enthusiastically announcing the start of the second semester. As the teacher asks the class if they managed to remember what they learned over summer break, Hajime sits nervously at his desk and turns his head to look around the room. While Hajime silently hopes that he can gradually get closer to Momose-san again this semester, the teacher suddenly announces that they will be changing seats. To their absolute shock, Akira is assigned the first seat by the window, while Hajime is placed directly in the second seat right behind her. While the rest of the class groans about the new seating arrangement, Akira and Hajime sit in their new adjacent spots, completely frozen with intense nervousness. Hajime panics over how incredibly close they suddenly are, while Anamai and Kin-chan, sitting directly behind them, gleefully whisper about how interesting things are getting. Anamai enthusiastically nudges Rendeji and asks if the couple is meant to be leaving a shivering Rendeji trapped in what he considers a hellish seat between the talkative girls. Akira clutches her handkerchief, her heart pounding wildly as she struggles to manage her overwhelming excitement. Akira squeezes her eyes shut in an absolute panic, desperately wondering what she should do next. In her sheer fluster, Akira accidentally drops her handkerchief onto the classroom floor, catching Hajime's attention. Hajime quickly leans forward from his desk to pick up the fallen handkerchief for her. Smiling warmly, Hajime hands it back and expresses his relief that her handkerchief didn't get dirty on the floor. Akira blushingly accepts the handkerchief and softly thanks him. Overwhelmed by his sweet gesture, Akira buries her blushing face in the handkerchief before frantically opening her notebook to distract herself. Akira begins writing with intense concentration in her notebook, decorating the page with cute stickers. The notebook page reveals her emergency plan, showing that she is desperately trying to figure out how to take the initiative and talk to him now that they are sitting together. Akira stares at her plan with a determined but incredibly flustered expression, trying to build up the courage to execute it. While Akira is lost in her thoughts, Hajime suddenly stands up and catches a falling leaf right above her head, stating that it was a close call. Startled by his sudden movement, Akira flinches in surprise, prompting a sheepish Hajime to apologize and explain that the tree branches outside are withering and dropping a lot of leaves. Smiling warmly, Hajime explains that he was simply worried it would be dangerous if a leaf or branch fell directly on Momose-san. Deeply touched by his sweet concern, a highly flustered Akira turns her face away and softly thanks him while her heart pounds comically. Akira buries her blushing face in her hands, her mind completely racing with overwhelming romantic feelings from his simple act of kindness. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes from the adjacent desk as Ryuta reacts in utter shock to Hajime's movements. It turns out Hajime caught a falling leaf for Ryuta as well, handing it to him and politely warning him to be careful of the falling branches, leaving Akira to watch in deadpan silence. Ryuta blushes as he points out that the leaf is shaped like a heart, prompting a sweating Hajime to laugh nervously while Akira watches silently. Akira is left thoroughly disappointed and deadpan, listening to Ryuta joke about fate while telling him not to say weird things. Later on the roof terrace, Kin-chan asks Akira if she feels down because Hajime's kindness isn't exclusive to her, but is simply directed toward everyone. While Kin-chan casually notes that Hajime has always been that way, a panicked Anime grabs Akira and scolds Kin-chan for her blunt choice of words. As the girls clean a saxophone on the roof, Anime reassures Akira that Hajime has always been a nice guy, pointing out that his universal kindness is exactly what she loves about him. Looking down with a soft blush, Akira quietly confesses her selfish wish that Hajime would only show that side of himself to her, admitting that she dislikes her own greedy feelings. Anime and Kin-chan look at her with gentle sympathy, touched by her honest and vulnerable feelings. Anime comically poses with her saxophone and declares that such feelings don't make her selfish, but are simply what people call true love, catching Akira by surprise. Pushing her forward, Anime tells Akira to stand up and shout all of her romantic frustrations toward Mount Fudo in the distance. While Akira hesitates in embarrassment, Kin-chan cheerfully encourages her by adding that nature is always ready to listen to whatever she has to say. Akira walks over to the roof railing and stares out at the beautiful mountain landscape, remaining comically silent as her friends wait for her to shout. Akira finally gathers her courage and screams out her deepest desires to the mountain, yelling that she wants to be someone special for Hajime. Akira continues to yell out that she will keep fighting to make her feelings known. Her voice echoes across the entire valley, leaving Anime and Kin-chan completely amazed that she managed to confess her feelings to the mountain and come to that conclusion by herself. Meanwhile, Hajime walks home comically holding the heart-shaped leaf, ignoring Rendeji, who bluntly tells him that giving a leaf to Momose-san is way too obvious and creepy. The narrative introduces the local rice fields, explaining how vigorously they grow and noting that the glowing insects at night can look like city lights. Walking through these fields at night easily turns into a terrifying test of courage, with children constantly panicking over strange sounds and feeling like they are being watched. Inside the classroom, the blackboard outlines the upcoming cultural festival with a note stating that all the boys in Class 3 must wear costumes. The teacher comically slams his fist and yells for Class 3 to stop fooling around and give their absolute best to the upcoming festival lineup. Anime comically raises her hand and suggests they perform a traditional play instead, prompting the teacher to ask for her proposal. Showing off her love for gal culture, Anime ecstatically declares that a gal-themed play would be the perfect opportunity for self-assertion. Rendeji comically adjusts his hair and delivers a detailed deadpan analysis of old-school versus modern gal trends, leaving the teacher thoroughly bewildered by his sudden lecture. While Akira tries to understand what gals even are, a sweating Hajime looks on in deadpan worry, questioning if their class will actually survive the festival planning. After class, the teacher appoints Anime, Kin-chan, and Akira as the costume managers, while Rendeji teasingly tells a sweating Hajime that he is lucky since he actually loves gal culture. Hajime is left thoroughly startled when Anime comically produces a heavily decorated notebook labeled with gal info, resolving to use it so their class can go all out. Anime enthusiastically explains that they will showcase their gal knowledge by choosing the outfits that boys love most, holding up clothing hangers and working much harder than usual. Anime suddenly pushes Akira forward, loudly announcing that they will use her as their dress-up model to show off her appeal and impress Hajime, leaving both of them completely flustered. Carrying bags of outfits, a fiercely determined Akira heads to the changing rooms, leaving a bewildered Hajime to wonder why she has suddenly become so intensely focused. Serving as jury members, Hajime, Kin-chan, and Rendeji sit in a row as Anamai instructs them to write down their impressions of the 3 gal outfits Akira will try on. Hajime silently admits his excitement to see Momose-san dressed as a gal, prompting Anamai to scold him to take his jury job seriously before calling for the first outfit. For the first option, Akira presents a trend-setting social media style, using her natural charms to win them over, while the jury members immediately hold up signs declaring her look cute. Next, Akira displays a country gal look featuring tracksuit pants and bubblegum, earning even more enthusiastic compliments from the jury as Hajime happily holds up another praise card. Despite her outward confidence, Akira is actually trembling with extreme embarrassment, slowly shrinking into herself. Rendeji continues his deadpan analysis of gal types, speaking much more than usual as he explains the unique charm of different styles. When Anamai asks Hajime for his verdict, he blushingly mutters that Momose-san is always cute, prompting Anamai to tease him for his quiet voice before announcing the final outfit. When Akira takes too long, Anamai peeks into the changing room and finds her curled up in tears, sobbing that she simply cannot continue because it is too embarrassing. Anamai gently reassures her that they have already seen enough and that she doesn't need to push herself anymore, successfully calming Akira down. Back at the jury table, Kin-chan curiously asks Rendeji what he is writing, causing him to hide his paper and sweat in panic while claiming he is fine. Stepping out one last time, Akira presents the final option of a simple style gal featuring loose leg warmers and a tied cardigan, sending Anamai into an excited cheer. Anamai and Kin-chan eagerly inspect her look, agreeing that this classic style truly captures the most genuine gal vibe and suits her perfectly. Even the critical Rendeji quietly mutters his agreement, admitting that this final outfit has the strongest overall gal impact. Seeing her in the outfit, Hajime stands completely frozen with his face flushed red, making Rendeji silently note how incredibly easy his friend is to read. Blushing deeply, Akira shyly admits that she really likes this outfit as well before stealing a nervous glance over at a dazed Hajime. Suddenly overwhelmed by the realization of her own bold statement, Akira flinches comically and flees. Seeking immediate cover, Akira dives directly behind Anamai's back to hide her burning face, leaving her friends to ask what on earth is wrong. Shivering in complete embarrassment, Akira covers her face and desperately begs them not to look at her anymore because it is simply too much to handle. Yorara Kanara cradles Akira, gently telling her that everything is okay. Meanwhile, Anamai laughs with amusement at Akira's extreme embarrassment, while Kin-chan looks on in surprise, and Hajime stands completely bewildered, unable to see Akira at all since she is completely blocked from his view. The scene transitions to the quiet, empty school hallway. Hajime is completely overwhelmed by his own roaring emotions. Clutching his shirt in a state of extreme panic and blushing furiously, he frantically declares that even he has something he needs to say. Hajime sits on the floor in complete shock, wearing a school skirt and wondering what is happening. Anamai cheerfully explains that she wanted to test out dressing the boys up as gals for the festival event, while Kin-chan admits that the look actually suits him quite well. Seeing him like this, Akira can only watch in speechless surprise. Hajime adjusts the skirt and notes that it feels surprisingly comfortable around his waist, prompting Anamai to celebrate the positive feedback. As Kin-chan asks Akira for her thoughts, Akira quickly changes back into her own matching skirt, leaving the two of them standing side by side in front of the blackboard. Standing opposite each other, Hajime and Akira stare directly into each other's eyes while blushing intensely, completely frozen by the sudden tension of wearing matching uniforms. Akira looks directly at Hajime with starry eyes full of deep admiration. Staring back at her, a completely overwhelmed Hajime freezes in absolute shock as his mind begins to spin. Unable to handle her direct gaze, a screaming Hajime bolts down the school hallway in his skirt, begging Momose-san not to look at him, while a startled Anamai calls out that he is running away. As Kin-chan and Anamai peek out the classroom door, Kin-chan notes that Hajime's reaction means they can easily observe his feelings. Anamai then sprints down the hallway after him, shouting to ask why he only gets so intensely embarrassed when Akira is the one looking at him. Left standing alone in the hallway, a dazed Akira softly mutters to herself, realizing with a blush that he might only react that way to her. Akira clutches her hands together and smiles softly, feeling incredibly happy that she is uniquely special to him. Thanks to the trial, the class easily finalizes the festival outfits, with Kin-chan noting in amazement how surprisingly good Rendeji looks dressed up in makeup as a gal. The scene shifts to the local rice fields during the irrigation season, where the clear sky is beautifully reflected on the water's surface. The quiet countryside scenery is frequently used by visiting middle school girls taking photos as they squat by the water's edge to capture the perfect shot. With the autumn season approaching, the cultural festival draws closer as Akira anxiously reads over the official preparation documents. Sitting alone at her desk, a highly excited Akira prepares for her role in charge of the festival prep, before turning her head to eagerly look for Hajime's arrival. Instead of Hajime, an incredibly nervous Rendeji approaches her desk, struggling to look her in the eye as he hesitantly informs her that Hajime has caught a cold. Akira gasps in absolute shock at the news, as this is the very first time she and Rendeji have ever spoken to each other directly. Trembling with nerves, Rendeji explains that they are supposed to handle the festival preparations together, but adds that Hajime currently has an extremely high fever. Akira immediately panics as she imagines a thoroughly sick and dizzy Hajime resting in bed with an ice pack on his head. Overwhelmed by his own extreme shyness around girls, a sweating Rendeji stammeringly apologizes before suddenly sprinting away down the hallway, leaving Akira utterly bewildered. In another classroom, Kin-chan reacts in disbelief to the news of Hajime's cold, while Anime points out that the festival prep will be much harder without him, but assures Akira that he is tough enough to recover quickly. Akira holds her phone tightly, hesitantly drafting a message to ask Hajime if he is feeling any better from his cold. With her heart pounding violently in her chest, Akira is completely frozen with nervousness, causing Anime to ask if she is all right. Akira continues to feel incredibly flustered as her friends wander away down the school hallway, completely lost in their own thoughts. In the quiet classroom, Akira sits silently at her desk, staring down in deep thought, while classmate Rendeji reads at his desk nearby. Akira looks down at her phone again, staring at her chat history with Hajime as she debates whether she should send another message. Still trembling with hesitation, Akira keeps her eyes glued to her phone screen while her classmates chat cheerfully around her. Throughout the rest of the day, Akira continues to carry her phone everywhere, sitting under a tree on the field and crouching in the locker room while desperately trying to build up her courage. Akira finally taps the screen and officially sends the message to check on Hajime's condition. Immediately after sending the text, Akira gasps dramatically in sheer panic, completely startling Anime, who asks what on earth is wrong. As they eat their lunch together, Akira quickly tries to dismiss Anime and Kin-chan's concern, claiming that nothing is wrong while frantically stuffing her mouth with food. Later that evening at 9 o'clock, Hajime finally replies to her message with a brief confirmation that he is indeed feeling better. Upon seeing his message, a surprised Akira heads over to the school staff room to see if there is any update on his situation. Inside the staff room, the teacher casually asks if anyone wants to deliver today's class handouts to Hajime, prompting a blushing Akira to immediately volunteer, stating that she will gladly take them since they are friends. To her absolute devastation, the teacher sweatily reveals that there is actually nothing to deliver today, explaining that he already sent Hajime all the important materials before he fell ill, and there is no reason to worry. As school ends and their committee meeting runs late, a highly anxious Akira paces back and forth down the hallway, repeatedly checking her phone, only to find absolutely no new messages, which deeply concerns Kin-chan. Faced with the agonizing silence, Akira clenches her fists with fierce determination and boldly announces that she is going to visit him at his house. Before Kin-chan can even process the idea, Akira bolts out of the school lobby at lightning speed, leaving her friend and another passing student completely stunned by her sudden departure. As Anime enthusiastically cheers Akira on, the bewildered male student mutters that he has never seen her make such a determined face before, even wondering if she was actually flying. Akira walks along a quiet rural road, making her way towards her destination. Having successfully obtained Hajime's address from Rendeji, Akira arrives outside his house carrying a bag of supplies, only to find that the local snowstorm design makes the entrance have a double door with the doorbell located inside. Stepping inside the outer entryway, a highly nervous Akira reaches out and presses the doorbell button. After waiting in silent anticipation for a response that never comes, Akira reluctantly walks away from the entrance feeling completely disheartened. Looking up, Akira notices a school bag sitting in the second-story window before checking her phone to find that she still has not received a reply to her message. Staring at her phone, Akira fondly recalls how Hajime had previously caught a falling leaf to protect her, motivating her to do something for him in return. Filled with renewed resolve, Akira stares at her phone with a determined expression, eager to find a way to get through to him. Akira quickly writes a note wishing Hajime a speedy recovery, signing it with her name, and begins folding the paper into a paper airplane. Determined to send her message, Akira gathers her strength and launches the paper airplane toward the second-story window, but the launch fails as the plane immediately dives straight back down to the ground. Akira repeatedly tries to throw the paper airplane up to the window, but each attempt results in the plane crashing right back onto the dirt. Exhausted and completely defeated, Akira slumps to the ground, surrounded by a scatter of failed paper airplanes. As she sits on the ground in total silence, she suddenly freezes as a noise catches her attention. Akira looks up in surprise to see that the second-story window has finally been opened. Panicked by the sudden movement, Akira quickly places her bag of supplies on the porch step and scrambles to collect all the failed paper airplanes from the ground. As Akira begins to walk away with her notes, she is suddenly stopped in her tracks by a loud clacking sound coming from behind her. Stunned by the continuous clacking noise, Akira turns around with wide, startled eyes to see where the sound is coming from. Hajime, wearing a cooling patch on his forehead, leans out of the second-story window and begins calling out her name. Surprised and deeply touched to see her standing there, Hajime calls out her name in absolute disbelief. Back at the school, Anime gasps and giggles with excitement upon learning that Akira actually went to visit Hajime at his house. While Anime excitedly wonders if Akira might take the chance to kiss Hajime now that he is weak and sick, a sweat-dropping Kin-chan points out that Hajime is actually ill, adding that Akira had promised to return quickly. Staring up at Hajime, Akira blushes as he silently hopes she does not run away now that they have finally met. Outside the house at sunset, Akira walks along the path as Hajime calls out her name in surprise from his window. Leaning out the window, a shocked Hajime asks Akira what she is doing here at his house. A highly flustered Akira stammers and nervously explains that she came over to check on him. Hajime suddenly starts coughing violently from his window, startling Akira. Looking extremely dizzy, Hajime stammers that he needs water, leaving a horrified Akira completely panicked. Realizing that houses in the countryside are often left unlocked, a worried Akira frantically decides to rush inside to help him. Akira bursts through the front door, loudly apologizing for the sudden intrusion as she runs inside with her bags. Rushing past the stairs, Akira is horrified to find Hajime collapsed on the floor. Akira quickly helps Hajime into bed and frantically applies several fever-cooling sheets to his forehead. As Hajime weakly thanks her and asks for water, a highly panicked Akira asks if there is anything else she can do. Akira frantically opens several bottles of sports drinks, feeding them to Hajime as he drinks them down greedily. Feeling completely revitalized, Hajime sits up and happily thanks her for coming to his rescue, while a blushing Akira hides her face in embarrassment. Hajime mentions that he thought he heard footsteps outside earlier, only to be completely surprised when it turned out to be her. Worried she might catch his cold, Hajime apologizes and tells her she should head home, though Akira reassures him and urges him to just go to sleep. Protesting her departure, Hajime wobbles out of bed to enthusiastically offer her snacks and soda to thank her for coming all this way. A panicked Akira frantically pats him down and forces him back under the covers, begging him to just go to sleep. Hajime pulls the covers over his face and murmurs that he does not want Akira to worry. Akira frantically urges him to go to sleep, gesturing to all the sports drinks and fever supplies she brought for him. Akira silently sits by his bed and gazes down at Hajime as he tries to rest, her expression filled with gentle worry. Hajime tries to sit up and prove that he is feeling completely fine, but Akira quickly pushes him back down and reminds him to rest. Seeing him cough softly, Akira smiles to herself as the situation reminds her of another memory. Hajime softly explains that this reminds him of the sports festival when she visited him in the nurse's office, catching Akira completely off guard. Akira quietly nods her head, acknowledging the memory with a gentle expression. As Hajime drifts off to sleep under his warm blankets, Akira sits quietly on the desk chair by his side, keeping him company. Hajime quickly falls into a peaceful and deep sleep. Akira watches his sleeping face, her gaze full of warmth and affection. Akira lets out a soft, happy sigh as she continues to watch over him. Akira quietly looks around Hajime's bedroom as the sunlight streams through the open window. Akira's eyes wander to Hajime's study desk, noticing the neatly arranged books and school supplies. Akira walks over to investigate the rest of the bedroom while keeping her footsteps as quiet as possible. Akira spots Hajime's school bag resting on the tatami floor near the corner of the room. Akira is momentarily reminded of Hajime's bright and cheerful laughter. Akira pauses as a sudden realization crosses her mind. Akira turns her attention to a corkboard on the wall and discovers a small toy sword keychain hanging next to a handwritten reminder to not lose it. Seeing the dragon sword keychain, Akira remembers the day she gave it to him, touched that he has kept it so safely pinned to his wall. Hajime suddenly groans and coughs in his sleep, instantly startling Akira and pulling her back to reality. Realizing that Hajime's fever is spiking as he sweats heavily, panicked, Akira quickly reaches for another fresh, cooling gel sheet to help soothe him. Akira clutches the cold gel pack tightly, feeling highly flustered as she prepares to place it on Hajime. She gently reaches out towards Hajime's sweating hand as he rests in bed. Kneeling by his bedside, Akira takes Hajime's hand in her own, her heart beating quickly as she holds it gently. Akira quietly holds his hand, feeling the warmth of his fever. She stares down softly, her gaze filled with quiet, affectionate concern for him. Resting her head on the edge of his bed, Akira lies down and watches Hajime as he sleeps peacefully. She continues to sit quietly on the floor by his side, holding onto his hand while the breeze blows through the curtains. With her face resting close to his bed, Akira's heart beats wildly in her chest as she remains by his side. Suddenly, their hands clasp together in a tight, firm squeeze. Akira continues to hold Hajime's hand as he rests peacefully. Hajime suddenly opens his eyes in wide surprise and pulls down his mask. Akira freezes in absolute shock as she realizes he has woken up. Hajime sits up in bed, still holding Akira's hand, as she kneels beside him, leaving both of them in a tense silence. Both of them stare directly at each other with wide, blushing eyes, completely stunned by the situation. Sitting in the quiet bedroom, both Akira and Hajime frantically try to process what is happening. As Akira completely freezes up with embarrassment, Hajime suddenly realizes that he is tightly grasping her hand. A thoroughly panicked Hajime looks down at their joined hands in utter shock. Hajime quickly lets go and frantically apologizes, trembling as he wonders if his delirium caused him to grab her hand, before pulling the covers over himself in deep embarrassment. Akira frantically interrupts Hajime, clutching her hands as she blushingly confesses that she was actually the one who took his hand first. Hajime stares at her in absolute wide-eyed shock at her sudden confession. Akira explains that while she was watching over him, his hand felt very hot to the touch, so she held it to apply the cooling gel sheet. Realizing she was only trying to cool down his hand, a completely embarrassed Hajime gasps and turns away while clutching himself in panic. Akira leans directly over the bed to firmly put Hajime back under his covers, completely startling him. Looking right down at him, Akira blushingly commands Hajime to sleep and promises that she will watch over him while he rests. After a stunned, Hajime quietly agrees to rest. Akira turns away to pull another fresh cooling sheet from the box. Akira carefully prepares the fresh cooling sheet, her face blushing intensely as she concentrates on her task. Hajime quietly closes his eyes as Akira gently brushes his hair back to apply the sheet. With a look of deep care on her face, Akira gently presses the cool gel sheet onto Hajime's warm forehead. After successfully applying the sheet, Akira sits by the bedside and gently pats Hajime's head to comfort him. Hajime suddenly wakes up gasping and heavily sweating, prompting a startled Akira to note his condition before Hajime frantically tries to wipe the sweat away himself. Akira immediately volunteers to wipe the sweat away for him, but a thoroughly panicked Hajime waves his hands and stammers that it would be way too much to ask of her. Ignoring his protests, a highly determined Akira holds up her handkerchief and tells Hajime to simply hold still. Hajime freezes in complete nervousness as Akira leans in and gently wipes the sweat from his cheek. Akira slowly and carefully continues to dry his face with her handkerchief while the cicadas chirp outside his window. As she wipes his face, Akira quietly looks down and starts to ask him a question. Akira asks if he thinks he will recover from his cold, soon prompting a grateful Hajime to smile and warmly reassure her that he definitely will thanks to her help. A highly flustered Akira struggles to speak shyly, repeating her hope that he will get well soon. Hajime energetically pumps his fist and declares that he is already feeling much better, but a panicked Akira immediately tells him to behave himself and forces him back down under the blankets. Akira holds a finger to her lips and blushingly demands that Hajime make a firm promise to rest. Hajime looks up at her in complete wide-eyed silence, thoroughly stunned by her earnest request. After a flustered pause, Hajime relents and promises that he will indeed rest. They both raise their pinky fingers to solidify their promise. They lock their pinky fingers together in a solemn promise. They a quiet, lingering moment together as their promise is made. Akira breaks into a bright, happy smile and giggles softly. Hajime is completely dazed, his heart pounding wildly as a sudden loud engine noise from outside startles him. A voice from outside loudly yells to ask if Hajime is alive, accompanied by the rumbling of a passing delivery truck. Hearing his grandfather yell that he will stop by after delivering some rice next door, a panicked Akira realizes she must quickly leave. Akira immediately bolts out the bedroom door, leaving a dazed Hajime staring after her as his heart thumps loudly. After a moment of dazed confusion, Hajime frantically sits up and shouts for her to wait, realizing he has not even thanked her yet. Hajime sprints down the empty hallway calling out her name, only to realize that she has already left the house. Akira is startled as she slides open the front door unexpectedly, finding Hajime standing right behind her in the entryway. Stuttering nervously, Akira points a finger at him and tells him that she forgot to say she will be waiting for him at school, demanding that he get well soon. Hajime quietly listens to her parting words with a soft, surprised look on his face. Hajime smiles brightly and happily promises that he will definitely recover quickly. Satisfied with his promise, Akira bids him goodbye and slides the front door shut, leaving a quiet Hajime standing alone in the entryway. Outside the house, Akira sprints past Hajime's grandfather at lightning speed, leaving the elderly man completely startled by her sudden rush. After running a safe distance away, Akira collapses onto the side of the road and hides her bright red face in her knees, completely overwhelmed by embarrassment, while the grandfather watches her from afar in utter confusion. As Akira frantically catches her breath nearby with her heart pounding, Hajime's grandfather walks in while inside the house, a dazed Hajime slowly crawls back toward his bedroom. Returning to his room, Hajime notices a folded paper airplane sitting on his tatami floor and kneels down to pick it up. Unfolding the paper airplane, Hajime reads the heartfelt note from Momose wishing him a speedy recovery. Akira walks home quietly, her face still blushing softly as she thinks about her visit. Hajime stares down at her note with a soft blush, deeply touched by her sincere and caring gesture. His grandfather enters the room to deliver a batch of frozen snacks, mentioning that a gal just sprinted past him outside, prompting a sweatily blushing Hajime to quickly thank him. Later that evening at her house, Akira stands in her room holding her phone as her mother calls out that it is supper time. Akira receives a text from Hajime thanking her and letting her know his fever has gone down, causing her to roll around her bed in ecstatic joy as her mother continues to call her for supper. Meanwhile, a deeply rested Hajime sleeps soundly in his bed through the night. Akira's note is now neatly taped onto Hajime's bedroom corkboard right next to his treasured dragon sword keychain. A flashback reveals a young, slightly bruised Hajime looking with starry eyes at a sheet of paper. The young Hajime stands beneath a large tree on a hilltop, clutching his paper as he gazes out over the vast countryside town bathed in the evening sunset. The next day, the morning sun rises over the school building, marking the start of a new school day. Hajime runs up to Akira in the classroom with a bright smile, enthusiastically greeting her with a cheerful morning welcome. Standing by her desk, Hajime warmly thanks Akira in front of their classmates, happily announcing that he has completely gotten over his cold because of her. Akira happily claps her hands to celebrate his recovery before reaching into her bag to present him with a sheet of her favorite stickers as a special get-well gift. Hajime proudly raises his finger to declare that he successfully kept his promise to recover and return to school before once again thanking her for visiting him when he was sick. Akira looks at Hajime with wide, blushing eyes as he continues to speak to her. Hajime asks Akira if she is free after school because he wants to take her somewhere to give her a proper thank you gift. After school, Hajime cheerfully leads Akira up a winding forest mountain path. Concerned about the steep climb being a tripping hazard for her skirt, Hajime asks if she wants to borrow his physical education pants, which she gratefully accepts. Wearing his borrowed tracksuit pants under her skirt, Akira follows Hajime as he apologizes for the rough animal-like trail and reassures her that they are almost there. Climbing over a final set of rocky steps, Hajime points out that they have finally reached their destination. They step out onto the overlook to find a spectacular view of the entire valley town illuminated by the setting sun. Hajime happily tells her that the view of Omi town is beautiful from up here, explaining that he really wanted her to see it. Staring out at the sunset, a breathless Akira whispers in absolute awe at how beautiful it is. Suddenly returning to his senses, a blushing Hajime nervously wonders if just showing her a nice view is actually a good enough thank you gift. Hajime quietly watches Akira, anxiously worrying if she might not actually like his surprise. Hajime gazes at her, softly mesmerized by her beauty in the evening glow. The two of them stand silently side by side, sharing the peaceful sunset view together. The scene flashes back to a 10-year-old Hajime sitting on a rock in the same spot, diligently writing on a piece of paper. The childhood list reveals a handwritten set of questions and facts about Akira Momose, including her favorite foods and subjects. 10-year-old Hajime proudly celebrates finishing his list, for Momose resolved to talk to her about something even better the next day, though he grumbles about how the dusty rock always dirties his pants. He smiles brightly to himself, filled with pure childhood excitement. The young Hajime sits on his knees on the same mountain overlook, enjoying his quiet secret hideout under the sunset. Hajime recalls how his childhood friend Ryota once tried to pester him into revealing his secret hideout, but he fiercely defended it as his own special spot. Handing over the paper, the title reveals an official handwritten guide introducing her to his special secret hideout. Back in the flashback, young Hajime tells himself that he will need a lot of courage to invite Momose to his secret hideout. Young Hajime repeatedly tries to approach her on her walk home from school, but his courage fails him every time, and he ends up trailing behind her in silent hesitation. Desperately reminding himself that he must do it today, despite being too shy to ask, young Hajime finally calls out to her. However, his childhood shyness gets the better of him once more, leaving him watching from behind a tree as she crosses the bridge alone. Later on, young Hajime overhears that the owner of the Momose bathhouse has changed, and that her family has officially moved away to Tokyo. The crumpled childhood guide introducing her to his secret hideout remains unused and forgotten. Sitting alone at his mountain hideout, a devastated young Hajime looks down at his unused list of conversation topics, realizing that he was simply too late. Years later, in junior high, Ryota grumbles to his friends that his childhood hideout has been turned into a convenience store, prompting another classmate to ask Hajime if his own special spot is still there. Hajime simply smiles and admits that he does not know, since he has not visited his old hideout in a very long time. Returning to the present, Hajime stands completely spellbound as he looks at the girl standing beside him. Comparing his childhood memories of loneliness to the present moment, Hajime watches Akira as she stands by his side on the overlook. Akira marvels at the sunset view, calling it absolutely breathtaking, while Hajime stares at her with a soft blush. Seeing how much she enjoys the view, Hajime lets out a warm, relieved smile. Crouching down on the grass, Hajime tells Akira that he is truly glad she likes it, confessing that he has been wanting to show her this spot for a very long time. Keeping his eyes on the ground, Hajime shyly reveals that she is the only person he has ever brought to his special hideout because of how much it means to him. His honest words leave Akira staring back at him in complete wide-eyed surprise under the evening sky. When Akira sits down directly on the large dusty rock, Hajime gasps in panic and runs over, warning her that the rock is dirty and will ruin her clothes just like it always did to his childhood pants. Akira smiles warmly and reassures him that she does not mind the dust, happily declaring that she is perfectly fine sitting right there. Akira turns her gaze back to the horizon and comments on how beautiful the sunset is, while a deeply blushing Hajime continues to stare at her. Standing side by side beneath the branches of the massive tree, Hajime quietly agrees that the view is indeed absolutely stunning. As the wind blows gently between them, a quiet Hajime glances over at Akira in the soft evening light. A single heart-shaped leaf falls slowly from the branches above. The heart-shaped leaf lands softly on the dirt right beside his shoe. The scene transitions to a memory of Akira's life in Tokyo, reflecting on how the crowded city may have been suffocating her. Her father agrees that the quiet countryside town of Omi is a place where it is easy to get wrapped up in one's own thoughts. Her father notes that Tokyo is much busier and noisier, hoping that a quieter environment in Omi town will be helpful for her to find peace. He quietly adds that he is simply happy to have found a place where she can finally breathe easy. The morning sun rises over Omi town, bathing the quiet rural landscape in clear daylight. Inside the classroom, Akira sits at her desk, holding her notebook and watching the classroom entrance. Akira looks up in surprise as Hajime walks through the door and greets her with a cheerful morning welcome. Akira startledly jolts in her seat as Hajime approaches to greet her, and she blushingly welcomes him back as he happily announces that he has completely recovered from his cold, thanks to her. Hajime eagerly asks if she is free after school today because he has a special thank you gift he wants to with her. The scene transitions back to the mountain path where a completely disheveled Akira stands with wide, exhausted eyes. As they hike up the steep mountain, Hajime apologizes for taking her along the rough animal trail while Akira follows behind him in quiet exhaustion. Akira flinches in panic at every rustling sound on the steep forest path. With her heart pounding, Akira casts a highly anxious look around her, prompting Hajime to look back and note the various tripping hazards along the trail. After borrowing Hajime's tracksuit pants to wear under her skirt, Akira stands looking highly flustered, secretly thrilled by the couple like matching clothes, before Hajime happily announces that they have finally reached the overlook. They step out onto the clearing, and Akira quietly gazes out at the sweeping sunset view of the entire valley town. Akira looks out at the landscape, reflecting on the view of Omi town. Akira quietly contemplates how Omi town looks from up here as Hajime smiles beside her. Hajime happily admits that he really wanted her to see this place, prompting Akira to stare back at him with a soft blush. Akira is suddenly reminded of a childhood memory of Hajime smiling brightly. A flashback reveals Akira's hand writing a detailed to-do list in preparation for returning to Omi town and seeing Hajime again. Sitting at her desk in her room, a determined Akira pens down her wish to go somewhere together with Hajime. She immediately groans and covers her face in embarrassment, telling herself that her idea is simply no good. Kicking her legs on the floor in absolute distress, Akira panics that she might come across as too self-absorbed and cause Hajime to hate her. Her thoughts compare her past life in the busy city of Tokyo to the quiet natural landscapes of the countryside. Flipping the page, Akira outlines her final plan to establish contact, gradually get closer, find out what he likes, and eventually go on an outing together. Gathering her resolve, Akira firmly declares that her plan is officially ready. Akira happily claps her hands over her completed list as she prepares for her upcoming high school entrance ceremony. Outside, her mother waits by the car in her kimono and urges Akira to hurry up, prompting a quiet reply from her daughter. Walking out on the beautiful morning of her entrance ceremony, Akira breathes in the fresh air and marvels at the lovely weather. Feeling incredibly content to be back, Akira smiles softly as her mother watches her. Her mother gently asks if she is truly glad that they have moved back to this quiet town. Akira beams happily and enthusiastically confirms that she is indeed very glad. The flashback ends as Akira sits at her desk clutching her notebook while watching Hajime laugh and chat with Ryota. In the present, Hajime stands quietly on the overlook, a warm and gentle smile on his face. Akira turns her head to look at him, her heart filled with warmth as they the quiet sunset together. Akira listens with a soft, blushing smile as Hajime confesses that she is the only person he has ever brought to his secret special place. Startled by his words, Akira freezes as she suddenly recalls Anime's advice about love, realizing her own selfish wish to be someone special to Hajime has finally come true. When Akira sits down directly on the dusty rock, a panicked Hajime immediately warns her to be careful because the rock is dirty. After heading back down the mountain, Hajime sheepishly thanks her for coming along with him, prompting a blushing Akira to warmly thank him for bringing her. Akira points down her path and lets him know her house is that way, and a flustered Hajime waves goodbye and tells her to take care. With a bright smile, Hajime bids her goodbye until tomorrow, and Akira warmly promises to see him then. Akira beams happily and waves back, eagerly promising to see him again tomorrow. Akira walks home along the quiet road, her thoughts completely consumed by the events of the afternoon. Overwhelmed by sheer excitement and joy, Akira suddenly begins to sprint down the road toward her house. Akira clutches her bag tightly to her chest, her face lit up with a brilliant, happy smile. Returning home, she neatly places her shoes in the entryway and heads to her room with the cat-shaped nameplate. Inside her room, Akira sits at her desk, surrounding herself with stationery as she prepares to update her plan notebook. Remembering Anamai's words about her selfish feelings being love, Akira sits at her desk and gets back to writing with a soft, thoughtful blush. The quiet night falls over the rooftop of her house as she continues her work. The next morning, her mother calls up the stairs to warn her that her breakfast is getting cold before sliding open her bedroom door to see if she is still sleeping. Seeing the scene inside the room, her mother lets out a warm, affectionate smile. Akira sleeps peacefully with a blissful smile on her face, surrounded by dozens of colorful sticky notes on her wall, detailing all the future plans and outings she wants to with Hajime. The narrator introduces the beautiful sight of the sun sinking into the Sea of Japan. Out in the countryside, the intense sunset reflection looks just like a sunrise as middle school students noisily make their way home at 6 p.m. The narrative cuts to a cafe near the station where Hajime and Akira stare in absolute stunned silence at two decorative puddings placed on the table in front of them. Nishiami-san smiles warmly and explains that the treats are her way of saying thank you, enthusiastically encouraging both Hajime and Akira to eat up. Nishiami-san happily reveals that she successfully passed her math test because of their help, while Akira bashfully tries to respond as her classmates heap praise on her teaching and emotional support skills. As they sit together at their table, Nishiami-san mysteriously adds that there is actually something else even better than just passing her test. Nishiami-san reflects on how incredibly shy she used to be, recalling how she would normally sit alone at her school desk. With a soft blush, Nishiami-san admits that studying together was her very first time having genuine fun with classmates, expressing how incredibly happy it made her feel. Both Akira and Hajime warmly reassure her that it was their pleasure, adding that she was the one who worked exceptionally hard to earn those test results. Instantly overwhelmed by their compliments, a trembling Nishiami-san frantically runs to the exit door, struggling to hold herself back from escaping. A startled Hajime suddenly remembers that compliments always make Nishiami-san run and hide, but both he and Akira note that her fighting the urge to flee actually shows immense personal growth. The narrative highlights the dessert in front of them, introducing it as the cafe's famous retro pudding. After being dragged back to the table, a deeply apologetic Nishiami-san bashfully admits that she still has a bit of trouble controlling her habit of running away. While Nishiami-san sighs that she still cannot handle compliments, well, Hajime points out that her training must have paid off at least a little bit. Nishiami-san enthusiastically urges them to dig in, explaining that she recently received her allowance and is absolutely crazy about the pudding at this cafe, which delights Akira, who eagerly reveals her own love for pudding. Nishiami-san proudly declares that she has tried pudding all over, but this specific cafe is by far the best, as the server approaches with even more treats. Nishiami-san politely thanks the server as an entire mountain of pudding plates is continuously laid out across the table. As Nishiami-san happily savors her dessert, declaring it to be perfectly firm retro and simply divine, a startled Hajime frantically tells her to hold on for a second. Both Akira and Hajime stare in utter disbelief at the overwhelming row of desserts, frantically asking Nishiami-san exactly how many of those puddings she is actually planning to eat. Nishiami-san cheerfully suggests that they should both stuff themselves as well if they like pudding, leaving Akira and Hajime watching her in completely silent, deadpan bewilderment. Panicking that she made a massive mistake, a sweating Nishiami gasps to ask if they do not like pudding, while Akira hesitatingly admits that she actually used to. Unable to tell a lie, Hajime sweatily explains that he once ate far too much pudding and ended up deeply regretting it, leaving a startled Nishiami to yell out in shock. Nishiami-san looks completely confused and sweatily asks what he means by regretting eating too much pudding, completely unaware that such a feeling even exists. Akira and Nishiami tell him not to force himself to eat it, but a fiercely determined Hajime yells that he deeply values her loving care and immediately stuffs a massive bite of the pudding into his mouth anyway. Before he can eat anymore, Akira suddenly reaches out and grabs Hajime's wrist to stop his hand. Trembling with intense nervousness, Akira holds onto his hand and stutters that she will help him if he does not like it, secretly executing her mental script to spoon-feed him. Both Hajime and Nishiyama-san stare in utter sweat, dropped confusion, completely unable to understand what Akira means by helping him eat his pudding. Blushing furiously, Akira carefully scoops up a small bite of the pudding with her spoon, preparing to feed him. Hajime stares back at her with a thoroughly startled and sweat-dropped expression, completely caught off guard. Akira's hand trembles intensely as she holds the spoon, leaving a panicked Hajime to wonder in complete embarrassment if she actually wants him to open his mouth so she can feed him. Shaking with extreme nervousness, Akira closes her eyes and extends her spoon directly toward a stunned Hajime. Because Akira has her eyes closed in absolute embarrassment, her hand completely misses his face and blindly reaches right past him, leaving a dazed Hajime utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Nishiyama-san has already started eating some dango skewered sweets, gasping to ask if Akira is simply waving the pudding to stir up Hajime's appetite, while Hajime mentally panics over her sudden food choice. Misunderstanding the situation, Nishiyama-san comments that she has already gotten a good look at the pudding if it was just meant for show, prompting Hajime to resolve that he absolutely cannot let Akira's hardworking efforts go to waste. Determined to appreciate her gesture, Hajime quickly leans in and takes a bite of the pudding straight from Akira's outstretched spoon, completely startling both girls. Both of them freeze in sudden surprise as Hajime finishes his bite. As he chews, Hajime smiles and happily admits that the pudding at this cafe really does taste incredibly good. Deeply happy that she was the one who fed him, Akira looks blissful as Hajime and Nishiyama-san chat about the dessert's classic old-timey style. Nishiyama-san happily dines on a massive bowl of savory deep-fried cutlets, declaring that nothing beats traditional sweets, much to the absolute bewilderment of her friends. A thoroughly shocked Hajime loudly questions why she is eating savory food after having dessert, pointing out how backward her meal order is, while Nishiyama-san remains blissfully clueless as the sun begins to set outside. Outside the cafe, Akira, Hajime, and Nishiyama stand together on the sidewalk to chat before parting ways. Nishiyama-san apologizes and explains that she has to head home because her mother called her for supper, leaving a sweatily dazed Hajime to worry if she is seriously about to eat even more food. Nishiyama-san waves and calls out that she will catch the bus home, while Hajime cheerfully waves back and promises to see her at school tomorrow. Walking away, Nishiyama-san smiles softly to herself, feeling incredibly happy. As she walks down the path, Nishiyama-san smiles fondly and notes how genuinely fun her afternoon was. Feeling completely giddy, Nishiyama-san walks under the evening sky while giggling happily to herself. Nishiyama-san fondly recalls how Hajime had insisted on eating the pudding to value her loving care despite his previous bad experience. Nishiyama-san continues her walk home, her footsteps light and happy. Her memory transitions back to her childhood, showing a young Hinako looking up with hopeful eyes. The flashback shows young Hinako smiling warmly before excitedly running down the rural path. The narrator explains that in the countryside, the completion of a new building frame is celebrated by throwing mochi and treats to the neighborhood. Anyone is welcome to participate in the scramble, with local kids eagerly diving through the mud to gather rice cakes and coins. Back in the flashback, young Hinako is shown 2 brochures for a botanical garden and a zoo, with a voice asking her which one she wants to visit. Young Hinako stares shyly at the options, trying to make a choice. She is pleasantly surprised when a young Akira suddenly approaches her with a plush toy, happily announcing that they can visit the botanical garden together. The flashback concludes with young Akira excitedly celebrating that Hinako agreed to go to the zoo, with her highlighting their long-standing childhood friendship. Young Hinako reflects on how it has always been much easier for her to go along with others rather than asking them to do what she wants. She explains that prioritizing other people's preferences consistently makes it far easier for her to get by in the world. However, young Hinako harbors a secret desire to express her own wants. When her middle school classmates ask what she wants to eat at a crepe stand, she spots a super extra large crepe on the menu and is instantly captivated. Overwhelmed by her deep shyness, young Hinako stammers and hesitates, completely unable to speak her mind. Ultimately, she defaults to ordering the exact same thing as the others, noting that somewhere along the way she completely stopped hearing her own voice. She is left wondering what she actually wants for herself. Back in the present, Akira gently calls out to a completely spacing out Nishiami-san. Nishiami-san jolts in surprise as Akira calls her name, pulling her out of her deep thoughts. As they stand outside after shopping for the cultural festival, Akira suggests they review what they purchased, to which a recovered Nishiami-san readily agrees. Nishiami-san happily notes that it is a good thing they found rolls of poster paper, while a note explains the local term for the paper in Niigata Prefecture. Akira shyly asks if it would be all right to get something to eat first, prompting a surprised but enthusiastic Nishiami-san to immediately agree and ask where they should go. Akira admits that there is actually a specific place she has been dying to try. An ecstatic Nishiami-san reflexively shouts that they should definitely go there, promising to follow Momose wherever she wants. They arrive at the sweet shop to order some giant shaved ice. As they receive their giant orders of shaved ice, Nishiami-san is amazed by her blue Hawaii flavor, while Akira warmly thanks her for coming along. Akira explains that everyone raves about the shaved ice at this shop, but because it is located a mountain over, she was always too hesitant to visit alone until today. Nishiami-san jolts in absolute shock when Akira blushingly reveals that she worked up the courage to invite her because she heard she was a bit of a foodie. Deeply touched by her thoughtfulness, Nishiami-san happily dines on her second bowl of lemon, cheesecake, shaved ice, and eagerly asks Akira what else she likes besides food. As Nishiami-san digs into her third bowl of double strawberry shaved ice, a highly flustered Akira shyly confesses her love for traditional Rakugo storytelling, before quickly worrying that it might be too boring. Nishiami-san's eyes sparkle with excitement as she calls her interest in Rakugo retro cool. Overwhelmed by the compliment, a blushing Nishiami-san dives under the table to hide, apologizing for her inability to handle compliments, while a startled Akira tries to coax her out. After downing 10 bowls of shaved ice, Nishiami-san walks outside with Akira and apologizes for her dramatic behavior under the table. As they discuss their commute back, Nishiami-san suggests taking either the bus or the train, while Akira notes that the train might be the faster option. Nishiami-san mentions that her mother praised the coastal sunset at this time of year, excitedly pointing out that they would be able to watch it if they took the bus instead. Nishiami-san quickly backtracks, telling herself that she should not pressure Akira to do what she wants, and hesitantly suggests they just take the train. Akira looks back at her with wide, surprised eyes and asks if she is absolutely sure about that. Akira blushes and admits that she actually has another idea in mind. Suddenly, a massive downpour of rain begins to pour heavily over the coastal road. Having left the windows open, a completely drenched Nishiami-san cries in absolute despair as the bus intercom announces to keep windows closed due to the sudden storm. As the bus shakes violently in the powerful coastal winds, Nishiami-san panics that they cannot see the sunset at all and regrets not taking the train as Akira originally wanted. Nishiami-san tearfully apologizes for suggesting the bus, but Akira calmly checks her phone and notes that the rain is predicted to stop in about 5 minutes. Akira receives a text from Kin-chan asking her to bring the cultural festival supplies straight to school by 6 o'clock, prompting a panicked rush. To make matters worse, the bus grindingly halts right outside Omi Station because a massive pack of wild monkeys is blocking the crossing. Nishiami-san trembles and despairs that her selfishness will make them late, vowing never to make a suggestion again, though Akira gently reassures her that no one could have predicted a monkey crossing. Akira suddenly gets a highly focused expression and stands up to ring the bell for the next stop. Dragging her by the hand, Akira pulls a completely bewildered Nishiami-san off the bus at the very next stop. Akira confidently explains that there is still a way for them to watch the sunset and make it to school on time. She points toward a tandem rental bicycle parked nearby, which is commonly found at local tourist spots. Pedaling the tandem bicycle together at full speed, Akira happily laughs that they are actually both a bit selfish, leaving a surprised Nishiami-san riding behind her as they race toward their destination under the glowing sky. Akira and Nishiami pedal the tandem bicycle along the seaside road, enjoying the glorious sight of the sunset over the water. Nishiami-san watches Akira's back as they ride together, completely overwhelmed by her warmth and kindness. Nishiami-san reflects on how much fun she had eating shaved ice with her and experiencing the chaotic storm on the bus. Akira happily points out that the rain stopped, so they can finally enjoy the sunset, adding how exciting it is to ride a two-seater bicycle together, which fulfills a childhood dream for Nishiami-san. Nishiami-san quietly wonders to herself why she always has such an incredibly good time whenever she is with Momose-san. With her heart beating softly, Hinako wonders if there is something uniquely special about Akira's wonderful personality that makes her feel so happy. Smiling blissfully, Hinako quietly resolves that she wants to grow up to be just like Akira someday, completely happy to be having so much fun. As Hinako giggles happily behind her, a deeply blushing Akira looks back in sudden surprise. Hinako hesitatingly asks if she can ask her a question. With her heart pounding, Hinako nervously asks Akira what Kugeyama is actually like. Startled by a tiny praying mantis in the road, the tandem bicycle violently flips, launching both girls and their shopping bags flying into the air. The two girls arrive at school just in the nick of time, completely bruised and bedraggled from their crash, leaving a shocked Kin-chan to ask why they look so battered. The narrator explains that the landmasses surrounding the Sea of Japan are known to cause powerful monsoons. The monsoons are so incredibly powerful in Niigata Prefecture that walking with an umbrella can make someone look like a final boss from a video game. At the Jade House, seaside shop, a man carrying a box of fish asks Moan if she can quickly pick up 5 snow crabs from the fish market. He explains that they need the snow crabs for a family gathering tonight, telling her that the usual spot at Marine Dream is perfectly fine. Moan Kajiyashiki, the former track and field team captain, enthusiastically agrees to help, noting that she has been wanting some extra exercise ever since she quit the track team. Arriving at Marine Dream, Moan is left completely frozen in absolute shock to find that it is currently couples day, leaving her sitting alone on the floor in a sea of affectionate couples. Moan realizes that she cannot handle public displays of affection, panicking that she will never survive the ordeal. Surrounded by couples holding hands and clinging to each other, a thoroughly startled Moan panics and runs away at full speed. Moan tries to calm herself down, resolving to finish what she came to do and quickly get out of there. At the fish market, the busy clerk apologizes and explains that he is swamped today, asking Moan if she can wait an hour for her order. Moan collapses onto a nearby bench, desperately wondering if she can survive a whole hour surrounded by affectionate couples. Summoning her track and field training, Moan resolves that she can endure the wait through pure focus and spiritual fortitude. Determining that she needs a tactical approach, Moan decides to find a way to distract herself. Moan walks over to the souvenir shop to look at the stuffed animals on display. Seeking comfort in cute toys, Moan hugs a stuffed rabbit, but she is immediately interrupted by a nearby couple sharing a loud kiss, ruining her distraction. Completely startled by the couple, Moan slips and tumbles backward into a massive display of stuffed toys. After purchasing a toy, Moan walks back out, desperately wondering how she will survive the remaining 45 minutes of her wait. Moan tells herself that she should not let her nerves get the better of her. Resolving to handle whatever she sees next, she decides to order a giant parfait and a cream soda. Executing her second tactic, Moan prepares to distract herself by indulging in her favorite sweets. After giving thanks for her food, Moan happily takes a bite of the cherry from her parfait. Her joy is instantly cut short when she notices a nearby couple feeding each other ice cream, completely ruining her peaceful distraction. Traumatized by the public display of affection, Moan loses her balance and flips backward in her chair, sending her dessert and toy rabbit flying through the air. Moan mentally berates herself, trying to build up her confidence to handle the sight of a nearby couple lovingly wiping food off each other's faces. By 8 o'clock, Moan continues to sprint past various cuddling couples in a desperate bid to run away from all the public displays of affection. Stepping outdoors, Moan clenches her teeth and determines that she must run so fast that she becomes like the wind itself. Moan reasons that if she can run like the wind, she will easily be able to ignore everything around her. Reminding herself that her main reason for joining track and field was to run like the wind, Moan sprints down the path as 10 minutes tick by. Moan suddenly stops in her tracks as she spots a familiar face holding 2 ice cream cones by a vending machine, calling him Captain. Ryota looks back in surprise as Moan runs directly toward him, celebrating that she is finally saved by running into a fellow track team member. Before she can celebrate her rescue, Yuri Kishimoto, a first-year track team member, runs up to Ryota in high spirits, causing a flustered Ryota to ask her to wait. Completely traumatized by yet another display of romance, this time between her own track teammates, Moan trips and falls flat on her face, once more sending ice flying everywhere. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the seafood market stalls. The seafood box overflowing with fresh snow crabs is finally handed over. The clerk cheerfully hands over the box and thanks Moan for waiting, while Moan sits on the floor clutching the heavy box in complete exhausted defeat. Utterly drained from her chaotic day, Moan closes her eyes and tells herself that she simply cannot move. As the worried clerk crouches down to ask if she is okay, another worker yells from down the aisle to ask for assistance. Moan weakly looks up at a sudden voice calling out to her. Moan is surprised to find Hajime standing before her, asking if she is all right. Hajime explains that he came to the market to buy crab and was surprised to find her collapsed on the floor, before asking if she came all this way alone. Smiling gratefully up at him, Moan admits that it is a very good thing he called out to her. Thanks to his timely intervention, Moan finally gathers her strength to stand up with her seafood box, walking alongside Hajime as she prepares to make her way home. Moan is completely startled to discover that Akira was standing right behind Hajime the entire time, holding ice cream cones and offering to some with her. Jumped by the sudden shock of realizing they are on a date, a completely panicked Moan crashes face first into the floor once again, sending all her seafood flying, while Hajime frantically tries to explain that they only ran into each other by coincidence. As Akira and Hajime frantically try to check on her, Moan lies completely flat on the floor among her spilled crabs, thoroughly defeated by yet another surprise romantic situation. The scene transitions to the bustling school courtyard, decorated with a massive balloon arch for the cultural festival. Inside the building, classrooms are converted into interactive games, while rows of chairs are set up in the gymnasium facing the main stage. Standing on stage, Hajime serves as the narrator, reading the classic story of Cinderella from a large book. Akira walks onto the stage dressed in Cinderella's maid outfit, trembling with intense nervousness as she prepares to act. Backstage, Hinako and Hajime watch from behind the curtains in complete sweat, dropped bewilderment, wondering how on earth they got roped into this production. While Akira nervously delivers her lines on stage, Hinako clenches a plush bird backstage, silently cheering Momose on with all her might. A flashback reveals the soccer team's representative handing Akira their Cinderella stage play script, desperately pleading with her to play the lead role tomorrow. Akira holds the script in surprise as the soccer team members bow flat on the floor in front of her to beg for her help. The soccer team representative frantically explains that their main star fell ill and cannot perform, leaving the other classmates shocked by the sudden emergency. He presents a highly specific diagram analyzing her qualities, concluding that she is the only person who fits all the criteria to serve as a perfect substitute. The representative bows deeply and pleads that they poured their hearts into the production, while Hinako watches in concern, realizing that Momose is in a major bind. Akira stands in quiet hesitation, worried that canceling the show will make their sick classmate feel terribly guilty. Driven by her desire to help, a determined Akira declares that she will take on the role since no one else can, reassuring herself that she will be fine as long as there is a script to follow. However, as her classmates thank her, Akira's hand trembles violently by her side in extreme backstage fright. Standing backstage, a heavily sweating Akira nervously fidgets with her hands, completely overwhelmed by her stage fright. Hinako stammers as she nervously tries to find her words, causing Akira to jolt in surprise. Backstage, Hajime rushes in carrying a stack of props and asks if there is anything he can do to help them. Hajime explains that he overheard their emergency, adding that his hands are perfectly fine despite his injured ankle, which leaves both Akira and Hinako staring at him in surprise. Hinako nervously stammers that maybe she can also find a way to help out. Gathering her courage, Hinako speaks up and declares that she would also like to help. Both Hinako and Hajime stand frozen in wide-eyed surprise, blushing at her sudden burst of determination. Back on stage, Akira delivers Cinderella's sorrowful lines, wishing she could attend the ball and wondering why her stepsisters would treat her so cruelly. Kneeling dramatically on the stage floor, Akira delivers her lines with great emotion, pleading to be taken along to the ball. Backstage, a thoroughly amazed Hinako and Hajime note that Akira must have memorized all of her lines cold overnight, executing her performance flawlessly. Staring intently, Hinako quietly calls out Hajime's name. Clutching her prop tightly, Hinako explains that Hajime wanted to help Momose despite his own ankle injury. After Hajime warmly thanks Hinako for jumping in to help, she quietly confesses that she had noticed Momose's hands shaking with stage fright the day before. Hinako adds that, although Momose might not have strictly needed her help, she simply wanted to offer whatever support she could despite her own fears. Deeply touched, Hajime smiles warmly and reassures her that having her at his side is actually incredibly helpful. Instantly overwhelmed by his warm compliment, Hinako dives headfirst right back under the curtain to hide inside an empty cardboard box. A panicked Hajime immediately runs over to apologize, remembering that compliments always make her hide, while a thoroughly flustered Hinako trembles inside the box and cries out that she is not worthy of such praise. Hinako shyly explains from inside the box that she simply wants to become like him and Momose, wishing to find the strength to put herself out there more. She tearfully apologizes, worrying that she might have been far too pushy with her sudden outburst. Hajime sits down on the floor next to her cardboard box, smiling warmly as he gently reassures her that she is actually doing an absolutely wonderful job. Hajime smiles warmly at her before suddenly freezing in complete panic as his own gentle words register in his mind. Backstage, Hajime quickly raises his hands and stammers an apology, realizing that his own reflexive praise accidentally complimented Hinako yet again. Peeking out from under her cardboard box, a deeply blushing Hinako wonders to herself why his simple words affect her so intensely. On stage, Akira continues her performance, delivering Cinderella's lines with deep emotion under the spotlight as she laments her stepsisters keeping secrets from her. Watching Akira's stellar performance from backstage, both Hajime and Hinako remain completely spellbound. Meanwhile, the class leaders assemble in a classroom for a brief check-in meeting to deliver their final status reports. The class leaders shiver in absolute terror as their homeroom teacher Ono-sensei stands before them with a fearsome, silent glare. When a student points out that Nishiami should be representing Class 3, a deeply awkward Ono-sensei sweatily explains that she is busy assisting Momose backstage, forcing him to take her place. The other representatives sweat in fear at Ono-sensei's intense glare as he commands Nishiami to leave the meeting to him and focus on helping Momose. Backstage, Hinako's mind is completely racing as she struggles to process her overwhelming feelings. As Hajime watches in concern, Hinako desperately clutches her head, panicking over how hot her ears feel and wondering if something is physically wrong with her. Their tense moment is suddenly interrupted as Anime cheerfully bursts backstage carrying bags of food, while Hajime notes in surprise that Hinako did not run away to hide when she arrived. As Anime distributes the treats and reminds them to eat when they can, a deeply flustered Hinako sits in the corner next to Hajime, trembling so much that she can barely even swallow her food. Hajime suddenly leans over and slams his hand against the cabinet right next to Hinako's head, warning her that there is a bug directly behind her. Hajime quickly catches the insect and tosses it outside, smilingly commenting that there are always a lot of bugs around, while a highly dazed Hinako can only stare at him with wide, starry eyes. In Hinako's eyes, Hajime suddenly appears surrounded by a beautiful, sparkling garden of roses as he smiles warmly at her. With her heart pounding wildly in her chest, a completely overwhelmed Hinako desperately wonders what on earth this sudden intense feeling is. As Hajime asks her what is wrong, their classmates backstage suddenly yell for them to be ready to assist, warning them that Momose has an upcoming costume change. Backstage, Hinako immediately volunteers to fetch the new costume, telling the others that she will go. Hajime warmly thanks Hinako as he takes the props, causing her to jolt and blush intensely at the sound of her name. Running through the quiet school hallway, Hinako covers her ears in absolute panic as her mind continuously loops Hajime's voice repeating her name. While the play progresses onstage and the costume handoff approaches, a thoroughly overwhelmed Hinako clutches her head backstage, panicking because she secretly wants him to say her name even more. On stage, the fairy godmother prepares to cast a spell on Cinderella, prompting Akira to sprint backstage for her rapid magical costume change. Backstage quickly descends into absolute chaos as the stagehands frantically pull the ball gown over Akira while Hajime and Hinako scream in panic. Akira warmly thanks them before sprinting back out onto the stage in her ball gown, leaving the crowd to cheer in amazement at the spectacular carriage scene. Backstage, both Hajime and Hinako watch her in silent, wide-eyed awe, completely mesmerized by her beauty. Although his mind is incredibly busy with stagehand duties, Hajime blushes and mentally admits that he simply cannot take his eyes off her, before frantically calling out to Nishiyami for the tiara. Hinako holds up the sparkling tiara with trembling hands, her head spinning completely out of control from her intense nervousness. On stage, a heavily sweating Akira panics in absolute stage fright, feeling like she can hear voices talking inside her head. As Hajime kneels to place the glass slipper on Cinderella's foot, Hinako watches him from behind the curtain, her heart racing as she desperately wishes she could talk to him. On stage, the glass slipper is gently slipped onto Cinderella's foot. Akira gasps in sudden surprise as the play reaches its climax. Backstage, Hinako clutches her chest in tears as she finally recognizes that the longing voice in her head is actually her own true feelings. Crying tears of pure joy, Hinako smiles warmly as she realizes how absolutely right and wonderful these feelings are. Caught in a blissful daydream, Hinako imagines herself happily ascending a grand staircase toward Hajime, completely swept away by her newfound love. Backstage, Hajime successfully fits the glass slipper onto Akira's foot, while Hinako watches with a soft, warm blush. Hajime turns to Akira and eagerly tells her that this is the final scene, encouraging her to go out and bring the house down, prompting a determined nod from Akira. At last, Akira steps back onto the stage to deliver her final magnificent performance, while backstage, a relieved Hajime smiles happily next to a blushing Hinako, glad that their hard work is finally complete. On stage, Akira continues her performance, but she suddenly starts to wobble and look unwell as she delivers Cinderella's lines about her path from this moment on. Shaking off her dizziness, Akira raises her voice to enthusiastically declare that a wonderful future awaits her. Backstage, Hajime and Hinako watch her in deep concern as Hinako quietly whispers Akira's name, sensing that something is wrong. Backstage, Hajime stares at the stage in complete wide-eyed shock as he realizes what is happening. Still watching her intently from offstage, Hinako anxiously whispers Akira's name. Hajime looks on in alarm as Hinako beside him begins to pant heavily and hold her head in extreme red-faced dizziness. With her head spinning out of control, Hinako panics that she has completely lost her mind as her inner voice blares with her true desires to be closer to Hajime and see him much more often. Hinako lets out a startled yelp when Hajime suddenly leans in closer to speak to her. Leaning in quietly, Hajime whispers to her that something seems seriously off about Momose's performance. Hinako listens intently as Hajime points out that Akira appears to be struggling on stage. Hajime continues that Akira seems to have lost her footing somehow during her performance. Panicking that Akira might have hurt her feet, Hajime frantically gets up to find the other club members and ask what they should do, reminding her that the show must go on. To prevent him from running on his injured ankle, Hinako grabs his shirt and tells him to stay put while she volunteers to go inform the others, before immediately blushing over the realization that she just touched him. Running up to the soccer team representative, Hinako quickly reports that Momose is acting strange and might have hurt her feet. As the representative assures them that things will be fine, an anxious Hajime wonders if there is anything else he should prepare in case Akira's condition worsens. On stage, the performance continues as the horsehead character trots across the scene. As Akira attempts to spin and deliver her lines about heading off to the ball, her ankle suddenly buckles with a sharp twist, leaving her gasping in sudden excruciating pain. Akira loses her footing and slips on stage, causing a panicked Hajime to gasp backstage as she begins to fall. Backstage, a terrified Hinako screams as she watches Akira's tiara fall off while she slips. Just as Akira is about to crash onto the stage floor, Hajime dashes out and catches her in his arms, saving her from a painful fall. Akira blushes in surprise as Hajime quickly carries her off stage, leaving Hinako watching them in shock. As Hajime holds her gently, Hinako watches them with a blushing face, finally realizing that she has a deep crush on him. Hinako admits to herself that she also harbors another equally powerful feeling in her heart. determined to help the two of them no matter what. Hinako runs over to the costume boxes and grabs the narrator's black cape. She fondly recalls how they have constantly shown her what it means to put herself out there and follow her emotions ever since they first met. Hinako notes that their warmth has finally helped her find the courage to listen to her own inner voice. Wishing to sincerely support them, a determined Hinako pulls the narrator's hood over her head. Determined to follow their example, Hinako boldly runs out onto the stage to take over while Hajime carries Akira off. Hajime looks back at her in complete dazed shock. Hinako confidently tells Hajime that she will cover for Akira, instructing him to have the spotlight put on her. Backstage, Hajime can only watch in disbelief as the entire audience murmurs in surprise at her sudden appearance. Hinako takes a firm and confident step forward onto the stage. Standing next to the carriage prop under the stage lights, Hinako prepares to speak, while the audience murmurs in confusion. The audience members whisper to each other, wondering if Cinderella's fall was on purpose and questioning why the narrator has suddenly returned to the stage. Hinako closes her eyes and takes a deep, focusing breath. With complete determination, Hinako opens her eyes and reads her script, ready to save the play. Backstage, Hinako reflects on her journey, realizing that ever since she met Kugeyama and Momose, she has finally managed to get in touch with her true inner self. She acknowledges how much they have both helped her find her path. Their presence gave her the strength to finally listen to her own voice. Determined to pay them back, Hinako boldly steps forward to take over the narration while Hajime carries a shocked Akira offstage. Hinako grips the script book tightly, resolving to do whatever it takes to protect their performance. Standing alone under the spotlight, Hinako prepares to address the murmuring and confused audience. Backstage, classmates crowd around to make sure Akira's feet are all right and praise Hajime for his quick catch, while a worried Hajime keeps his eyes glued to Hinako on stage. The classmates backstage panic in confusion, wondering what Hinako is planning to do now that she has taken Momose's place on stage in the narrator's costume. Sweating in extreme panic, Hinako suddenly shouts into her microphone, ad-libbing that the Cinderella of times gone by has just up and died. Backstage, both Hajime and Akira stare in absolute wide-eyed shock at her bizarre improvised line. Hinako boldly improvises on stage, declaring that the era of women chasing princes has ended, and that it is now the princes who must chase their beloved, sending her backstage classmates into a panic as the audience watches in awe. As Akira watches backstage in complete astonishment, a highly animated Hinako continues to loudly declare the dawning of a new era. Despite her foot sharply paining her, Akira determinedly tries to step forward, declaring that she needs to get back out on stage too. Hajime reacts in complete disbelief, asking if she is seriously planning to just wing her performance in her current state. Akira suddenly realizes that Hinako is altering the script purely to cover for her injured feet, just as other club members dressed in costumes eagerly arrive to join the performance. Back on stage, a heavily sweating Hinako trembles with stage fright as she continues her dramatic narration. Hinako dramatically introduces the new Cinderella as the curtain rises to reveal Akira sitting regally on stage like a queen surrounded by her costumed classmates. The unexpected setup leaves the audience and backstage classmates watching in absolute stunned silence. Boldly extending her hand toward the audience, Akira delivers a powerful improvised line, challenging anyone who wishes to win her hand in matrimony to come directly to her. The prince actor runs out onto the stage to answer the queen's call, while Akira dramatically holds out the glass slipper and declares that if the shoe fits, it is fate. In a hilarious twist, Cinderella forcefully kicks her foot out toward the prince while her stepsisters burst into dramatic tears on stage. Hinako delivers the final lines of her narration, announcing that they lived happily ever after as the entire cast gathers to take a bow. The gymnasium erupts into thunderous applause and cheers as the audience enthusiastically celebrates the bold and unique interpretation of the play. Backstage, the classmates continue to cheer and clap for their successful performance, while Hinako dives straight back into her corner to hide from the noise. Huddled quietly backstage, a relieved Hinako clutches her chest and cries tears of joy that it is finally over before stealing a quiet glance toward Akira. Hinako quietly watches Akira's silhouette, thinking about how truly amazing she is. As the cast cheerfully celebrates and thanks Momose, A lonely Hinako sits backstage in silent resignation, telling herself that she does not stand a chance. Hinako watches Akira's elegant profile in her ball gown, fully accepting that she cannot compete with someone so wonderful. Before Hinako can sink further into her thoughts, Akira suddenly runs over and hugs her tightly. Tears streaming down her face, a deeply grateful Akira hugs her tightly and warmly thanks Hinako for her rescue. Hinako freezes in absolute wide-eyed shock at the sudden embrace. Tears finally well up in Hinako's own eyes as she happily wraps her arms back around Akira, returning her warm hug. Their classmates backstage cheer and clap, calling both girls amazing, while a sweatily smiling Hajime stands by his teammates and agrees with the praise. With the show officially over, the classmates happily begin tidying up the backstage area and gathering the props. While Hinako sits quietly on the steps holding a water bottle, Akira and Hajime stand nearby, with Akira apologizing for her sudden, unplanned intervention on stage. Akira shyly reminds Hajime to take care of his injured ankle, while a flustered Hajime quickly returns the sentiment, telling her to take care of her own sore feet. Sitting on the stairs, Hinako watches their sweet, caring exchange with a quiet and thoughtful expression. Hinako lets out a startled yelp when Hajime and Akira suddenly turn around to warmly include her in their well wishes. As they enthusiastically praise her for ad-libbing the narration so perfectly, a highly embarrassed Hinako curls up on the floor, covering her face, and shyly explaining that she is simply fond of traditional Rakugo storytelling. Hajime eagerly clenches his fist and tells Hinako that her performance was incredibly cool, causing a silent Hinako to blush wildly as he and Akira declare that she has genuine talent. Completely overwhelmed by the intense compliments, Hinako dives forward and buries her face directly into Akira's chest to hide. Hajime frantically stammers an apology for accidentally praising her again, while Akira gently pats the head of the hiding, hyperventilating Hinako. The scene shifts to the bustling outdoor food stalls of the school cultural festival, showcasing stalls selling takoyaki and hamburgers. Back inside the school, the homeroom teacher hands Hinako the official minutes from the class leaders' meeting, thanking her for her hard work as she nervously accepts it. As they pass by the crepe stall, a student cheerfully calls out to Ono-sensei to buy a crepe. Ono-sensei points to the menu and warmly recommends that Hinako buy the strawberry special crepe, catching her completely off guard. When Ono-sensei generously offers to treat her, Hinako's mind flashes back to her childhood habit of always letting others choose for her, making her hesitate. Gathering all her courage, Hinako stutters and declares that she would actually rather have the triple special crepe with the works and extra toppings. Ono-sensei warmly respects her bold choice and tells her to order whatever she wants because she worked hard, while the stall worker proudly hands over a massive crepe loaded with fresh toppings. Hinako holds the magnificent fruit-loaded crepe in her hands, her face beaming with a soft blush. She looks down at the massive treat in complete happiness. Hinako takes a delicious bite of her crepe, her face glowing with pure, unbridled joy. The narrator explains that fireflies naturally appear in large numbers near bodies of clear water in quiet environments. When fireflies gather in massive numbers in the countryside, they create a magical glowing effect like a video game, prompting Ryota to point out how cool his mother looks walking their dog. Meanwhile, at the festival, Hajime and Akira happily walk through the courtyard carrying trays of black yakisoba, celebrating their short break. While Hinako is away visiting Ono-sensei, Hajime and Akira sit together on a bench, warmly congratulating each other on their successful play, while passing classmates praise their performance. Several classmates run up to enthusiastically praise Akira's beautiful performance, leaving her deeply touched with tears of gratitude in her eyes as Hajime watches her warmly. Hajime quietly thinks to himself that it is a true honor to be by her side. Holding up a flyer for their class event, Kin-chan reminds them that the cultural festival is not over yet. Hearing that both of them have injured feet, their classmates eagerly wheel Akira and Hajime down the hallway on a cart, while Akira suddenly remembers that their next class event is the Gyaru counseling session. The classroom is decorated with colorful balloons and signs for the Gyaru counseling attraction. Anami welcomes them back to their class attraction, asking for their help, but gently advising them not to push themselves too hard in their condition. While the school nurse assures Hajime that his ankle will be fine as long as he does not run, Hajime is completely dazed by how incredibly cute Akira looks in her Gyaru outfit. Anime demonstrates how to attract customers by loudly shouting outside the classroom about their 10-minute Gyaru counseling sessions. Determined to help, Akira does not hold back and loudly invites passing students to come down for some Gyaru counseling to ease their aching hearts, leaving Hajime deeply impressed. Akira's enthusiastic shouting immediately captures the attention of passing students who eagerly line up for the popular attraction. Urara Kanara from the Class 1 Maid Cafe suddenly approaches and enthusiastically requests a counseling session with the cute Gyaru. Just as Urara is pushed into the classroom as the next client, a button suddenly pops off Akira's tightly fitted shirt. Urara happily declares her love for cute Gyaru and expresses her excitement to see them. To Urara's absolute horror, she enters the room only to find Ryota and the other boys dressed up in skirts as the Gyaru counselors. Traumatized by the sight of the muscular, beefy boys in skirts, Urara screams in sheer betrayal that she has been swindled. Kin-chan and Anime cheerfully boast about making the boys do all the hard work, while a crying Ryota is presented as their second most popular counselor. Anime tries to reassure Urara that they have a protocol guaranteed to satisfy her, but a horrified Urara flatly refuses. Urara notices another booth with a massive line of students pointing out how incredibly popular that particular Gyaru looks. The highly popular counselor turns out to be Rendeji, who looks remarkably beautiful and elegant in his gal wig and makeup. Captivated by how cute he looks, Urara immediately runs to join the queue, while a thoroughly exhausted Rendeji weakly calls out for his next client. Urara is absolutely thrilled to find Rendeji waiting as the next counselor, calling him an actual major cutie, while a deeply stressed Rendeji tries to hold himself together. However, the overwhelming pressure of her excitement causes a thoroughly exhausted Rendeji to collapse flat on his back on the floor. Unable to speak, Rendeji weakly holds up a note instructing Urara to submit her sorrows in writing. Urara is utterly baffled by the request, loudly asking if it really has to be in writing, while Rendeji trembles behind his bangs in sheer embarrassment. Losing her patience, Urara slams her hands on the desk and yells at the top of her voice, demanding to know why they cannot just talk. Hearing the loud commotion, Akira turns her head in sudden surprise. Anime quickly steps in to announce that Urara's session time is up, declaring Rendeji a cutie pie as she has Urara ushered back to the line. Anime and Kin-chan mischievously declare that their class protocol is simply to leave all the hard work to Rendeji, while Hajime watches from behind the window and silently cheers him on. As Akira walks through the hallway, a group of passing students excitedly recognizes her as the star who performed in the Cinderella play. Akira holds up her class sign, surprised to hear people comment on how their class is filled with so many cute gals. Akira is quickly surrounded by a group of enthusiastic students who warmly praise her, telling her that she makes a truly wonderful Gyaru. The crowd of students eagerly bombards her with questions, asking if she is indeed Momose, and if she really memorized all her lines for the play in just one day, leaving a highly flustered Akira hiding behind her sign. Walking down the hallway, Hajime notices the crowd and anxiously hopes that Momose is not too tired after her exhausting performance. Hajime freezes in absolute shock as he takes a closer look at the crowd. Hajime quietly turns around and begins to walk away. Hajime glances back over his shoulder, watching as Akira is happily led away by the large crowd of admiring students. Akira pauses and looks back over her shoulder, her expression filled with a quiet, gentle look as she searches for Hajime in the crowd. Hajime stands in complete wide-eyed shock as he watches Akira in the distance. Hajime weakly calls out Akira's name as she is crowded by other students. Acting on pure impulse, Hajime reaches into the crowd and firmly grabs Akira's hand. Hajime determinedly pulls Akira out of the crowd, telling her to come with him as a highly startled Akira follows his lead. Hajime continues to hold onto Akira's hand tightly as they run through the hallway. Looking back with a determined and sweating face, Hajime firmly tells Akira to follow him. Akira watches him with wide, sparkling eyes, her face flushed with a soft blush as she lets him guide her. They run hand in hand down the hallway, leaving passing students to watch them in silent surprise. The classmates they ran past warmly apologize for holding them up and bid them goodbye, wishing Hajime well with his ankle injury as Hajime smiles and waves back. Kin-chan frantically runs to report to Anime that Akira and Hajime are finally alone together, but a busy Anime is pulled away by her maid cafe duties and cannot listen. Now entirely on their own, Hajime and Akira walk quietly side by side down the decorated school corridor. A flustered Hajime begins to panic, worrying that Akira might have wanted to keep talking to those students and regretting that he dragged her away on pure impulse. Realizing he is still holding her hand, a highly embarrassed Hajime gasps and quickly lets go, frantically apologizing for his bold action, while a blushing Akira stammers in reply. Both of them stand opposite each other in a heavy, awkward silence, their faces flushed bright red with extreme embarrassment. They stand frozen in the middle of the empty hallway, entirely unable to look at each other. Their awkward silence is suddenly broken when a group of students runs up to congratulate them on their performance and ask about their costumes. The students warmly compliment their unique spin on the classic fairy tale, while another asks Akira if she is free, prompting a polite thank you from her as Hajime watches. The enthusiastic students eagerly invite them to visit the Class 1 maid cafe and try the delicious croquettes at the Class 2 stall, leaving an overwhelmed Hajime standing in silent bewilderment. Hajime quickly cuts off the crowd of students, stammering an apology to interrupt them. Hajime firmly tells the students that Momose needs to rest, prompting them to quickly understand and agree. Hajime apologizes and promises they can all hang out and talk some other time while the students wave goodbye. Hajime leads Akira toward a quiet, empty classroom reserved for the cultural festival. After bringing her a drink, Hajime reassures her that no one comes to this room so she can relax, prompting a highly flustered Akira to softly thank him. As Akira quietly sips her drink, a thoroughly panicked Hajime realizes that he has acted completely on impulse once again. Wiping his sweat, Hajime desperately worries how he can explain why he pulled her away without making things incredibly awkward between them. While Akira continues to enjoy her drink, Hajime gazes at her in silent disbelief. Hajime's mind races as he struggles to accept his own bold, impulsive action. Hajime quietly looks down, feeling a sudden wave of regret. Hajime confesses that he feels terribly guilty for dragging her away, while a blushing Akira quietly watches him. Their quiet moment is suddenly interrupted by students trying to open the door, asking a teacher if they can use the room to relax. Ono-sensei firmly blocks the entrance, telling the students that the empty room is strictly off-limits and that they must find somewhere else to take a break, which startles Akira. Panicking that he dragged her into an off-limits room, Hajime quickly stands up to apologize and suggests they head back to their own classroom. Before they can leave, a sudden gust of wind blows the curtains, completely wrapping both of them together inside the soft fabric. Trapped face to face inside the curtain, they look at each other in sudden shock. A thoroughly panicked and blushing Hajime stammers for her to wait a second. Blushing intensely, Akira holds onto the curtain and softly admits that there is something she really wants to say to him. Hajime stares at her in absolute wide-eyed surprise as she hesitantly prepares to speak. Squeezing her eyes shut in extreme embarrassment, Akira blushingly admits that he brought her here so she could rest. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Akira softly whispers that she really appreciates everything he has done. Akira holds the curtain and adds that he saved her during the play as well, warmly thanking him, while a deeply spellbound Hajime continues to stare at her. Looking right at him, a highly emotional Akira tells Hajime that his constant care for her makes her feel incredibly special. Akira gently tugs Hajime's shirt and looks him directly in the eyes, softly confessing that his care makes her truly happy. Akira pulls Hajime even closer inside the folds of the curtain, leaving him completely startled. Passing by the classroom, Urara slides open the small window on the door and gasps in absolute wild-eyed shock at the sight of the two of them so close together inside. Behind the curtain, their shadows simply overlap in a brief, close moment. Completely misinterpreting what she saw, a screaming Urara sprints down the hallway and loudly announces to the entire school that someone is kissing in the empty classroom. As a dramatic Urara laments on the floor, both Akira and Hajime wave their hands frantically, desperately trying to explain that she completely misunderstood the situation and that they were just planning something for school. When a highly skeptical Urara asks if there really is no romance happening, both Akira and Hajime raise their hands in absolute panic to assure her that there is absolutely none. Both Akira and Hajime stand side by side in complete red-faced embarrassment, muttering under their breath. Urara laughs off her misunderstanding just as a classmate frantically runs in to report that Rendeji has fainted from exhaustion, forcing Hajime to quickly run off to help as the chaotic moment finally ends.